finally have a draft underway. We don't have to theorycraft what preparation these teams have brought to the tables. We're going to see it all unfold. Our very first elimination series, Tundra, heroic, exactly where it's going to fall for themselves. And I do want to know how much is going to be pointed towards the teams in these bands, and how much are they going to be looking at what's in the meta, what's been really stable for win rates throughout the past week of the road to the International and our day one of the International.
Yeah, I mean, at the same time, you can look at the win rates, but you also have to remember who you are, right? I don't think you can just basically just blindly follow the meta. You have to understand your players, what are they good at. But so far, looking at the bands, they are quite similar from their first meeting here, right? When they were on the first pick side, they also chose to remove similar heroes here, and they're going to open up with a Marcy.
Extremely strong hero, just in general. I mean,
yeah, Tundra actually didn't let it through the last time.
Yeah. To be honest, like if you want to blame something for the Helm Dom trend, this is the first hero. People realize that when you put the Marcy buff on the creep, every time it gets hit, you hit. Every time it hits, you hit. You can actually buff something and use the buff aside from having a teammate. It's like there are all these you can jump off the creep and it's like, oh wow, this is so good on Marcy. Turns out it's just good on everything. But this was the start of it all.
And this Tiny doesn't say anything for them. Mostly it has been played out by Saksa. They really love to run Enigma plus Tiny lane. This has been their staple ever since they played on the old Tundra as well. This is something that puts a lot of pressure, allows Tiny to roam around freely, maybe make a move, like pick up the bounty rune, secure the active runes as well, maybe even gank the mid lane if the opportunity does allow you to do so. So potentially in the back of their heads, they should start thinking about this Enigma. It's, again, Helm of the Dominator, something that Tundra definitely wants to buy from the offlane.
I think also Tiny is pretty hard to play into as Marcy. Like, Marcy, in her nature, like, will get in there and fights, and you can't really get out. And, you know, heroes like Tiny, you can just casually throw an avalanche on the ground, prevent some sort of initiation. You can toss her out. You can toss her, you know, back into your team. You also have the Tiny innate, where you are taking less damage every time she hits you, and of course she does these like small instances, well actually big instances of damage,
yeah, not small,
but very quickly, and you're reducing her damage. It's pretty hard to kill a Tiny, so I think in general, like, he likes playing into Marcy, and believe me, this hero is in every single pub right now, pro level pub. It is very hard to find heroes that actually like playing into Marcy. So
I mean, then would you say that a Tiny carry would be valuable against a Marcy? I know it's not a very popular thing. Because if the Marcy is carry, you want a good matchup.
I think that idea of like getting in there against Tiny is hard is the same whether it's a support or a carry. So
yeah, what does it offer more as a carry than the support?
You have more items, you stand there and you fight him.
Marcy, you can stand your ground more.
Yeah, you can stand your ground more. Marcy usually has trouble finding heroes that can fight. You have trouble finding heroes that can fight Marcy.
I was going to say, I don't think you stand your ground against Marcy ever. I think you get the hell out of there. You toss her out and you run away. You wait for her ult to be over. That's my experience with the hero. Like, I really feel like it's very hard, especially if Marcy's going for like the Daedalus build, to find heroes that will actually be able to stand your ground and like out DPS her. I think you have to kite the fights against her, and Tiny's like the best fight kiter in the game. One of them.
And you have to buy Force Staff as well on that hero.
Absolutely.
Heals, Force Staff.
Yes, all of these items.
There's a couple more bans coming out from Heroic, the Sand King and the Queen of Pain. So this mid pool lowering a little bit more on the side of BZM and what he's lacked to play so far at this tournament.
BZM had a bit of a struggle yesterday when he played at Earthshaker. It's the combination of the two things. We saw a bit of unfortunate sequence of events with that healing salve that did happen, playing into an unfavorable matchup, but also not being allowed to enter his own triangle. A lot of his camps did get blocked, and there was also Sanking that was farming in the same area. So I think Tundra is going to be making sure that those issues don't occur again. And I also want to see BZM on a tempo hero. I want to see him, because that game he got completely shut down playing from behind with the naked blink dagger. It didn't look too good, but this hero has been looking amazing in the last couple of tournaments as well. This hero is just a lane bully, dominator.
Especially against Marcy.
The win rate, I would say, doesn't paint the story how strong Pugna is.
No. And they banned Silencer. I think Silencer is like one of the better answers to Pugna. Pugna is so good at saving and protecting somebody, and Silencer can just like
I mean, not just the partner, right? Because I think Dominic mentioned the Enigma earlier. Because based on the bans, they already banned out Gyro and Silencer, and Enigma is like one of the better lane partners with Tiny. And I think if they want it, they are probably gonna have to pick it here because they're not gonna get it last.
Yes, I think Enigma is definitely coming out. I also feel like Heroic probably knows about this because of all the bans. Even
you see those 2 bans.
Even Silencer, like this is a very good hero against the Black Hole. I do want to say Shadow Demon against Pugna. You cannot decrep and save somebody from all of the Marcy damage because SD's ult is constantly purging, right? So they go with the immediate hard counter, and they're actually going to double counter it.
Yeah, now you have a save and you have a BKB piercing tool as well. Even though Enigma, gets BKB at the later stages of the game, it's more about the tempo, getting these early drums, getting these Helm of the Dominator, so you can, tanking things up if you need a pipe to buy. These are the type of items that Enigma will buy. But I see Heroic with very aggressive drafts. You have Shadow Demon and Batrider, which is going to be... These are probably 2 of the best heroes in the game to be able to get the stacks going in the triangle, just stacking the jungle in general. Now you need a hero who can actually clear the stacks.
Yep, the Batrider isn't as straightforward though as definitely a support because they've already played it on 3 different heroes, 3 different players at the moment.
They actually prefer it as a core, which is very interesting. Yeah. I think if it's a tiny mid for Tundra, now all of a sudden you have to be worried about Batrider coming mid and destroying you. I really love, like, anytime I see a South American team, especially a team with Schofield on it, picking a repositioning-based hero, I always think that they have a way higher chance of winning the game. South America historically has won games off the back of being better at team fighting than opponents. Like, I remember the narrative in NA was always, when it was NA versus SA, you do not fight SA. You try to outplay them on the map because they will outfight you. They know how to play these repositioning-based heroes. So I love that Heroic is going back to the Batrider.
I mean, which is why we see the Ducks here. Ducks here is really good at like splitting the map, pushing the waves, making it hard for lineups like Heroic here. They want to kill you, but you push the waves and you make it very difficult for them to deal with the map. And on top of that, you're going to buy the auras, right?
Yeah.
The auras are going to be very, very good against like Marcy, Batrider. Sure, you have the Demonic Purge somewhere down the road, but it does make it difficult for Heroic's lineup to fight.
And if you want to kill a hero, you probably need to commit with multiple ultis on side of Heroic, because now you have Pugna, so you need to dispel that. So you need Shadow Demon ulti, you need Batrider ulti, because you need to start thinking about Decrypify, Surge, maybe even just a casual tossback should be able to get the Tundra's heroes out of position and make sure that they are going to be running away from that gank. So the heroes on side of Tundra are not that easily killed, and I really like this Storm Spirit from Tundra that came out just now on 17, because it does, we've seen yesterday BZM going for a bit of a newer tech, something that he showed before, but I don't think he showed it on the Storm Spirit, going for that Holy Locket, Soul Ring, pretty much having infinite mana as well. Pugna unfortunately doesn't give you mana anymore with the life drain, but it's still, like, that's why he needs to think about himself, buying that Soul Ring, buying that Holy Locket.
Yeah, I feel like right now Heroic is kind of baited to pick Puck. It looks like a really good Puck game, other than Into the Tiny, who has like a good disable for the Puck. But also, I'm pretty sure Batrider against Storm mid is pretty bat favored until later on in the game, where Storm doesn't mind playing so much against Bat. So I guess the question is, like, does Analog make this call? It's like, yes, I'll destroy this guy mid. Give me the Batrider, or does he just ask for, give me the Storm counter? It's Puck, right? It's also a backline jumper to deal with the Pugna as well.
Yeah, I think that's the bigger question, right? Is how else are you going to be dealing with these supports? Do they have another pick lined up that's going to help them a bit more in that Earthshaker that has now been picked up?
Still could be mid, could be off lane, could be 4 position. We don't know.
Dude, Shaker in Arena every time. It's so good.
There it is. Oh, they have it on the main stage. All right, good. I do like Shaker against backline save supports in general, because you can go in and echo some frontliner, and then Pugna can't save because you just fissure the backline, right? It's kind of like, it's ironic that the way that you deal with the backline supports, and if you want to jump one hero, you actually need AoE, not single target. And obviously Shaker has plenty of AoE.
I mean, the hero is just very valuable right now because he is probably one of the best team fighters right now in the game. He does so much damage, he can clear stacks, he does everything for you. He scales, and I feel like he doesn't really have like games where I feel like I see Earthshaker and I get, oh, the Earthshaker is not going to do much in this game, you know?
He always does something.
Yeah, I always feel like Earthshaker is going to do something in that particular game.
Yes.
He's just a very useful hero.
I think the only time so far this international we've seen Earthshaker not do anything is when it got completely dumpstered and shut down in lane. But then still, it almost won. After having like the worst laning stage ever, Echo Slam the Ancients, you're back online, and then it still had some profound impact.
Yeah, this is what I wanted to see. I wanted to see a hero that can farm the Ancients with all of these stacks that are going to be happening, and which better hero to do so. Like Earthshaker, you also can't invade enemy triangle. I saw Nigma yesterday against the BB team try to invade, and they got immediately wiped. Like one hero died instantly, so there's not something you can do against Earthshaker. If you go in there, and they have very good heroes that they can defend the triangle with, so I think you're gonna have to let it go, or you have to be able to be in there, maybe try to block so that they don't get the stacks going, be very annoying for them, because Earthshaker, he's gonna hit the right timing.
I'm sorry, I have to make a point of this.
The
Imagine being such a toxic team that the last two bans are Pudge Meepo against you. Like, what sort of team is this to play against?
Because they're still trying to hedge their bets exactly what is going to be playing core right now, what is going to be the Yuma hero, if it's been picked up already, if it's still out there, what's going to potentially be going mid too. So they're just like, let's take away some comfort, something that causes chaos in their games and something they thrive on.
Yeah, I think that's a very good choice because against a team like Hero, you know they are not going to follow the meta 100%. So it's good the idea to take away their comfort picks here, even though some may argue it doesn't really make sense with their lineup. But again, you know, like I said, if you don't understand that draft, it usually means they have a very good chance of winning.
That's what they're trying to take away for themselves. Heroic though, ABBA and Faceless Void are the two bans.
Yeah, that makes me think that they want Batrider core.
Yeah, most likely. Time dilation is very, very good against you.
Okay, they're sticking with their Ursa. They did lose 2 games yesterday, but we also talked about how Yuma had a great game, that one game where he didn't die for a really long time. I really like the ABBA ban as well. Faceless Void is also a very good ban, but Abaddon could have made it very difficult for them because what they want to do is go in and be able to kill a hero instantly, and now you have a Dark Shield, you have a Photic Shield, ABBA that could have potentially popped the ulti, which would mean that you can't kill those heroes that easily. And here's a 100% win rate hero. This is very, very good because it does allow, like we've seen a bunch of trolls going into the Battle Fury into Manta style, potentially even picking up Aghanim Scepter, which I think could be very, very good this game because you are going to be dispelling yourself, you are going to be dispelling Ursa, and if Ursa doesn't have overpower, it's on such a low cooldown that carry-to-carry matchup just favors Troll. Ursa,
I mean, also the stacks, right, from Batrider. That's very, very useful.
Okay, here's a question, though. Does Troll not get obliterated by Batrider in lane? Like, I feel like that one is not even remotely close. Like, he could feed relentlessly. I think Tundra's going to need to play into Whisper's lane and try to deal with him early on. Otherwise, like, he could run away with the game.
I think Saksa will need to be very active and try to fix the problems that Jenkins just talked about because you have no stuns whatsoever. When they decide to go on you, this is going to be Troll with Pugna, and you have Batrider as a core plus Schofield on Marcy, so you have a way of bouncing them back with 2 abilities.
Yeah.
Not going to be an easy lane for them, so I think they might need to manipulate the creep wave top, make sure that the Darkseer is going to be getting the farm, and then make sure that they have TPs ready, especially on Tiny, to be able to help them out in this bottom lane when they dive.
I mean, not even TP, so I think if I'm looking at both sides draft right now and I'm Tundra, I'm going to be willing to take a trade where I'm going to sacrifice my offlane to make their offlaner poor, because if you look at Bat and Darkseer, if both of them are poor, it's probably going to be worse for the Batriders team, because Batrider needs a lot of farm to snowball the game.
The Darkseer can just cut the wave too.
Yeah.
So you're kind of confident when Durin being the Darkseer can stay by himself. He might struggle a little bit, but ultimately shutting down that safe lane.
Yeah, even with the fastest alone, he's going for hard for battle, so he has move speed in the lane. So I think it's okay. He's already going to be ready to play alone, and making sure that he's going to just go back to the jungle, try to run around, pull creeps, and make sure he gets some farm.
All right, and what about yourself, Jenkins? Because
I agree with the rotations that need to come in, but I also think King Jungles can then rotate, and then you've Ursa versus Darkseer, and that's fine for Ursa. Like, I actually think Whisper is going to run away with this game. I think Heroic has a lot of options here.
Okay, so it feels like, you know, the fan favorites in the arena right now, Heroic, that's where you guys are siding for it?
I'm going to go with Tundra. I don't think Troll can lose. I think Troll might maintain 100% win rate throughout the rest of the tournament.
Well, that's not the note I wanted to end on. I wanted to end on a high note for all of the SA fans out there. So let's head on down to Slacks, who does have Caps with him.
Hey, everybody, that is right here. SA fans in the crowd going ham, supporting you guys. Good to see it here so early in the morning here today. But let's start things off. Caps, there were very targeted bans coming at your way from this team. Were you a little nervous? Did they get in your head a little bit? A lot of your classics, you know, the Silencer are coming out, other heroes that you guys are excel at?
Not really. I think we have way too many heroes this tournament. If we don't manage to end up with a good draft, it means I fucked up.
Yeah.
So, I don't know, we worked very hard on it because I felt like earlier this year we weren't matching the better teams, but I think here we're ready and I really like what we got.
Oh, okay. So even though you didn't get Pudge or Meepo, you would consider this not a fuck up?
Yeah.
Now you're up against Troll Warlord. This hero has that 100% win rate. Is this the game that the Troll finally falls, where your Bat Rider be good enough to take him out?
Well, I think everyone here has seen Whisper playing this hero believes is enough.
All right. Well, it's about time for us to get that show started. Are you any words out there to the fans and the crowd out there?
Thanks for coming, guys.
All right. Let's get into the match.
There we go, yes, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning to you all here in Hamburg. We're getting ready to get right into the action. As you can see, the game has begun. Down here in the lower bracket, Heroic up against Tundra. And indeed, it's got to be a bit of a scary situation, right? When you end the draft against a team that's getting this carry hero that's yet to lose.
100% win rate.
100% out of a decent amount of games as well. What, 10 games?
10
we've
games.
seen it. Won every single one of them, the Troll Warlord hero. Now, the question is, what have they got against it? And do you think this was something that maybe they anticipated, or with the way the draft played out, do you think it might have caught them by surprise?
I would hope that they would have anticipated it, especially if they were picking this Ursa last, because Troll has traditionally been a very good counter versus that Ursa. I think it's because they have this super aggressive dual lane top, like Jenkins was mentioning. The Bat Rider, the Marcy, they absolutely can snowball kills, but let's see if they can even do that, because I've just seen, I've seen Pugna kind of push away most heroes from getting aggressive, even Bat Rider, so let's see how they're able to do so. Because too many times this tournament, I've been like, oh yeah, they're going to be able to go aggressive versus this Pugna in the lane, and Pugna just ends up withstanding the pressure, or they end up turning kills because of how much the hero's able to do just poking and prodding in the laning phase. So let's see how Toby's able to push away that aggression that comes. Speaking of Toby, he might just die.
Oh, see if he can get away from this one. He cannot. First blood here for Schofield, who will end up going, well, surely going down in response. Final right click from Chrysalis will indeed get the trade, but not before that first blood is secured by Heroic.
Lane shenanigans from both sides. Toby was catching the wave because Schofield was pulling on the other side, and he gets caught. A little flame break pushback that comes in from Whisper, and this is what they're looking for, right? That's exactly what Heroic wants to do in this lane, is just get kills, try to snowball Whisper, but there is going to be that counter kill, of course, that comes in for Chrysalis. Now we can look at these other lanes. The Ursa, Yuma. Second game yesterday was pretty tough, I would say, for him.
That game, I feel, was kind of tough for the whole team.
Yeah.
Right? That was not Heroic's finest showing yesterday in that game, too.
So this one, he does get to pick the Ursa versus the Darkseer, which has been a traditional counter pick in terms of the laning phase, but let's see how this traditional counter matchup works nowadays versus the Dominator meta, because I think things have changed, right? Ursa can kill these Dominator creeps, but a Darkseer with Dominator can also pressure the Ursa in a different way that it used to be, where Ursa and Darkseer just trade farm versus each other.
Now we'll see, because you got to imagine, right, from Tundra's point of view, this Ursa pick was not a surprise, right?
No,
they came here today very ready to play against Yuma's Ursa.
And, I mean, something else we do have to mention, you were talking to me about it on the car ride over here, the mid lane, right? BZM versus Analog. Analog yesterday had a bit of a tough one, especially on that Shadow Fiend, right? Those 30 denies that we saw coming out from Noah, already some big damage from BZM.
He's playing it chill. He's got a Fairy Fire, a couple of bottle charges to rely on, so just holding back, living on the edge here, Analog. But definitely starting to feel a bit of the heat here from BZM. Top lane, Heroic. Going to try and make the go on a Chrysalis, but he did have the chance to put the stick and maybe turn. Another blast comes in, but Chrysalis will fall. Heroic able to push for the kill. Toby also taking a hell of a lot of damage here from Whisper. Whisper wanting to finish off the job, and he'll get it. Double kill for Whisper on the bat. I mean, we heard from the start, right, indeed, the fans know it as well. Whisper's bat can absolutely perform.
Yeah, and I'm glad they already are going to play much more aggressive, because yesterday, we were seeing a bit more passive style from them. This is a lane that just breathes aggression. Both the Marcy and the Batrider, great ways to get on top there too, as we see. So Crystal is definitely going to have a bit of a slowdown, even with the Pugna behind, because Toby dying level 1, he's still level 1. Still doesn't have the ward to be able to push him off. Now he's gotten the 2, but a bit of that damage is done in the lane already. 10 CS on the Troll.
Yeah, super hot start for Whisper. Meanwhile, over in the river, we'll see the setup here from King Jungles. TP's coming in. They've got the lockdown for BZM. Fisher comes into play. Jump forward. Here's the rotation. Come through from Schofield. They take down BZM, and they'll be able to outnumber and surround Saxa, slowly chase him down. There's nowhere for the Tiny to run. Heroic starting to bring the action early this game. 5 kills to the one that Tundra's managed to find so far in this first 4 minutes. They're bringing that action. This is what we need to see from this squad.
This is the heroic that everybody wants to see. Just constant aggression, looking for bullying. They're leaving Yuma now in this lane alone since he's versus the 33 Darkseer. He should be pretty okay down here. And I mean, Schofield, he can look to be pretty active. Looks like Whisper is going to be pretty okay in this top lane with this start for now.
Just having very nice heroes to get active with as well, whether it's sort of swing into the mid and getting the Shaker in on top of this Storm early, or just allowing Whisper to close that gap against the Troll and put the pressure onto Chrysalis in this laning stage.
Heroic woke up this morning. They definitely had their breakfast nicely because these moves are ready. You see the rotations, they're quickly swapping lanes too. Schofield now is bottom. Shadow Demon's starting to get the stacks going for his Earthshaker. Probably because Analog's saying, yes, he's gotten a kill, but in terms of CS in the lane, still wants to get those early stacks because of how beneficial it is for the Shaker.
And on that bottom lane as well, is there a chance for Heroic to also find kills down here, or against the Tiny Darkseer it's a little more difficult, or it can still happen?
Absolutely can, but they're just going to play in a different way now where 33 is just going to be jungling, but maybe, I mean, Schofield is looking for some tricky stuff here. He might be able to find a free kill. Let's see how bold he is to go forward. 33 will be fine.
Yeah, he's ready to back up and refuel, so he'll be out of harm's way. And of course, Tundra's lineup, it's just the fact really that they have this kind of Darkseer Tiny. I feel like this has been a duo that we've seen a lot of teams hit a real sort of sweet spot with, right? This combo, it's a classic.
And it's them mostly. Honestly, it's Tundra who have been the ones playing it the most. They even opened up with the Tiny this game, so showing how much they prioritize it.
Talking about the Tiny, Saxa, they'll make his way up there, make sure that they have the numbers to take down King Jungle's Whisper. Should be all right here. Able to keep his distance, has Firefly and Flame Break at the ready. Nice. Necessary.
Sox is still in the area with a combo, so Whisper does have to be careful.
But look at this rotation from Analog, making the move here with the Invis Rune. They do have a sentry down, so if they get some further vision around there, they should have eyes on him.
And they see him now.
And they will, so not able to catch them by surprise with this Invis.
The beauty of this combo, though, with the Marcy is he can just throw him in, right? You can get the Echo
Yeah, you've got to be careful. Absolutely. You can't get anywhere close to this Shaker when Schofield's around because, you'll get caught straight in the combo.
Pretty cool combo, for sure. As we do see, it's 5-2, but Tundra, the economy game, it's there for them.
It's perfectly
CS,
fine,
they're doing just fine.
Yeah, 33 having a final time on the side of the map.
Yep, 33 will check. You'll see his camp is blocked, but he'll still have a secondary one available. But very good preparation as we see Heroic. Double wards, or multiple wards to block camps, scouting information. As we said, they are definitely looking to have a much better early game than they did yesterday. And that early game is very important, as you said. Darkseer, king of team fight. If you don't get a good early game and the team starts to round together around those auras and dominators, it can be very hard to fight against unless you have an advantage.
See bottom. Saxa. Not the avalanche and the toss back. It's a good amount of control there onto Yuma, and with the damage from BZM, should be the end of the bear. Yuma falls. BZM makes a strong rotation. Same time top. We're going to put the pressure onto the carry as well. They get another chance to take Chrysalis down. So both safe lanes starting to feel a bit of heat.
Truly trying to snowball Whisper, though. You see that. They're just trying to get all the kills possible for this Batrider to take control of the game. Mid, Analog, looking for Toby.
Schofield a little too far to connect. Up to the tier 2. Gets a bit spooky, so let's hope we will be fine for now.
Doesn't want to throw the Echo. Might have had enough damage there, but decides to hold on to it, perhaps for a core kill, or maybe for his Ancients, since it is getting very stacked up, perhaps wanting to reserve it for that.
And constantly pushing out the waves as well, so already getting a decent amount of early damage done onto that mid-tier 1 here, Heroic, with the way that Analog's just constantly shoving forward.
And let's see how they prepare now for bottom. Dominator's done, so 33 is going to start getting this extra pressure. I mean, the tower's dead, so let's see how they do want to react. It looks like it will be pressure on the opposite side as we see Whisper take out the tower. See what build he goes for. It looks like Whisper's going standard. He's not going any deviated build on the Batrider. I was wondering maybe if he does do something crazy like Dom. But
there we go. There we go.
Boom!
Easy slam there with the amplified damage, easy stacks, and that's going to be the timing done. Very nice and fast this game. Meanwhile in the jungle, BZM and Saxa, they'll hunt down Schofield.
Finding quite a bit.
These are good early little moves here from BZM, up and down between the kind of the mid, the bottom, and hanging around this jungle of Heroic. He's finding himself a couple of early kills as the Storm Spirit.
Saxa being the all-important one to set up for these kills, since he is really the only aggressive hero on
They want to try and get 33 out of the lane. Jump forward there. Here's the blink reveal. Analog able to shut off the escape. It's a good, solid showing at the blink. And indeed, as we see, a crazy timing here with those stacks they're able to prepare for him and how well he did in the lane. A hot start here from Analog, which is, yeah, we needed to see, right? Because as you said, that second game yesterday, not so hot at all.
No, love to see that. And we did see KJ, right? King Jungle's level 6 pretty early on the Shadow Demon versus Darkseer. It's one of the best heroes in the game. Use Purge him. As long as you get that Demonic Purge up onto the DS, he can usually not disengage, as they'll find the creep as well.
Of course, whilst this is all going on, we're seeing at the top side, Crystalis getting that space. Had quite a bit of pressure early on, but absolutely still in position where the Battle Fury timing shouldn't be too terrible. And if he kind of gets to maintain this part of the map and have the team keep the pressure, or at least keep Heroic's focus on their side, this Troll should be able to catch up.
Yeah, should have pretty similar farm to the Ursa, it does seem like it, with the way that things are going down. Power Rune. Saxa will find a haste. Take that one away from Analog. How is Analog's Echo cooldown? 30 seconds.
It's coming up soon.
Likely the next play that Heroic wants to make.
And they could make that as well with, Whisper, buying up the Ogre Club by the looks of it. So yeah, just getting this BKB rush this game.
So changing the build a little.
Yeah,
usually
switching around.
He's very about the drums the early game. So this, I think he's just saying, I really need this BKB to go through all this magic damage. Because if he doesn't have it, right, and he tries to initiate and run in, he will just likely get popped. It's a ton of magic burst that Tundra has, so.
And I think it's fine, right? You've already got your mid shaker. They've got a very quick blink dagger timing for the initiation. And obviously you're playing with a Marcy with pick me up. So just being able to survive seems more important for Whisper in this role this game as the bat than getting that jump himself.
Yeah, I agree. I thought perhaps maybe the drum, but I think this is just a better pickup in particular.
Here we go.
See the
they
next
want to go here with the Echo cooldown.
33.
So only a couple of ancient creeps here. They've got the burst opening up with the Echo, the follow-up, the lockdown. It's there. Nicely done by the two of them.
And they get out safe.
BZM's definitely going to look to try and make them pay. The opening on a Schofield. Analog will split from Schofield for now. Saxa coming in from the side. Turns his attention over towards Analog, of course. Wants to try and get the bigger kill. They'll get the toss back into the blast. Analog in trouble. Crystalis turns up as well as they bring down the Shaker. See if they can get anything more. Saxa. Avalanche onto King Jungles. 32 trying to get the body blocks off with the Hellbear Smasher, but King Jungles is able to get his way around, and they'll be able to retreat.
Good target prioritization there from Tundra. Saxa even blocking. I saw KJ walking in to try to use a disruption. Saxa was just following him to prevent any type of save, so very on top of it there. 8-5, more kills than I think we've had in some of our games at the 11-minute mark. Very action-packed. I think both teams don't mind this action either, to be honest with you. It does seem like Tundra is fine because they're still getting the farm on the map, but Heroic is happy because they're getting these extra kills to accelerate things, in particular for Whisper, as he is 2 components toward that BKB.
I think, yeah, just the biggest concern is that the Troll is having a good time, and this hero has been unbeatable. So the fact that even though they managed to kill Crystalis a couple of times early on the laning stage, he's up there. He's top 3 net worth. He's level with the Farm of Humor. He's going to have a good Battle Fury time. That's going to be a problem.
Yeah, my worry is the timing for the Troll, but also it's the Darkseer when he starts joining his team with the auras, right? He's going to have a pipe pretty early this game since most of that damage is magical on Heroic, and Heroic has no aura carrier whatsoever. Unless they want to do some weird build on the Batrider, which I don't think he will do anything like that. So that's usually the big timing for Darkseers, right? It's like that 15 to 20 minute timing when the team starts running around together. We'll see if Heroic is prepared when it does kick off. Because so far their moves have been pretty good.
They want to try and strike at Whisper before he has the BKB done.
He's got backup. Can he get himself out of this?
It's going to be hard now here. So Schofield turns up. Saxa will be able to hold him back with an avalanche. Trying to chase forward, but Tundra should be able to keep the distance. 33 trying to Wild Wing Ripper his own creep away there to save it, but Schofield will still be able to get the plus 100.
Oh, meanwhile, they continue to get the stacks going on the side of Heroic. Could we actually get a stack counter whenever possible as well, too? Because I mean, it's a team with Shaker, right? It's a team with the Shadow Demon as well, too. So there's going to be a plenty from Heroic. But Tundra,
they're ready to go. They're ready to go and try and connect with Analog around the mid because Analog does have the slam back online.
Okay, let's see what they find.
Of course, you've got to imagine these sort of timings Tundra will be keeping track of, so should be prepared to be cautious.
BZM also, he's on strength treads, 1600 HP.
He's playing careful. I think he senses that this sort of play might be coming in, but he didn't sense it hard enough. The Echo still gets him into the lasso. That will still do the job nicely.
Way too much chain stun, even if he's on the tankiest portion possible. Cannot survive versus that. Will they turn him into a tower? Saxa?
I mean, he's going to end up walking into Saxon. Saxon's able to toss Whisper back over towards him. Good Fisher from Analog, blocks off pretty much the four of them. They're going to try and go for the fight. Yuma reaching in under the tower, takes down 33. Schofield's got the dispose onto Toby. Yuma will try and run down the Pugner, and he's able to take him out before he can save himself. Double kill for Yuma, and they might not be done yet. Analog jumps forward. The setup's there to catch out another. Heroic. Find 3 there, and all it cost them is the life of the bat.
Surprise, Whisper actually died. That toss did way more damage than I expected it to. They'll get the tower out of it as well. Good timing from Heroic. Outnumbering, getting Tundra off guard. 2k advantage now for them.
And getting Yuma involved, right? So it's pretty much soon after this Battle Fury, he's just 200 gold or so away from having that Blink Dagger. And finding those sort of fights, that is going to be what sort of sets him ahead of the Farmer Chrysalis on the Troll.
What a fissure there from Analog. Clipping all 3 heroes, even I think catching Chrysalis on the side there so he couldn't enter toward the fight. 12-6, Heroic setting the pace of the game. Tundra looking to strike back.
Oh, they are.
Schofield.
They're going to find Schofield for sure.
Quick, easy kill.
I mean, BZM definitely doing his best here to make these moves to ensure that Tundra keep up somehow with the amount of kills that are going on in this early game.
Yeah, pre-Soxa Blink Dagger, right? BZM has to be there. I mean, BZM and Soxa have to be there for most of the kills in this early game, as we're seeing. How's that pipe timing for 33? It's getting closer and closer. That's going to be the hard one that they have to go through. But 33 has to be more careful with his positioning too there. I think 2 times now or 3 times we've seen him just get purged and he just dies right at the start of things. So maybe he has to watch the approach since there's difficulty in saving them. As we've seen Toby, he cannot use this Decapify to save people. It's either going to get dispelled instantly or there's just insane magic damage, as we say, coming in.
King Jungles trying to get some deep vision down.
It's a lot of Dominators they've been able to find. Soxa getting closer and closer toward Blink. Heroic, ults at the ready. They've got the shard even purchased up for Analog, so for Heroic, it does feel like it's go time at pretty much any moment that they have this ulti at the ready.
And as you say, just for Tundra, once the pipe's there,
yep, that's their
they'll
timing.
look to turn up, and they'll almost certainly look to try and get Chrysalis involved.
Ooh, BZM adapting his build a little too here. Going for the Orchid this game, feeling like it's a good option versus that Ursa and versus the Earthshaker in particular. Could trip them up. Ursa hates playing versus those silences, although I will say, a lot of games I've seen Orchid lately, it has fallen off pretty hard.
Sure.
So we'll see what he can do with it if he does opt to go for that way. So there's definitely going to be some counters in it. Analog looking for a play.
Saxa, yeah, so close to having the Blink Dagger online on the Tiny.
Should have it after these 2 camps on the side when they respawn if you'd like to wait for them. So Tundra looking for that timing fight. Heroic, they're looking for any fight.
They've still got that vision, so they've got a full setup here onto BZM.
Oh, BZM.
They're ready.
On the stack.
Oh, he's so dead, surely. Straight in with the Echo. An easy one there for Heroic.
The dream when you're playing Shaker. The amount of stacks that are made too. He gets every single creep because the Slugger too. Analog, the Echoes are hitting. 3-1 and 5 so far for this Shaker.
Yeah, he's having a great early game here today.
Yep. All right, so Pipe, it's online. Glimmer's still not finished for Toby, but they have Pipe finished. They have Blink on Soxa. Let's see if they can start getting things together, because Heroic is starting to get quite a bit of snowball. Look at the difference between the Earthshaker and the Storm now at this point.
Yeah.
And even the Ursa and the Troll, right? We're starting to see that separation of cores.
And they're going to be able to pick up this Aegis without any sort of contest from Tundra. So Yuma with the Aegis online. What would you imagine it now is the plan from Heroic? You've got this Aegis, are you just continuing to go, for action, just for full-out aggression, or are you farming up that next time?
I think you just keep waiting for Echo Slam. Just keep fighting around this Echo every cooldown. If they're not taking advantage of that Echo being on cooldown, it feels like a good position for them. If the Ursa can finish a BKB as well, then he can actually stand toe-to-toe in a lot of these fights. Versus that Troll in particular, too. Could be pretty nice.
Heading in BZM's direction, Schofield. Not quite able to catch him there. BZM more than ready.
All right, Tundra, they're grouping. This is their timing. The pipe's finished. That Blink, as we said, for Soxa. Let's see if Heroic is prepared for it.
Yeah, because Tundra's fight should still be pretty strong. They've got the tools. They've got good burst as well.
Echo Slam, 30 seconds still on cooldown.
Sax is in. He's going to try for the jump on a Schofield, but the Fisher comes out to disrupt the play. Schofield's going to try and stand his ground with the ultimate, but the combo is there. He's going to be saved for now by the destruction. Will still fall, but Heroic strike back. Yuma able to get in onto the dark side. BZM controlling the Shadow Demon to pick up the double. Whisper's going to get back in there. Lasso's there to lock down BZM. Yuma brings in the damage, and he's able to take down the both of them there, Whisper. Getting a huge double. Saxa attempts to get back in with the Avalanche tossback. They'll be able to at least take the Aegis out of the hands of this bear, but the casualties are rising here for Tundra. It's 4 are dead, only Chrysalis left alive to scarper away.
And that's Tundra picking the fight with their timings. And
they went for that.
Heroic is so ready for it, and they didn't even have Echo, Owen. That's without Echo Slam that they're able to do this in this fight. So
yeah, that was a rough move to make.
Again, 33 charges in, gets Demonic Purged, and just dies almost immediately at the start of the fight.
Yeah, he's getting crushed.
He really is.
The farm was still good, you know, he's getting the timings, but each and every decision to turn up to the team fight has absolutely been punished by Heroic.
And they're just so prepared. Look how ready they were for the move. Look, Schofield, he gets the Solar Crest during the stun, an instant stun from Analog. They are so ready for this move. Beautiful preparation coming in from Heroic in this first 20 minutes, as we see.
Yeah, you can definitely see why this team does like to play with Humor on the Ursa, right? It seems like such a comfortable carry for him because his decisions of when to join and when to not so far have been pretty perfect. He's always been there to provide that extra bit of damage to help get the cleanup.
Yeah, and having Whisper on this bat, as we're seeing, right? 5-1 and 5. They were mentioned on the panel. He can definitely run rampant with the game. Tundra again, looking to smoke with their timing, but it's into Echo this time.
Indeed. You know, Heroic, they've got more than they had last time ready to throw back at them. Let's see if Tundra can get away with it this time. There's the lead in. Saxa looks for the toss back. They're trying to get onto Whisper, but again, the Fisher causing issues, blocks them off. Analog jumps in with the Echo. Saxa's got Chrysalis. He'll get the ult off, but the Lasso's there. They're controlling the Troll. His ult's soon to come to an end. Analog's going to do his best to kite him out. Off to the side, BZM will clean up King Jungles, but Chrysalis dies as soon as his ult finishes, and Tundra, they've got to run. Yuma attempting to get on the chase here. Schofield, is he able to close the gap, bringing him in a little bit closer. They're closing in on 33. There's nowhere to run. Dispose back the Flame Break as well. Analog ready to slam him down with the Fisher. They just can't take these team fights, Fogs.
Nope.
A second time where they've been the instigators. They're looking to try and start this, but Heroic, they're shutting them down every single time.
Heroic is playing this game beautiful. Every single fight, they're like, bring it, let's go. They want these fights, and they're going to get the Tormentor out of it as well. You honestly couldn't almost ask for a better 21 minutes here. 21 kills, 11k lead. Ursa's gotten the Roche, Ursa's gotten Tormentor. Your Bat Riders destroyed the Troll as well. Looking incredible for them at the moment. And yeah, Tundra, that's them picking the fight.
They're trying to fight this. They're trying, but both times it has not worked out for Tundra. They've got to reset and sort of reassess what they want to do in this game because these sort of moves are just not working.
How do you reassess though? It's what's the pivot that you want to go for now at this point when you thought you were going to be able to fight with this aura? I'm seeing a Midas queued up from the darks here. You know, they probably won't know it, but that's usually difficult to tell.
That's I mean that's the classic sign from 33, right? The game is hard.
Yep.
Doesn't always end up buying the Midas after he queues it up, but it definitely tells how his vibe is with the game. It's a hard one.
I think Tundra has to slow things down somehow and get BKBs now because they can't fight into all this control.
Not
it's
at all.
Way too much. Saxa, that's a freebie.
Just playing with him. Oh. No, get him before any neutral can. Same time up top. That's 33 dead again.
Owen. This is getting out of control for Tundra.
This has got to be one of the tougher games 33's had on his dark side, I feel. We've seen him have some excellent ones on the road to TI, but this game, he is getting bullied.
I mean, they all are. Truly. I mean, BZM, he's got 6 kills, but he's got 4 deaths as well, right? There's just relentless kills that are coming in from Heroic. This is the Heroic that we wanted to see, as we mentioned.
There's just no slowdown.
Nope. 23 kills, 23 minutes, just kill a minute. And they're continuing to hunt with this great vision that we see placed down from them. On top of fighting and spellcasting really well, their ward coverage and their preparation around the map has been absolutely pristine. Tundra again, grouping up.
See if they can try and find a bit of luck around their tier 2 tower.
And this Ursa's level 19 now at this point as well. With a full BKB basher. Angle. It's just how do you approach the fights versus this Earthshaker who now has a BKB as well on top of all his spellcasting. You can't kill him either. You have to somehow take care of this Earthshaker, but I don't even know how you do at this point. Because the control that he's providing is just... Control and damage he's providing is just way too much. So yeah, I think perhaps it is just slow the pace of the game until they can at least get the BKB for the Troll and the Storm Spirit, but Heroic just constantly looking for fights.
Yeah, Tundra definitely showing they want no part of the action until they have that next set of items done.
They need them desperately because the lead's just getting to a point where it might be getting too much for them. Schofield looking at a pretty interesting build too if he wants to go down and queuing up a Yules. Very good to kite either the Darks here, good versus the Pogna, good versus the Troll. As soon as any of those BKBs would go down whenever they get them, can be a very good kiting tool.
Got the blink now on 33.
Okay. He's got the blink, but he's
set up the combo.
He's so fragile now. Even though he's got the pipe, it's so much damage at this point on Heroic.
I mean, we'll see. I mean, Tundra, I feel like historically this team has been very good at kind of recovering from these sort of positions, right?
Very, very true.
They kind of, you know, they went for that sort of attempt 2 times, but going for it a 3rd time is not very Tundra-esque, you know, and they're not doing it right. They're changing their approach, and this has absolutely worked out for them numerous times in the past. So Heroic, they're not in the clear quite yet.
Yuma looking for plays. Saksa, he's found. Tundra's traditionally, as you said, this year especially, they've been very good about splitting the map and catching up in net worth, but this is not one of those games where they're really catching up in net worth either. Like some of the games I've seen them losing like this in kills, and they're only like 4K behind, maybe 3K. It's a 15,000 gold lead in 25 minutes. It's pretty significant. An early gem also picked up, as we see there, I believe 2 minutes ago from Heroic. They're putting it on the Bat Rider. So, I mean, Heroic is looking to just completely decimate the map.
Oh, absolutely. And, you know, Heroic, they've been able to be pretty chill themselves and just finding this farm whilst Tundra's had to sort of just hide in these corners of the map, giving so much space. I mean, Whisper, he had the time to purchase the complete Shiva's Garb without having to buy bit by bit. So that's a huge addition on top of everything else that Heroic have now in this team fight.
Heroes are going to explode.
Tundra, they've got to keep avoiding. Unless they find little chances like this, they're going to try, but it's a hard one to go for. Azuma, he's got the erase, they'll try and vacuum him back. He's still got the BKB ready.
Too hard to go in the Shadow
They're not even able to force out the BKB usage. He just walks it off.
Oh, and I've yet to see BZM get a decent usage out of this Orchid too, and now there's the Demonic Cleanse for the Shadow Demon, as we saw there as well. You can't even use it. It's able to just instantly
That's
get
very
the
true. Yeah, in these sort of games where you're falling behind, the Orchid Storm purchase can feel that it's kind of missed the timing.
Absolutely. That's usually what it ends up being, right? You usually want to try to get this and snowball off it, but you look and you're like, the cores all have BKB. There's also a Dispel on the supports. Things are definitely complicated for this side of Tundra.
Yuma ready to go towards the Abyssal next, and once that's online, the amount of lockdown they'll have, it's going to make it difficult for even Chrysalis to have a chance of getting in, popping a BKB and popping his ult, right? If these lassos, these Abyssal Blades come in, it's not an easy fight for the Troll to take part in. And he's still not quite got the BKB, he's still at a couple of 100 gold off that Chrysalis.
It's really nice for Yuma in this type of game as Ursa too, that you have the SD, because you don't have to go the Nullifier nearly as early as sometimes, right? In this game, he's also just kind of owning in particular, so probably doesn't need it this early anyway, but he can just go Abyssal. The SD is going to purge the target he's focusing, and yeah, there's no way they can really survive off that. All right, Tundra. So Chrysalis, he's got the BKB finished. I believe BZM soon has his done. See if they want to try to fight with that. I still don't think that they can take a heads-on fight with it, but let's see.
Radiant are scanning.
Items just continue to flurry in for Heroic. Almost an Octarine for Analog.
See over in the river.
Kobe.
He's looking to be in a lot of trouble here. Schofield and Whisper. We'll get some action back on the table here after a bit of a slower period of the game.
A night and day difference today from Schofield and Whisper. Just having a hell of a performance on these two.
Yeah, the bat's looking pretty crazy.
Yeah.
I'm trying, was there something that was banned out against them the other days, or I guess they picked Whisper's hero early, didn't they? So they just went for other stuff. But yeah, seeing his bat in action.
I mean, Whisper, I think his two traditional, non-traditional offlaners are the Bat Ride and the Phoenix. These two he tends to just go absolutely bonkers on if he gets a good start, and this is one of those games that we're absolutely seeing that. Yeah, perfect itemization too, as we see. The Blink Ghost after Shiva's BKB can go Refresher after. And the lead, it just continues to grow for Heroic. Gold lead, it was at 15.
They're taking everything right now. I mean, they're soon going to be set up, of course, move in for the next Roshan.
which is about to come up. And they are very ready for it.
I mean, Tundra,
they're smoking, but
you might have to try something desperate here.
can they make it? It looks like, I mean, Heroic is ready for the fight. They have the sword on the outside.
Yeah, Whisper, he's just straight onto them. He's going to jump forward, put the BKB, stay on top of Saxa. Oh, no, he's just dead before the fight even starts. He'll buy back. BZM tries to get away, but the lasso comes in. Yuma brings in the bashes. BZM's gone, and he does not have the option for buyback. Heroic, they can push on for more. Another bash comes in from Yuma as he closes in on a Chrysalis. Jump forward here with the Echo Stab. Chrysalis puts the BKB. The Fisher will block him off. He's up to the high ground. Chrysalis will survive, but only just. The buyback comes in from Toby. Try and lay down the burst here on a Schofield. Saxon trapped out to the side. Sets up for Yuma to pick up another
They
kill.
can't kill anybody.
They cannot. Heroic. All heroes surviving, Tundra getting nothing and costing them close to everything, having to use these 2 buybacks, and nothing is found in their favor.
This is absolutely beautiful gameplay. Heroic, the wards placed again, you know, this time just absolute vision everywhere. I think the secondary ward gets placed afterwards, but they see Tundra even trying to come out, and they just pick the fight. Heroic knows all of their strengths in this game. Giving pretty much no hope to Tundra to win any fight. 33, again, runs in and dies instantly.
I mean, he just doesn't expect that sort of ward to be here at this moment of the game, but it gave them the vision. He'll get some backup coming in, but Schofield in with the jump. He'll get away just this time.
He does survive.
Just in time that he's able to back off. He's going to try and see if they can turn, get something in response. They do get the route onto Schofield, so Tundra will manage to at least get a kill out of this one, and they won't lose 33 this time.
He levels up, gets the big heal there from that aggrandize. Does end up surviving. Looked like he was going to go down again just to Whisper in Schofield, but Tundra, they get something. Was the gem recovered? I believe it was recovered from Heroic. It was. So it didn't end up losing their gem. So just a small kill, but Tundra able to get a little bit of something, but a very small something.
This next 4 minutes could very well be the timing for Heroic to push forward and attempt for the high ground. We'll see how prepared Tundra's going to be for that. Chrysalis trying to get the Aghanims online, about 1,600 gold to go.
I mean, these small things, right? It'll help survivability and him stay, but these team fights just don't even look close.
They get the jumping onto BZM, but not enough lockdown this time. BZM able to sneak away with the Glimmer Cape coming in. That's of course, Toby will pay the price.
Godlike now for Yuma. He gets to go the fun build, too. Look at this, queuing up the Octarine afterwards. As we said, he doesn't have to go for this Nullifier if he doesn't feel like he wants to. He can go for any luxury build. And Whisper with, breaking records on timings for sure on this Batrider. About to have a refresher done. It's only 30 minutes in, and he's getting close to 5-6 slotted territories.
Yeah,
this is insane.
Yeah, he's definitely making a case for his bat to seriously be considered in the drafts when you're going up against these guys.
And they flex it too, right? As we've seen, they'll play it mid lane, they'll play it off lane, they'll play it as support. So definitely something that could be prioritized a bit higher here as we just see this game continue to be a beautiful showing from Heroic. BZM TPing in.
See what they can do. He's going to try for the setup on a Schofield. Comes in with a Vortex. Further TP's coming in, but Schofield's able to jump away. BZM trying to chase. Has to be cautious, though.
Whisper might go in. He's got the refresher. He's thinking about it.
He's training with the jump. It was a good knockback with the flame break. He's going to be able to catch BZM. Yuma brings in the damage, slams down the Abyssal. That's BZM gone. Heroic ready to go for more. Once again, Sax at a full.
They cannot, they can't even get pickoffs, Owen. Heroic, as you said, maybe time to knock on that high ground. They've got another lasso. If he does see a target, the banner's on the ground.
They've got it ready.
2 minutes still on the Aegis. Fastest on this, makes sense. That might just, in terms of fighting, I just don't know what Tundra does now. And it's felt like that for a long time.
Yuma quick to take out the ward as well.
Banner's down, so the glyph won't even clear that wave.
They should be able to take out these racks before Tundra have everyone back in the game.
So they just gotta watch.
And they'll respect the respawns.
Whisper.
at it there. Our game will definitely be starting very soon, but we're saying it could be as simple as the fact is they're thinking too far down the road because games all have that longer average game time at this TI. They really focus on if we can make it there, but right now the lanes are so bad they're not making it.
Yeah, you know what we
The
always
lead
say
is
in Matt?
big.
If you can't play the lane, you can't play the game.
I thought it was win lane, lose game.
I mean,
That's
that was another one.
Yeah,
too.
that's it. Depends on if you win or you lose.
You get to pick one of the two. That
Yeah,
way.
whatever's the most convenient excuse.
Yeah, you get to just use that one there.
Yeah. No, I mean, I just honestly, I was not a big believer in the troll last pick. I think we saw the flaws in the hero. I mean, this has been consistently a.
But don't you think that they could have maybe fixed some of the flaws by adapting a little bit more rotations to help the Storm, or maybe start the game earlier with the Tiny moving around to
I
help?
think Purge's breakdown was absolutely correct. If you do that, then Pugna goes mid, and guess what happens to Troll?
He's just dead.
He's just dead a million times. So what does he do? Go to the triangle, and then all of a sudden you've Whisper free farming an entire section of the map. I think that would cause cascading issues, and probably.
But you have to help somewhere. You have to decide which one to help, right? If you help the Storm could help.
If you're in a game, you definitely want to create that chaos to try to just not play into the exact hand. But I think, they, at this point, have a second game, starting fresh.
Yes.
The draft was an issue.
Yeah, you could see that they did the prep. You could see during pre-6 minutes that there was an observer ward near the twin gates, making sure that the Yuva rotation potentially could be scouted. They were ready for it.
He just didn't.
He just didn't this game. He was playing troll because they killed that tower relatively early on. You are playing Batrider with this facet, so you're still dealing damage to the tower as well. The tower's going to fall relatively quickly, pre-8 minutes. And then Troll Warlord, he's not the fastest farmer in the jungle. Pugna doesn't really have a lane to go to as a position 5. He's not level 6. He's under-leveled. So a bit of a difficult situations that they got themselves into.
I mean, the thing with Pugna is whenever you're Pugna, right? I don't think you want to sit and guard your carry. I think you want to go and fight the runes and blast the mid tower.
Yes.
That's the main job you have in a game in the first 10 minutes, right? If you can't do that as Pugna, you're not going to feel good in the game.
Yeah, we do have to look at that, right? Because this is a lane synergy that isn't very familiar for Chrysalis and Toby playing together, stand-in. It's not an excuse, it's just facts that we kind of have to look at, how difficult it is for them. And now it makes me wonder, do you go back to just a simple duo healer cost that is a late scaling carry, and then a strong support in lane? It's something that can give them a little bit more of a stabilization that is easy and isn't so much dependent on knowing exactly how your carry plays, what they like to do. It's just making that lane.
I think they did check those boxes. Strong laner, you have Pugna and Troll. I don't think you can think about the better laners. It's one of the stronger 5s.
It's just
one
a
of the stronger
matchup.
carries. It's just a bad
heroes.
matchup.
Yeah, it's just both of those heroes are countered by Bat. They picked 2 heroes countered by Bat against Whisper, Batrider offlane. I would like to theory craft some potential picks instead of the Troll. I think Jug would have been fine.
Okay.
Jug, Pugna, Decrep into spin, good magic damage. You've got a hero that can take off the Batrider napalm stacks. It's a classic counter to Bat.
I mean, I think the lane synergy might not be as important, because I think the most important thing is you need something to deal with the bad, life stealer, Jug hero. That's it, Even if the support doesn't work with you, it's whatever.
Well, last time Tundra got bat-righted by Heroic, game number 2, they just banned it out. That might be the same solution for them, but either way, a game number 2 is where we have to head.
Tundra Esports versus Heroic, game 2.
Yeah, Batrider, that's going to be our biggest question here. Standout player, standout hero, everything about him worked so well in a game number 1 that I don't think Tundra are going to at all let the chance for it to go back in with.
They're just banning the draft. Oh, that's a classic right there.
Just straight up, you go, we're 1 game away from elimination. This is the reality Tundra are facing. And they're like, well, game 1 was so tough for us. That Batrider has to be taken out. Too much chaos. The Earthshaker has to be taken out. Too much impact.
I mean, good news, Nat. Tundra is on first pick.
I was going to say, yep. Both teams, they love first pick. And Tundra, they got it this time.
Yeah, but on the other hand, is the trend going to continue for Heroic? Every time they win the first game, they're just going to win the second game as well,
I mean, Invoker's in the poll. I don't see a reason why
For now.
Tundra... They do have the first pick, so I assume they're just going to snatch it, because this hero looked very, very good. The Helm of the Dominator plus the Forge Spirit allows you to pretty much push 2 waves at the same time if you want to. You have extreme amount of tower damage as well. So it's just way too good of a hero to pass on.
Can we
And
see
That's the face of a player that just played Shadow Demon.
He doesn't need to think about anything else. Just Or maybe it's too hard, you have to relax.
The balls on these guys. I love this. Win game 1, first pick the old big man. I love that.
There's going to be a lot of summons around them with the Forge Spirit, with the Helm of the Dominator as well. So not going to be the easiest target to hook in this game.
No, I mean, to be fair, Aghanim Scepter build plus Flesh Heap, like, I know, traditionally Pudge is this really squishy, low armor hero, could die to all of the summons, etc., etc. But honestly, when played as a core, which Heroic does play it as an offlane, and they go for like the Ag Shiva's build, it is good against mass summons. You cannot kill this hero through the Flesh Heap, so I actually don't mind it against Invoker. My only question is minus armor from Forge Spirits. That's a difference between like Beastmaster and Invoker, right? Is the Beast summons are not giving minus armor, the Invoker summons are.
You don't think about this, but in this current meta, Invoker is a zoo hero.
He is, yeah, 100%.
Matt, you're giving me the look.
I feel like you gotta explain to people who might be tuning
Well,
in.
he does have more summons than certain summon heroes in the game right now.
Yeah, you're getting like 2, 3 Forge
I
Spirits.
mean, don't forget the buff, Alacrity is...
Yeah, with the Shard also creating more Forge Spirits, plus Helm of the Dominator as well.
Yeah, that's where I was going with the Helm of Dominator. We have seen BZM play Invoker and go for the Helm of the Dominator. It's definitely not out of the realms of what they think is good.
These are good scaling items on Invoker too. Like they give good stats for him as well. Like, he kind of wanted an excuse to go for items like this before.
I mean, could this also be caused by Midas being nerfed a lot? Because Midas has always been an early game item for Invoker.
That's true. It's a good excuse to get something that's giving you the XP boost. Because if you get to like late game in terms of XP on Invoker, you just win. That's how it feels. Like late game Invoker is insane.
Well, you were right, Jenkins. KJ having a bit of a snooze in the booth because he was playing Shadow Demon game 1. He said, guys, just pick it for me game 2. There is nothing else. I don't need another hero. I played well. We won it. Run it back.
I want to see some kind of a setup for this Invoker. They did pair it up with like Shadow Shaman earlier. I think Sanking is going to be an okay one. This Monkey King we talked about earlier in the series is potentially coming out from position 4 if they want to go for it, but also being able to break the combo with the Silencer, having this global presence, Monkey scouting things out just with one Boundless Strike. This is how Tundra back in the days when they won their first DI also did play. If this is going to be position 4 Monkey, because this was 33 playing some Dead Prophet, Monkey King position 4, and Monkey position 4 is back in meta, as we saw yesterday. P-Vision, what they can do with it, other teams showing it as well. So Tundra, I think this is the team that can adapt the quickest in terms of how they want to play the game after losing a game. Ooh, this is nasty.
What? We've seen Broodmother, but it's like that last pick, gotcha.
This is like the Invoker counter. Like it used to be an Invoker counter, and Silencer also kind of does nothing against the creeps. And I was going to praise Tundra for their opening, their second phase picks with the Monkey and Silencer having a flex pick and Silencer to counter the SD and Apache. And now with the Brood coming out, it kind of complicates things, Are you going to be able to deal with the spiders? And
yes.
It's going to get complicated,
Yeah, you need something. I think you need this type of a hero that I mentioned. I think they need an extra stun, so going for a hero like a Sanking could be pretty good for them. This is the hero that can park himself where Broodmother is. Either that, or I think Axe is also.
I mean, would you consider like just putting the Monkey King against the Brood?
See, that's what I was thinking. Like, I know Invoker position 4 in pro level pubs was a thing prior to TI.
Yeah,
you want to see BZM Invoker though, just in general, especially with this new build people are doing. But I agree, like traditionally, an old counter to Brood was Monkey King because, I mean, any hero that has scaling damage that's in an AoE that can kill the spiders is good. Like Tiny and Monkey King, you can just kill the massive spiders and it's not a huge problem.
They have a triple save right now. You have Hook, you have Shadow Demon with the Disruption, Tusk with the Snowball as well. Broodmother is not the easiest hero to catch.
Yep, there we go. The Sand King, someone to park in the Brood's lane.
It's also a setup for Invoker. I think it does allow you, like Silencer plus Sand King is the old school combo. It goes way back 20 years of Dota. It's just very easy to execute these type of executions. Now have Invoker, Monkey King, so the overwhelming like Heroic doesn't have team fight at all. Like they need to snowball pretty heavily.
The early game is gonna be like quite a test, for Tundra, because this Brood and Tusk, they are gonna cause a lot of problems to Silencer. So right now, the biggest question for Tundra is, do we actually move the Monkey King to a core, or can we actually deal with this SD and Tusk pressure in the early game with this Monkey King Silencer duo, which I'm not very sure, because Monkey King Silencer doesn't feel like it's going to be able to deal with this Tusk SD in the early game. And if you can't deal with the supports pressure in the early game, it means that you're going to lose out on the runes, and you're going to lose on the map, and maybe we're going to see a repeat of game 1. So that has got to be in their mind.
I agree, because it's Crystallis, like, you see Monkey King and you're like, he's going to play it, but I totally agree. Like, I think SD versus Monkey as a core is just a little too hard.
I actually maybe would want them to put the Monkey as a core, but pick a support that can deal with Brute, maybe like a Spirit Breaker, even though the SD is going to deal with the Monkey later. But I feel that the early game, the problems they had in the early game, in the previous game, might happen again. So they need a support that can at least mirror what the Tusk and SD is doing, and at the same time maybe deal with the Brute, which I feel like Spirit Breaker could be a suitable answer here.
Oh, I love the SB in a vacuum, but against SD, it's another hero that can just purge the status resistance.
Yeah, I think something simple like a Snapfire could be really good. It gets you over the shards. It gives you damage to kill the Broodmother as well. The 1-2 pairing with the Sand King, and they do ban it out.
Yeah, they're thinking along the same lines as you guys. There is just something so synonymous about Crystallis and this Monkey King that they're thinking comfort on the verge of elimination. Do you really?
You don't want to overcomplicate the draft.
Exactly.
I think Heroic is doing exactly that, because these combination of these 4 heroes, I don't think we've seen them in, I would say, a couple of years, because it just doesn't happen.
It's not easy to execute this. This is a hard draft for Heroic to play, so I really do respect it, but Tundra, in my opinion, it feels like they have the upper hand, at least in terms of like ease of execution right now.
If they can survive the early game.
Yeah.
I do feel like if they can do well in the early game for Heroic, I think it's going to be like a very straightforward game. They're going to pressure, take the map with the Brute. So for Tundra, it's going to be up to them to decide where this Monkey King is going to go right now. It's going to be a tough decision here.
Head on down to the stage with Slacks and their coach, Moon Meander.
Thank you very much. Yes, we're here with Moon Meander. Moon, so great to see you once again, and quite an interesting draft that you are up against, my friend. You knew the punch was coming, banned it last time. They're going to first pick it. Were you expecting this? You think you have enough?
Yeah, we were expecting it. We knew they flexed it, but we felt like the bad Earthshaker were more annoying flexes, and we just lost to it, so we got to respect it.
Yeah, big respect bans on that bat. Don't blame you. But let's talk about the Broodmother coming in halfway through the draft. Surprised me. Did that surprise you? Because I see your team, it is all AoE team fight, baby. You guys are ready for something like that.
Yeah, I told my team against this guys, they're flexing everything, and we're drafting like good old honest men, so we're going to get whomped. This game we have to play more sneaky in the draft.
Absolutely. All right, but you do have a lot of favorites on there as well. I need to hear the prediction. This is for elimination, as I'm sure you know. Are we going to be seeing a Game 3?
For sure.
All right, and any words out there to the crowd? We're cheering for Tundra!
For Whitemon!
For Whitemon! All right, let's throw it into the game.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game 2 time now, ready to go. Can Tundra hold on here at the International and push us to a Game 3? Fog, what do you make of these lineups? We're getting a lot of fun stuff coming in. I mean, not some fun stuff as well. We're getting a spider, but the way it was picked right, they had confidence. They showed it as their 3rd pick here, Heroic. They have no fear against Tundra.
No, really interesting stuff we got coming out. 2 heroes that are actually all 3 cores in a way, right? Not traditionally played in these positions, maybe on most teams, but Heroic, very ready to play these. And I'm glad that we actually mentioned a bit toward the end, or not the end, but even in the middle of the game before. Whisper, playing his Batrider, 2 favorite offlaners he likes to play, Batrider and Phoenix. This one, he's going to be playing the Phoenix. Let's see if Tundra has this style that's going to be able to work for it, because they also have Silencer, which has traditionally been a pretty good hero versus Phoenix in lane because of the, you Arcane Curse him, you last word him. If he does get in a bad position, the dive is going to return you to that position because of the silence. And also in mid-game, right? The global is very, very detrimental versus that hero. So let's see what we get going as Tundra does feel like they've adapted, pivoted their draft to have a better chance inside that mid-game, but Heroic definitely with another draft that could get some pretty big snowballing in terms of laning phase. I'm looking at the 2 supports, of course, because I think that was the best support play I've seen from Heroic in this tournament, even in the early game. They did everything. They killed lanes, stacked, blocked camps, got ward vision. It was beautiful. So let's see what we do get this time.
Yeah, with this support combo here again, should be able to achieve similar things, right?
Yeah.
You're definitely still going to have that once again with the Shadow Demon, and throwing the Tusk into the mix is going to be feeling pretty nice as well.
It feels similar, right? Like Tusk is pretty much a Marcy in a way, right? He's got the snowball save for positioning. And then that SD, of course, is just the exact same hero. So, yeah, let's see how the lanes in particular go down, because Tundra, they struggled from very early on in that last game.
And what do you expect sort of from Analog on the Spider this game? As we said, picked relatively early in the draft compared to where you maybe expect to see a Brood. Not that we're really seeing a lot of Brood at the moment in this tournament. But overall, is this a difficult game for him? Have they very much picked heroes that are going to be able to stop what the Brood wants to be doing?
They've got ways to always protect versus these Spiderlings, especially early on. With the Sand King, the Underlord, the Monkey King, they have good ways to scout as well. So, not too sure the build that Analog's going to go. I know some players like some players like these Orchid kind of run over builds. I've seen other players like this Conda Poke Phylactery build. I'm not too sure which one Analog likes to actually play with, so I'm curious to see what he wants to actually go for here. And yeah, let's see top. Overall, if Tundra's able to have a better time, because they got destroyed in this top lane. Just off of level 1 pretty much from the start of things. So.
We sort of had Chrysalis ended up dying a couple of times.
I mean, they already died once. Like in the last one, Toby had already died as the Pugna, so already getting to play a normal lane. And this Underlord pick, right? This has been it's a Tundra classic now at this point for the carriers. Bottom sucks.
Bottom, he's in trouble. He's going to try and stand his ground against Yuma. We'll get the Boundless Strike off, but the poison stacks up and a little bit of a pause.
Yeah, it looked like he looked like he was not attacking or something ended up happening there as Yuma.
Now, what are we going to see off the back of this? Is 33... He's fine, right? He's got a Burrow Strike. In fact, can he kill the Pudge?
Unlikely.
Shouldn't be enough, right? Because Sandstorm's still going to be on cooldown for a few seconds.
He's got Tango going as well, so...
Yeah, so...
Should be okay.
Probably will just head back here, 33. We'll see. Maybe he tries to go aggressive.
Sunstrike. Maybe there's a Sunstrike.
Oh, that's true.
I'm checking mana. No. So, 33. He'll swap to KJ.
Doesn't want to commit with the Burrow. Level 1 feels it's not going to be enough damage to get a kill in return.
Heroic, this is what they want. They just want constant kill threat in these lanes, but we do have to watch for these Sunstrikes, right? BZM is going to be looking for those with the stuns that he does have from the setup, especially in this bottom lane. Has to make sure he doesn't use too much of his mana, though. Sometimes on this Invoker, when you're playing versus Broodmother, and Brood used to be the literal nightmare for Invoker in the mid lane, so BZM does have to make sure that he stands his own and keeps at least some mana healthy.
Yeah, already starting to get that pressure on and play underneath the tower.
Yeah,
a good amount of denies in.
Hey, when this level 6 comes, I'm wondering what Tundra wants to do in terms of moving things, because even though the new build with the Invoker is the Dominator, I don't know if it's enough to handle the Brood Spiders that just start coming in. We'll have to see how BZM ends up handling that. Bottom 33, you mentioned to me actually something I did want to talk about. You said the win rate for him so far. He's actually 0-3 on the Sand King so far in this tournament, so let's see if it ends up being a bit better for him this time around, because most people, they're playing at mid lane, so definitely interesting to point out.
Top lane. Oh, but to get the trap here onto Toby with the shards. Toby, he'll go down. See if he can set up for Chrysalis to find kills and return the firestorm back up. Whisper tries to dive away.
He didn't Lotus.
A Tundra will be able to get the trade.
I guess he probably thought he wasn't going to live anyway, but Whisper did not pop the Lotus on himself. Nice Chrysalis, just the cleave. Whenever you get these kills, extra damage, he's going to pick up his boots.
Yeah, it's got a good amount of strength as well with these early stat items that he's picked up, so is definitely kitted out to deal with the harassment that Heroic are trying to throw down on him.
Don't want to hemorrhage too many kills now up here on Tundra, though, because the Urn, it is finished up now on the Phoenix. That is that big power spike, especially in the early laning phase. If you do get these stacks up, can just constantly pose kill threat. Yeah, and it's interesting to see mid laners that, we have two mid laners that don't play with bottle. We're actually going to have no bottle in a game mode. So that's going to be pretty interesting to see how they want to play around power runes in particular throughout the game. Because it usually ends up being a lot of rotations around those power runes to secure and refill. Yeah, neither of them are going to have that. 33. Big poison stacks.
Yeah, still getting very good farm out of this lane at 33. We see that at the moment, top 2 CS.
And he'll always have those stacks to go back to at some point. Sure, not just yet, but eventually. We do know how Tundra likes to play with those, and most of these Sand Kings like to play with stacks. Might even go get one set up now on the side of 33 since his lane is not in a good position. Saksa will also start getting stacks going. He's going to deward the block that came out from King Jungles.
We're sitting in the mid. BZM very much able to get some good denies in now in turn. Now that he's got the levels and the Forge Spirit.
Yeah, I didn't get this. I was trying to keep track, but it's too hard to. I don't know how many of those denies were Forge Spirits, or if they were lane creeps in particular, but I can actually check at least based off of net worth a bit there. But it's pretty much even between the two at the moment, so.
It's close. It's just going to be a case of, you know, how we're seeing change up when the 6 has been hit. We're seeing early pressure coming in as both supports have turned up. They will respect the TP rotation coming in, though. They'll hold back for now.
Nice, similar to last time, right? Heroic looking to get aggro.
And they're trying to go for Analog here with a cold snap, but he has backup of King Jungle. Still going to take a lot of damage, though, from that one.
Ice Wall off the mark. If that connects, very likely it's just a kill. No Sunstrike mana. Saksa will find a courier pickup. Bottom lane has kind of been broken a bit, but now 33 with the wave pushing in, we'll be able to get a little more out of it. And rotations actually.
Indeed, early move here. Pre-level 6. Maybe seeing if he can catch Crystallis while slow.
He is very
Schofield's going to be able to provide the setup.
Schofield's right on him.
This is buying time for Yuma to close in. Not somewhere where you expect to find the Pudge turning up at this point, the carry Pudge. Yuma's here. We'll be able to make sure that he can take Crystallis down.
That was a heads up. Someone must have indicated, right? Crystallis is low HP. Schofield probably saying it that he can find that. That was a very, very heads up move there. Scan, I see. Beautiful. So good identification from them. Tundra. Okay, so this is the option I guess they're doing. Bringing the 3 heroes to push away Analog. But the Spiders, they will start to rack up. BZM, Dominator, getting closer and closer.
Yuma, after finding that kill, can head back to the bottom lane and pretty freely farm. I mean, if you're Tundra, where would you imagine you're looking to bring the first move? Or are you not? Is this going to be a pretty passive opening for Tundra?
I feel like it would be pretty passive until the blink comes out from 33. They can get kills with the Sunstrike on some of these situations, but they're actually going to lose their Shrine of Wisdom here too. And they know it's happening.
That's
so
pretty
they're
big.
choosing to not even contest their Shrine.
I mean, Tundra's looking towards the mid. They'll get the setup onto Analog. It's an easy kill here for the 2 of them.
All right, so prioritizing helping out BZM, then taking
and they
their own
should
Shrine.
be able to find Whisper as well, surely. He's got the egg.
He does, and he has Fire Spirits in 2 seconds.
He's able to get them off. He's not able to do it. Ends up going down.
The last word. Sometimes Silencer can really do this versus Phoenix a lot. Can be very, very annoying in the early game. And, I mean, even in the mid game, at all stages in particular.
Yeah, big couple of kills there for Tundra to find, pretty much on their side of the map, with Analog getting caught under the tier 1 and Whisper getting caught strolling through the jungle.
And it was a choice they made. They gave up their Shrine of Wisdom.
I was thinking about maybe going for that, but Yuma didn't end up stepping quite close enough.
Yeah, that's BZM. He's got the Dominator finish. So overall, versus the Broodmother, he's 500 ahead. I think Tundra's pretty happy, at least with this current lane setup that has gone down. Secondary Shrine, of course, we see. Heroic will be able to claim that one for themselves, so good jump of experience. Saksa will go check it, but it's already been taken.
Easy hook for Yuma. Gets the grab on to Toby. We'll see Cold Snap come in and try and put a stop to it, but Toby's already gone. BZM, unlikely. Maybe with the help of 33, they can find something. Crystallis ready to join as well. Ice Wall not going to catch them. So Heroic should be fine to get away. So that's 33 and Crystallis both turning up. But BZM didn't quite have enough control to set up for Tundra to do anything in response.
Yeah, Tundra's got the the opportunities in the map to be able to have a lot of heroes just very quickly. With the Underlord, with the Sunstrike, right? It's kind of this pseudo-hero being there as well, too. So trying to react to some of Heroic's move, but don't get a kill out of that reaction.
All in all, close start there.
Definitely.
Nobody getting completely shut down. Just overall, really, Yuma sticking ahead by a little bit extra here, as he's had a very clean start as the carry Pudge. 2-0-1, and he's ready to maybe see if he can find someone again up on this top side of the map.
Whisper's got the Vessel coming on the courier too. Saksa
up in the trees, and he's able to get the hook. He knows exactly where he's jumped up to. Yuma ready to grab him and claim another kill for himself.
Giving him a last hit too.
Very nice moves here from the carry Pudge, knowing exactly when to swing across to the other side of the map and find these opportunities.
Might be able to find the tower out of this too. Early pressure from Heroic. They're going to be able to get the secondary tower, perhaps mid.
So they can punish Analog. They should be able to with the 3 of them. So it's pretty speedy, actually. In fact, he might just be speedy enough.
Looks to be just okay. It's
close. The last tick pretty much gets him. They needed that, Tundra. They get it. Same time down bottom. Global Silence is going to come in as Tundra attempting to chase down the Shadow Demon. Sunstrike, beautifully placed by BZM, will secure the kill.
Very big kills around the map. Like, literally the last tick, it looks like, on the Broodmother that they're able to get that one there. And it looks like he has shown his build, so he is going to be going down the Orchid route that we were perhaps expecting, but I'll say the same thing as I said about the last Orchid, that sometimes if this item doesn't snowball, it can fall off very quickly. Yuma, bottom. Sox is looking for a setup, but decides against it.
Chrysalis was prepared to join.
No Sunstrike man, I believe, on BZM, otherwise maybe he does commit for the play.
Top. So far they step up. I mean, Schofield's looking at this, but still hard for Whisper to play into this anytime that Silencer is around. Toby going to be ready with the spells to trip up the combo.
Chrysalis, he's got his item that he does do on his Underlord, as we mentioned. This is his carry that he's played throughout the year. The Mask of Madness, it's done. Can be pretty ridiculous how much damage this hero gets. If he does get even one kill in a team fight, it starts to snowball pretty rapidly. Soxa constantly trying to get tabs of bottom.
Has to be careful.
This time around, King Jungles is a lot lower level than last time. He was level 6 at the 9-minute mark last time, so it's almost 11 minutes in, and the Shadow Demon does not have the Purge available just yet.
How are we doing on the timing for the Blink Dagger for 33? Pretty much has it. Yeah, with this, so... Bonham Saxa continues to tease around with King Jungles. He's going to commit with the Wukong's command. They want King Jungles dead. He'll get the disruption off. See if Huma's able to do anything to help out. He'll get the aggressive hook in towards him. Tornado comes in to put a stop to the Dismember and gives Saxa a chance to survive. Sunstrike connects. BZM helping out it, but the stun comes in, holds back Saxa, so Yuma will survive. And Saxa,
body blocks,
jump his way out of this. He can, he actually gets up for the trees, but the tick damage from Whisper will put an end to it.
Oh, I was so close to them getting the Pudge as well. Yuma, that tornado was literally just on the clip. Almost finding it there with BZM. Action-packed early game, 66. Both teams matching each other's aggression. And now Tundra, as you said, with this Blink Dagger on 33, feeling much more confident for the team fight. Global also at the ready for Toby.
Yeah, they're ready to go down bottom, and we can see it here with this smoke. So Heroic, how prepared are they for this? They lose a support, they'll take it. And 33 is going to be in with the jump. And Whisper is going to show himself. Snowball there buying a little bit of safety. For Schofield, Sunstrike's going to be off the mark this time with the Boundless Strike, and the Sandstorm damage will be enough to bring Schofield down.
And Whisper, he did use the dive. They're looking for him. He gets...
They're going to just kill that egg very, very easy. So Tundra turning up now as a team, showing much better of a chance than they had in game one here with these sort of efforts.
Super aggressive moves that we see coming out from them. Soxa, he almost has his Dominator now finished too, so the numbers, they're starting to get them to rack up. The Brood, Analog has to play his own game. He doesn't want to look to turn up to those fights until he does have his desired item. I mean, so it will take some time for him.
He's going to have to do a lot, but as you say, even if he does get this timing and turns up, they do have ways to deal with the Brood and the Spider Army.
Absolutely. Lots of different ways, either from the Cleave or from just the spells from the Invoker and the Sand King. 2K lead now for Tundra. And their economy game, as we said, the Dominators, they are online, so that economy very likely to continue growing as well. They are able to do this creep-cutting shenanigans, as we have seen time and time again from this Monkey King. This time it being Soxa, so we'll see how much damage he can do, but 9 class made it look actually broken, so...
Having a much smoother entrance into this game too, as opposed to game one, Tundra.
Yeah, and they've slowed down the aggression in particular, right? Whisper and Schofield in that last game, they completely ran rampant. This time around, a lot slower for them.
33 still with the epicenter and in the neighborhood down bottom if there is a chance to fight.
Looking to set up for a play here.
They could try and burst Whisper. He's got to be a bit careful. If 33 gets the chance to go for this, he will. Whisper holding back.
They're trying to cut the tree there. Soxa being very annoying. Saw that Whisper tried to go for that dive play, but won't be able to. Heroic looking to finish up these next items. The Aghanim's very soon done for Yuma. Perhaps that's when they'll look to accelerate things a bit more, but Tundra are getting to just... Tundra's getting to do what they wanted to do this game, is sit back and hit some creeps.
I mean, it's going to be this double timing, right? Aghanim's on Purge and Orchid on Brood are pretty much going to hit at the same time. So as soon as those are both out, which will be very, very shortly, you got to imagine that Heroics, they're going to make the move immediately.
Yeah. But they do have to watch out, because there's a lot of counter-aggression from Tundra. There's a lot of global aspect. There's literally a global silence, a global teleport, and that global Sunstrike too. So even if you run into 1 or 2 heroes, it can be multiple more in a way very quickly.
They've got the money here for the Orchid, so they'll be on the way out.
And I believe that's the
Aghanim's done. Do they have a smoke between them?
They
do. King Jungles is ready if they want to make that move.
Let's see where they do want to look to go. The scan will come out, catches 33 Toby.
And they get the setup. I mean, this is the thing, as you said, if the Silencer finds you first as the Phoenix.
It's so hard to play Phoenix for Silencer.
But as we saw in the draft, you know,
they picked it into it.
They didn't care. They wanted to still run this.
Global was used. Saxa setting up on top. BZM.
Sitting a step out. Here with the Wukongs. Sax is ready to take King Jungles down. And Yuma, he's got to run.
He is very isolated. 33 is here.
And they can keep hunting him. Or a strike, not going to connect, but closes the gap onto Yuma. Same time, Analog will be able to kill off Chrysalis. His chase chop continuing, though.
His team's coming. They're coming through the portal.
See what they can do. He gets the dismember off, but will be put on top of the cold snap. And indeed now Tundra, they might be the ones that have to run. Snowball closes it onto 33. He's looking to get the upset off, but the punch up's there.
And Saxa.
And he got the silence here from Analog straight over towards him. Dive forward from Whisper. Heroic will take this fight, as indeed it seemed like Tundra, they were not prepared for the rest of Heroic to come across and help out.
So close, that Sunstrike almost getting him.
I mean, it all started
Quick connection.
on the other side of the map. Heroic getting that kill against Chrysalis and then being able to turn it into so much more.
Schofield, looks like they're moving for a play on him, but he's got
Analog's still
Snowball.
around. He could come in from the side. Ice Wall will slow Analog down for now.
Schofield.
He should be fine, but
fine.
only just. Sunstrike off the mark this time. Was worth a shot, though.
That is dangerous for BZM. A couple more seconds if he lingers up there. Analog, if he had a couple more spiders,
He would have gone in on him.
For it.
Yeah, that Ice Wall sort of saved his life there, holding back Analog.
Yeah, just literally clipped him right on the edge of it. Big kills for Heroic, getting things back into their way. On that timing that they were looking for. Whisper in the area here, too. He's got level 2 egg with Veil.
They're looking at 33, and they're straight in with the Orchid. Supernova as well. They're easily going to be able to burn down the Sand King.
Good aggressive plays coming in from them. The Orchid, it is working.
Absolutely
a couple pickoffs already with it.
Yeah, from sort of the bottom play on a Chrysalis and then coming forward to the top and now onto 33 here off the respawn.
Yeah.
He's doing a lot here, Analog,
and
as was going to be required.
And he's going to be going down just right-click build, right? He's going to be able to do quite a bit of damage in this game if he gets the BKB. It's a really value BKB game, Owen. It counters quite a lot of Tundra if they're able to get it at good timings on these cores. It's a lot of magic damage and control that Tundra has. The physical damage is mostly going to be from the Underlord, but he doesn't have the easiest way into these fights a lot of times versus a Tusk versus a Shadow Demon.
Yeah, has to get this BKB online as soon as he can, Chrysalis.
Yeah, and he's pretty close to it, to be fair.
He is. He's making good steps towards it. Still top net worth at the moment here on the carry Underlord.
Just does have to watch out. You know, he can't just get focused with the Purge because he is literally priority Purge target #1 in this game from the Shadow Demon. Okay, it looks like Saxa is going to go down. Yeah, he's queuing up at least. He's queuing up the pipe. That can be pretty interesting versus the mass magic damage that comes out from the Phoenix and the Pudge.
Definitely going to take a bit of time to get online.
Yeah, quite some time. BZM, Aghanims, getting closer and closer. Big wombo combo that can definitely come out. Sure, it's not the Exort one, but this is the one that he likes to play with anyway.
See if they end up searching this top half fully, because Analog is around. They'll know it now.
Ooh, he is being sneaky, though. 33. Does he want to go for the play?
It's difficult to find him. He's going to look towards him. We'll get the Burrow Strike. Sax is ready to help out as well. Burrow into the boundless and the Sunstrike. Analog will try and hide in the trees, but he is surrounded. Tundra, find the spider.
In the meanwhile, Heroic was looking to make a play elsewhere, but nobody is currently down here.
I mean, if they continue to move in the triangle, they might meet Chrysalis, but looks like they're not going to go all the way there.
Saxa, is he going to be able to break the smoke too? Or are they going to find Chrysalis?
They might find him. They're a little split up. They're not fully following King Jungles right now into that area, so.
And now bottom, her Whisper might get set up on him himself. Toby is down here.
Does have the global silence ready to use.
Whisper's not going for a Dispel, which is a bit interesting to say. He's just going full aggression.
See top, they get in with a jump. Ooh. Massive amounts of burst there to take down the Pudge. We'll see Heroic try and turn. Global's going to be popped, but already 33 burning down low here from the damage of Whisper in the vessel. So Heroic will get the trade for that dive.
Whisper was kind of close to getting that snowball too. That was actually relatively close with that 4-step play that he went for there. And yeah, Whisper, he's going full aggression, Owen. So not worrying about the silencer in particular, at least not just yet, as he's gone for this Shivas plus Vessel route. Very early Shivas again, just like he did last time. It's a ton of magic damage he's going to be kicking off in these fights.
Yeah, it's kind of that's the thing, right? Even if they do get the curses, the silences onto him, it's a high chance he's able to survive through it with that Shiva's Guard.
Yeah, perhaps so. And maybe he's just having a lot of confidence in Schofield just protecting him in some of these situations too. As smoke from Tundra. BZM and Saksa paired up.
I've got the setup. King Jungles will get the disruption off.
He's just fine.
But Wukong's is there. So King Jungles will fall.
Can Saksa get out is the question.
He's pretty slippery as the Monkey King. So should be fine.
Looks like he will. Oh,
they're going to try and chase. Does get clipped by the Shivas, so we'll start taking a fair bit of damage here for the Vessel as well. But yeah, one of those heroes that you really don't want to spend too much time chasing, especially when it's the support. He's just too slippery.
Yeah, thought perhaps they could get actually a kill on the retreat there, since it took some time to bring down the SD, but not the case. 3 TPs, or 2 TPs there from Heroic, and they're going to lose their mid tower now out of it from the split push from Tundra. Tundra manipulating the map. A 3K lead now for them.
Yeah, BZM picking up the farm very nicely. He's going to soon have the bots as well, so...
More global.
All across the map. Lotus Orb as well for 33, so we'll have a bit of a better chance of just getting in there and surviving against some of the single target that Heroic are trying to throw down on him to control him.
And Crystallis, he can turn up to these fights now. As we said, he did disassemble, got the BKB, now he's got the Echo Saber as well. He's strong. This damage is pretty ridiculous if he's actually able to connect on these heroes. If he finishes up this Harpoon before the fight, then he can easily pull them in and actually hit targets easier.
I mean, so what do you look for if you're Heroic? You know that any sort of play that you try and make, it is going to be answered by Tundra. So what would you imagine the call is now from Heroic?
I think they can still fight. They've got their double BKB timing as well. So it's just going to be of execution inside of that team fight. Who gets that initiation?
Schofield. And Whisper here. 33's going to find the setup. They'll drop the global. It's a dead Phoenix. Not a chance with the silencers coming into play.
45 seconds.
I mean, they might look for more Schofield. Get the D-Ward. We'll be able to slide away with the Force Staff, and
Tundra
does have Yuma by his side.
Tundra wants Tormentor here. That's their ideal here. So Heroic might look
they want to go
for the fight, but they don't have like their strongest hero.
Sure, Yuma's he's drawn the line on the map, so he wants to get over it, but this Tormentor dies too quickly here to the full 5 mana Tundra, so not a chance to interrupt that. Maybe a chance to still find a kill.
They're looking for the catch on the retreat. They have a deep ward placed.
Can they catch Crystallis?
Might just find Crystallis here. BKB.
They are. They're going to get the hook in.
Smart play.
Toby. He will get away in time before King Jungles comes a-looking.
Tundra will get away with what they wanted. BKB was used from Crystallis. You know, we said how important it is this game, but there is going to be a lot of tools that do go through it.
Bottom. Let's see Whisper turn up. Sax is in trouble. Analog's ready to commit as he pops the BKB. He stays on top of the Monkey King and is able to kill him off through the Wukong's command. Wasn't able to fight back that time. Sax does still have BZM around. Now they know that there might be a chance to get in on this. 33 makes the jump. Epi Burrow Strike and the Meatball coming down to take Analog out. They get the curse down on a Whisper. Whisper trying to push back against Toby and BZM. BZM, does he find a chance to get back in on this?
Whisper.
He's going to be falling low. The Sunstrike doesn't connect. And on the side, King Jungles starting to play around with BZM. Yuma sweeping across. We'll see if we can find the hook. Jump forward. Hook's going to be off the mark. But still, though, the poison's stacking up. The Supernova's going to be successful. They can't kill it. They have to try and run, but BZM, he's dead. Toby continues to get chased, tries for the TP out, but he's gone as Yuma closes in on him. King Jungles finishes him off with the poison.
Oh, my. Oh, and I'm so happy that we're doing this series. This just kills everywhere. 15 to 15. Both teams playing around cooldowns beautifully, right? One team sees BKB used, they wait for a second to go in, they catch the target, the Brood dies, but then the backup comes in. Heroic, prepared for that aggression, finding BZM. I mean, where did KJ come from? I mean, he just wrapped around him.
I think, caught Tundra by surprise for sure, but it's definitely one of those moments where, if you were Tundra, you have to go for that move, right?
Absolutely.
33 sees the chance to kill Analog, he has to go for it. Just the problem is that Heroic indeed were ready to punish it and now has set up the map to get themselves this chance to take the Roshan. Tundra, they're starting to head over. Maybe a Sunstrike? Not going to do anything. They're able to clean it up for themselves and get that Aegis onto Yuma. Sax up.
Yuma gets out too. Tornado doesn't clip him.
Schofield might be left behind.
Oh, that's the gem.
Oh, nice force up to the high ground. Is that going to be enough to save him? It looks like it will. He's got King Jungles by his side. Schofield able to slide away. Saxa is going to try and have the final word about this.
I mean, Schofield has the gem. He is a high priority kill right now.
And they can't chase him. They can't kill him. He gets out. He keeps it safe. And again, one of those games where Whisper, he loves to hold on to the gold. He's nearly got 4,000 gold in the bank on top of this Shiva's Guard. Possibly considering, do you imagine he'll commit for this, the bots and the Midas, or maybe he is thinking BKB or something else?
I'm thinking BKB or Lotus.
Yeah, there we go.
BKB.
BKB, he needs it, and it's coming out.
It's too important in this game.
I mean, because we are seeing, if Whisper does manage to get his spells off, like, it's pretty ridiculous how much damage this Phoenix can do, right? So if he's able to pop BKB, get the egg off, it's pretty much impossible for Tundra to fight into.
He also can be more hesitant about just using the egg, right? He can just stand his ground with it.
They're going to get the jump on him.
He dies
See if they got the burst, dive away. The Global Silence will come in, and now the BKB is up, so Whispers can survive and start burning down 33 with the Sunray. 33 will fall. Whisper lives.
Heads up play. I mean, they probably just checked him, and they're like, hey, he's got no extra, and then a BKB just appears out of nowhere, so...
Yeah, I mean, that's obviously the strength, right, of saving up this kind of 4,000 gold and then bam, just dropping an item purchase.
That can definitely catch people completely off guard. I don't know if they saw him pick up that BKB there. And yeah, little things that Heroic is doing that's very clever. Even them killing this Roche early, I wanted to point this out. They even used the SD with the disruption with the Menace.
I mean, we're definitely seeing as well, it might not be able to put a stop to him jumping away, but the whole kind of dive in Shiva's Guard is very good for trying to scout the area and find where the Monkey King is.
It feels like Heroic is starting to get some pretty good momentum their way. Now having this Aegis also for Yuma, these fights are looking pretty good for them. And 33 does have to be a bit careful because he is starting to fall a little behind, starting to be the sacrifice. And I think having such a great start, that is. He's still in a good position in terms of net worth, but a couple deaths now for 33.
Yeah, BZM at the moment with the more impressive KD on Tundra's side. I think, one of the struggles, though, that has been for Tundra, despite the fact...
BZM, you're mentioning him. He doesn't have his BKB.
Well, they've got the setup. There's nobody coming to help him. He is very, very dead.
King Jungle, that's 2 times that he's
these
just
supports from Heroic are just hunting down and finding these huge opportunities. Same time, Yuma going to try and chase down Saxa. And the quick curse from Toby should hold Yuma back enough so Saxa will survive, gets out of that. But I think one thing we're seeing, or not seeing right, for Tundra, for all the kills and the fact that they are able to keep up with the pace overall, kind of on an individual level, they're still yet to really find that big fight for Crystallis to be able to pop off, right?
Absolutely.
He's not
been
really
very quiet.
They tried to make those earlier attempts with the Fiend's Gates, but nothing has kind of happened where he's turned up with this top net worth and cleaned up a fight. So far, Heroic, they've been able to dance around any time that Crystallis wants to show up.
No, definitely. And as we said, he's going to be focused a lot in this game from either a Demonic Purge or a Punch or, the potential Sunray if his BKB isn't there.
Yeah, it can be
a
a
lot of damage that can really trip up this Underlord. So we'll have to see what Crystallis can do when the fight actually is something that he can actually contribute to. Analog.
Still a minute and a half left on this Aegis, so Yuma will not be afraid of looking to make the moves, and here we go. Smoke up again from Heroic.
Another thing we do have to mention is Heroic, as we see, they have multiple different ways to protect each other. They have either an S3 Disruption, they have snowballs, either these Force Staffs. On the side of Tundra, there's a Force Staff and a Lotus, as we see.
And the Global, I guess.
And the Global, but it's not the same type of save.
Sure.
Can be a little harder to bail people out of a bad scenario.
I don't know if Tundra's going to expect Heroic to come from this position.
Hey, Toby.
Yeah, they're going to find the silencer first, so no chance of a Global for the next 50 seconds unless he wants to come in with the buyback play. Crystallis will be found. So 30 comes in with the jump forward to the Burrow Strike, but Yuma pops the BKB. There's the buyback Global coming in from Toby. BZM turns with the Tornado to lock down Schofield into the meatball. Hook to set Schofield to safety. See if there's going to be enough here as he gets in deep with the Snowball, though, as that comes to an end and will die. Whisper pushing forward with the BKB, just able to fight on into the epicenter. The Wukon's command laid down. Whisper dives in. He's got the Supernova at the ready. Tundra, they've got to back off, but Saxa's not going to get the chance as Analog takes him down. Tundra, can they get back in after this Supernova? That's the question. BZM trying to look for any sort of opportunity. Crystallis, he's got himself stuck. What? He's going to get hooked. The Sunray comes in. The Tornado will put a stop to the Dismember at least, but Yuma in on top of Crystallis.
He's gone.
Oh my goodness, he didn't want to do that. He got stuck. He came through the Fiend's Gate, ended up getting stuck and set up for an easy hook. The fight continues though. 33 pots the BKB, will get him with a Burrow Strike on a Whisper, but Yuma's back in. Hook there, straight to the face of 33, takes down another. And the rest of the remedies are surround Toby. The fight It's a bloody one, but Heroic will come out on top, and I guess you got to be careful with where you're coming in with these Fiends Gates, right? You can't be too close to these kind of pincer points of the map, because you just might get stuck and hooked.
He also, at that point too, he had no BKB. He was getting melted from the sun ray that was coming in from above. Also, the start of this fight, 33. This was also 70 seconds ago, so I'll quickly revamp, but 33, his Epi, his blink got stopped, I believe, from the Phoenix, so he couldn't actually jump in with Epi pre-Aegis timing. So they're actually missing a lot of damage on Tundra, and Tundra, that was a buyback from Toby as well.
It was
to
as
bring
well,
the
yeah.
global,
It really was.
And they still lose the fight.
That's rough. We'll see it again here.
You see this? So this, I believe, is where 33 in a couple moments here. He ends up Lotus reflecting the Dismember, but you see he's going to start trying to rev up this Epi soon, and it ends up getting canceled, I believe, from Whisper, who walks on top of him.
So at this point, you know, Tundra know that there's still a chance of getting back in on this.
Yeah, and there you see it. Whisper, he walks right on top of him, prevents the blink, I believe, just from his facet, that is, the burn that he's able to provide from the Dying Light. And then, yeah, Analog comes in and gets some good cleanup.
Yeah, he's able to clean up the supports very easily at the moment on this Brood. And then Chrysalis, we see, tries to Fiend's Gate deep into the fight, but he's just stuck on the steps. It's an easy hook for Yuma.
I don't think I've seen that before. I guess the steps is just, with the size of the gate, it just blocks you. All right, noted. Do not use Fiend's Gate
on the step, yeah,
unless you're blocking
pretty scary.
Enemies. 33. So he tried his best. The Healing Lotus actually ends up making him get that secondary kill, but yeah, Yuma with the follow-up.
I mean, he just got so much there on the cleanup there as the Pudge.
Yeah, that Aegis usage kind of perfect for the side of Heroic. And some big timings now, speaking of Heroic more, a refresher now for the Pudge, so double rounds of that BKB plus bite. And I believe Analog is about to have Bloodthorn, which is an insane damage increase for him. I believe he hit 20 as well. It's not as ridiculous as talent it used to be. I really believe this one was once 80 or 70 attack speed. Now it's only 35, but still substantial. As Heroic prepared for the fight.
Tundra, though.
Look at the ward they've got placed, Owen, again. I don't even know when they place these, but somehow Heroic is so sneaky with these this series.
They sense something, though. Chrysalis backing away.
33.
He might get found instead. They get him with the jump. Global has to come in, but they're going to have to follow up and get the Power Strike off. A 33 BKB won't save him. They still get the kill.
Yuma does pop his refresher, though. Does have the secondary BKB available, but they will get a massive kill. 33 gets brought down. 65 seconds. They also use the global. So Heroic, see what they want to use with that time.
Tundra's still trying to stay out on the map around the mid.
And look at these builds. So, as we said, you know, when you're playing versus certain heroes, sometimes too, you start changing. It's going to be a Greaves from King Jungles to be able to dispel that global. At least off of himself. Then he can potentially go for these save plays.
See will they get going with the shard. It's going to be going the way of Yuma.
Not bad.
And so far, should be definitely having an impact. We have been seeing Yuma hit the hooks.
He has been, absolutely. Even sometimes to save allies. Yuma.
BZM's got to be a bit careful. Schofield's going to get the jump, and he's got the back of a Saxa. BZM lays down the Wukong, but Schofield's able to get out to the side with the 4-star. Whisper is going to get caught in the pit at the side. Will pop the BKB. They'll try and push Whisper out of the fight, but he could be ready to get back in with the Supernova at the ready. Hook off the mark this time round. As Tundra start to back off a little bit, Yuma definitely going to try and go for another grab in a few seconds. Closing in onto Toby. They close the gap onto the silence, and Toby's gone. And all right, they could still look for more.
33's respawn. He's coming down.
So what they do here, Saxa, vision onto Whisper.
Heroic, they're backing up.
I mean, can Tundra find a catch and return?
It looks like they really want to here.
It's hard, though. Yuma's still very ready to fight. Even with the BKB gone, he's so beefy now. 3,500 HP.
They do have triple BKB at the ready on the cores on Tundra.
Can they find the fight?
Heroic.
Saxa. He's ready to lead in. Hook's not going to find him, but they do catch him with the silence and the harpoon as they drag him in, take him down. Schofield will fall in return. Tundra get the trade. They still have to be very cautious, though. As we say, Whisper still ready with the Supernova if the fight goes down.
Analog
on a larger scale.
Analog still has all of his stuff up as well, too. He's actually gone Disperser instead of going that Bloodthorn for now.
Drive forward. They get the Dismember. BZM did get the BKB off. Global silence there to put a stop to the Dismember and give BZM the chance to get out. As he'll back off, Chris is trying to get hits in, but it's still very difficult. The hook, not quite long enough to grab Crystallis this time.
And Crystallis is sitting at like 700 damage, but he can't hit targets. He was alacritied up, so he literally was doing about 700, but they're kiting him. The reset comes out. Heroic, they did have to use a buyback there, but still getting a good advantage in terms of net worth there. up to a 6K lead. And that was that Sox's gem or was that their own secondary gem? I actually didn't check, sorry. It was their own secondary gem, okay. Smoke up, Heroic, feeling strong. A full refresher also on Whisper.
Oh boy.
These fights look hard for Tundra.
That's so much relies on Toby having the global silence up.
And he is only going to have one ever. And he is quite poor at this game, and he is by far the bottom net worth in this game.
Chrysalis, they've got eyes on him.
Might get purged.
It was hit the side. Whisper's been able to cut the tree of Saxa. Saxa's got to pop the pipe and run.
Chrysalis.
Gonna get in on top of him. Yuma in with the BKB. Chrysalis trying to trade back and does have 33 ready to go at the side. Schofield will help to finish off Saxa. 33 ready to make the jump into the trees, but Yuma, he'll kite them out. They'll come in onto Analog, but the defensive hook comes in. Yuma saving Analog. Ready to move back in now with his own BKB. The Supernova's there. The punch up as well. Chrysalis is gone. Hook will catch onto the helm of the Dome Creep, meaning the 33 should be able to sneak away, or maybe not. The Shiva Slow coming in from Whisper. They'll put the refresher. He's ready for a second. Shiva's guard in on top of them, chasing and burning down both 33 and BZM as 33 will try and hide in the sandstorm, but the spirits connect. Whisper brings him down.
Oh, and they're starting to steamroll the coverage, the team fight, the spell casting is insane. The saves on each other too, just hooking each other out of these little situations. Crystals can't stand and fight almost ever. And Whisper, I mean, we're seeing why he doesn't care about that silencer.
Absolutely
why
not.
he doesn't care about these little small dispels. He's all about this macro play. Insane performance from him so far.
If Tundra don't have global ready to press, there just seems to be not a chance for them in these team fights, even with the BKBs and such. And as you say, just here, the fact that both Yuma and Analog are sort of able to dance around this carry Underlord, not give Chrysalis any sort of chance to get the damage done. And even here, when the Burst Strike connects, Yuma separating Analog from 33 and Chrysalis, keeping one another alive.
Honestly, and this is some of the better team fight spellcasting I've seen in quite some time. Heroic, they're just covering each other beautifully. Sometimes, you see these double melee. They're sometimes stacked up on top of each other going for a kill. They're completely aware that 33's looking for these epicenter plays and kind of distancing and gapping it each time. And it's beautiful to watch. The symphony of skill for sure coming in here from Heroic.
I mean, Whisper's just looking terrifying.
He's out of control.
We saw obviously like the Pudge games, and that was just Whisper having some fun. Now the gloves have come off, and he's bringing out these bats, these phoenixes, and they are looking pretty disgusting.
He's playing his true staples.
Yeah.
For those who do love to watch Whisper play these, he is gone completely ballistic so far this game. All three cores top of net worth, and as we mentioned too, the supports, they're still getting a decent amount in Toby. I mean, he's queuing up the refresher, but he has almost.
It's a long way away. But it's what he has to get. The global is so important to provide them a chance in these team fights.
That is surprising. It's giving Tundra a 52%.
I will see. Dota Plus has been right in the past.
It also probably has no idea what the hell is happening in this game because we have an Underlord carry, a Pudge carry, right? Things are a bit more bizarre than usual. So far, Heroic. Especially in these, the last 10 minutes, it does feel like they've broken the game quite a bit here with these last few fights. These refreshers do seem like it's adding another stage of difficulty for how Tundra wants to look to fight. There's double BKBs, double Phoenix Egg. Just don't have that many counters versus it. And now a BKB even on the Tusk. So the supports, they have ways to play around global. Greaves on the Shadow Demon, BKB on the Tusk, Demonic Cleanse on the Shadow Demon. Lots of different ways to cover each other. All right, big neutral items as we see for Tundra. Dazun on the Sand King, Dazun on the Invoker.
Any big plays here for BZM and 33. Looks going to be there. Yuma
again.
Ready to make sure that opening combo from Tundra doesn't do a lot.
And remember, this hook, it can catch people off guard because of the crazy low cooldown when you hook allies with that shard. Goes down to, 6 seconds if he does hook an ally. Picking up the Lincolns next for the Pudge. They're getting close to 25 on all three cores on Heroic.
They've got the Satanic done on Chrysalis, but as we've seen, he needs to get the hits in on the target.
He just can't attack, is the problem.
Yuma, again, making sure that it's not easy for Tundra to open up onto anyone other than the Pudge.
Yuma.
Sacks up. Trying to see what they can force out from him, though. Get the BKB out from Yuma. Chance for the hook. Not going to grab them this time. 33 considering maybe making the jump, but the BKB comes to an end. He's in, but the refresher BKB's there from Yuma.
Heroic looking to disengage.
Tundra pushing Heroic back successfully.
Yuma wants no participation in this without his BKBs. He wants to finish that Lincoln's. Tundra Gonna look to try to punish while those BKBs are on cooldown.
Yeah, they've got to be careful who shows here on Heroic, because Tundra very ready to make the jump.
There also is this Aegis at the ready, still for Analog, so...
Even if they do get the connection, it's definitely not going to be an easy team fight for Tundra.
No. And as we said, multiple different saves. So, gotta be careful who you go for. $50 seconds for BKB on Yuma. Starting to inch their way forward. A sneaky ward as we see plays from Toby, but they do see it with their gem.
And Whisper again with this very chill strat, just saving up the money. He's getting very close to having the luxury of picking up that Hex and definitely potentially surprising Tundra with it.
It's a pretty cool approach from him that he's done.
He's doing this a lot this series, yeah.
It's catching people off guard, and they're giving him XP, so he's about to hit 25.
So yeah, 25, and with a potential full Cypher Vice that he could pick up for the next fight, Whisper.
Level 25 also hit for Analog. Quite a bit stronger in terms of his right-click damage potential. And he has been able to get some right-clicks off.
He really has.
Unlike
I mean, in these team fights, you know, the supports of Tundra, they got to hide.
They do.
Because this Spider's been finding them time and time again, cleaning them up very quickly.
It's like the hardest game to play Silencer, really, at this point in the game. Right? He's got 4 staff and nothing else. No defensive items possible for him. Tundra. Creep cutting, buying time, trying to waste out this Aegis as much as possible. 50 seconds until it does go away.
What are we seeing next?
It's just difficult for them to keep these targets held down, right? As we're saying, like we have to see for the fight for Tundra when they can actually get Krystus to hit targets.
Yeah. Because, yeah, are we able to bring up the hero damage done? Just want to see if that does look not too hot, or if he's still been able to do a bit with the Firestorms and such, because that can add up.
It can. I mean, Whispers is probably through the roof, right? His is probably highest than like BZM in 33, but I imagine that the Underlord's damage done is quite a bit lower than the rest of the cores this game. Okay,
yeah, so
I mean, not too bad. All things said.
BZM definitely carrying the team fights though in damage output right now.
Yeah. A lot of it just from like little physical poke too from his summons, as we see there. See there from the Force Spear and the Dominator.
Yeah, I think it's just that, you know, when you have your carry with kind of like this AC Satanic and soon to be Daedalus, right? You need to have a lot being done by him.
Schofield will not allow them to take that shrine. They'll be able to claim both.
Talking about damage done, so Saxa's got a Deso on the way out.
That's an interesting pickup. From what we've seen and what I've seen most of the times on these Monkey Kings, it is just the Scotty pickup usually is the route that they like to go for, because it applies, of course, with that Wukong's and it's very strong, but looks like he wants to have more physical damage in the draft.
I mean, that's the thing. If they can get the hits in, right, with the Deso, the AC, the Underlord, once he gets the stacks built up, like, the hits are going to be hard.
I'll have to see if it pays off for him.
Saxa. Oh, they're going to find him. Schofield there, catching him with a punch, pretty much sort of mid-chop.
And he also didn't go BKB, right, too. He's gone for the Pipe Diffusal build, but it does feel hard for Saxa unless he's literally just playing the tree line during the Wukong. I'll have to see if it does pay off for him. Maybe just thinking that they have too much magic damage and he just needs straight physical extra, but Heroic, very prepared.
Yeah, Analog's continuing to scale massively off that Disperser, getting the full Bloodthorn. Another Tormentor to take. Schofield will get the shard.
And Schofield is going to start queuing up that Aghanims as well, so we'll get stronger and stronger in terms of what he can do in the fights. He could just potentially punt the Monkey King out of his Wukongs.
Taking the Monkey King away.
There's no Desolator then from that, or he can just punt the
33.
You know, yeah, he can do a lot this game. Even Crystallis, right?
He's trying to get these hits in.
He's getting immobile hero.
He's going to get kicked away.
This could be pretty annoying.
Yeah, that's going to be rough. I mean, he's struggling to get the hits in as it is. If he's getting kicked in the face, he's going to struggle even more.
Yeah, we'll see it when Schofield is able to get that, as eventually it does seem like he will. We did see also point out Yumo had hit 25, hit one of the stronger 25 timings for a Pudge. That Dismember is incredibly strong when you have 2 of them at that increased duration.
Yeah, little things as well. Blink online now for King Jungles. So between that, the Force and the Greaves, he's ready to bail heroes out. I mean, we've seen already how good Heroic's lineup is at saving one another in a multitude of fashions, whereas Tundra, very limited if someone gets jumped.
So much save. Level 20 as well, something you don't see too often on the Shadow Demons. I always like to point this one out, is the Disseminate. It's 50% share damage. It is pretty insane how much this can actually dish out. Also just to protect allies, it makes them that much tankier. Tundra.
It's just, can they ever really try and go on this Pudge?
They're gonna try. Dispel.
Schofield, he's gonna make the jump in, closes in, they get the burrow striker on a Whisper. Whisper, is he able to survive? BKB's gonna be there in time, and he's able to get the Supernova off. They're gonna turn straight towards the egg. They'll kill it off successfully. On the back lines, though, Kick Jungles and Analog chase down BZM. The buybacks coming in from both Whisper and BZM.
Crystallis.
The fight locking down Crystallis. He's gonna start to try to heal up, but they're holding back with the disruption. He's gonna get surrounded, punched up. Can he actually get the hits off Crystallis? He cannot, as Crystallis is gone out of the fight. 33 will get back in with the burrow strike. The Hex stuff off the Whisper with the BKB, and the second Supernova hits there. They're going to try and kill the egg off with this buyback from Crystallis. The 33 dead. He has to buy back. Crystallis can't kill the egg in time. They're just killing them off one by one. There's a dieback on BZM. This fight's an absolute mess for Tundra as Heroic overrunning them. Crystallis trying to hit back, but again the shards holding back. The dieback on him. They're losing lives left, right, and center, Tundra. They just do not have what it takes to stop Heroic.
They're all dead. All 3 cores are gone. Heroic's got everything. Whisper with the buyback. They're ready to end it.
They're absolutely ready to move on here in the lower bracket. Heroic ready to go down the mid.
Oh, I mean, Whisper, that's why he's been holding the gold too. He can just buy back, buy an item,
and
join in the fray, and it's done.
GG is called. Heroic will move forward in the lower bracket, knocking out Tundra 2-0.
Unreal team fights from Heroic today. They came in and ready. That was a beautiful display. This last fight in particular too, you can see how confident they were. They saw one hero, their buddy gets jumped, they just jump Whisper with no hesitation. Yeah, he dies, his egg gets killed, but he buys back, jumps into the fray immediately, and they just completely outnumbered them. Tundra, it looks like they don't know what hit them.
I don't think they do that last fight. The chaos that Heroic will bring, just a beautiful culmination of what they've been able to show so far in these 2 games. I mean, this is sort of the Heroic, but I think people were expecting to see yesterday. We didn't get it then, but today we get absolute peak Heroic.
It's relentless aggression, truly to their name. Schofield, crazy plays from the Tusk. Have to give a ton of credit to the double supports. Both games styling, making crazy moves in comparison. But yeah, what a game overall. Heroic came in with a plan. Their first big Pudge, they flex it, they switch things around. Yeah. They get Whisper on this Phoenix, and my God, if this guy gets Phoenix or Bat in some of these games, it is very terrifying.
Yeah, tough end of the road here for Tundra. Not quite able to do it today. Of course, they did well to come this far, having to play on with the stand-in. Toby obviously doing an excellent job stepping into the role, but was not quite enough today to give them the chance to take a game, let alone the series, against Heroic. I mean, moving forward, right, Heroic, they got to be a pretty nasty team to try and draft against, right? When they're able to pull this sort of stuff out, it's like, are you banning the Pudge? The flexibility they have with it is pretty ridiculous. Yuma gets to show up with it this game.
I mean, Moon said it himself too when he was on the coach interview. They flex like crazy, so it's hard to predict them, but also they are, I'll call them kind of trendsetters in a way, because they're not doing what the meta has been sort of dictated. Right? How many Dominator plays have we seen? How many creep cutting, teams playing slow, waiting for timings? That is not Heroic. Heroic is just relentless. They're looking for plays, looking for fights, playing on every timing. And yeah, this was a very fun series in particular for the side of Heroic.
And especially to come back after what was a pretty rough game 2 yesterday, right? Yes. They were getting kind of outplayed on kind of all fronts in that second game. And then to come in today, and Analog in particular, he stepped it up massively. A beautiful 2 games from him. And to come in with something like this Brood, again, you got to remember, came in as the 3rd pick and still had an incredible impact with this mid-Brood. Well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Heroic moving on 2-0. They knocked Tundra out.
I'm here with Analog from Heroic, who has just secured top 6 at TI, and by the way, the first Brazilians to ever do so. How does that feel?
Feels very good to be here. It's like a dream for all of us, and much love for everyone supporting us in home here. It's so nice to represent this South America. Let's go.
And you're not just securing top 6, but you are doing it in style. I mean, we had Phoenix, we had Broodmother, we had Pudge. You guys just picking whatever you want. I mean, who is enabling this level of creativity in this team? Who is just letting you guys do what you want?
Yeah, we have to be bold. We are here to prove themselves. So, yeah, we have to be men and pick whatever we want. You know, first pick Pudge, pick Brood. Caps, our coach is trusting us. The players are trusting themselves. Also, Mongo's doing a very good job. Thanks, everyone.
And I think it's only natural that we take a minute for the fans. I know you love doing this, Analog. Please say something in your home language to the people watching at home and, of course, here in the arena as well.
First, thanks everyone that's here. It's amazing to be here. The aura of this arena is so insane. Thanks everyone in home that's cheering for us. Bora, caralho!
One win away from the best result ever at an international. Give it up for Analog and Heroic.
The crowd is just going crazy for Heroic here. They were up again, still in that lower bracket there on the verge of elimination, but a 2-0, they come in, they get the job done, and like you said, Jenkins, leading into this one, if they win with it, it's
Hello ဟောဒီမှာဒါကဏ္ဍကနေပြန်လည်ပြီးတော့ကြိုလိုက်ပါ
ရှင်နိုင်ခဲ့တဲ့ e-sport world ကပြန်ဝင်ပါ
ပေါက်သွားတယ်ကြောက်အိုး
ဇက်ပဲဆိုတော့ radio
ဆက်မှာလည်းသူကခက်ဒီကိုရမာသေးတာ
အဲ့ဒီတော့မှလည်းကိုရှင်းတယ်
吹嫩ထွက်လို့စိတ်ညစ်နေပြီယုံကြည်မှုကိုနှစ်ဆတိုးမယ် Power Code 吹嫩ဆိုပြီးလမ်းဆောင်မှုရှိစေမယ် Sport Active 吹嫩ဆိုပြီးစုံတင်ခြင်းမရှိအနံ့ဆုံးများကို24နာရီကာဝယ်ပေးပါမယ်ယုံကြည်မှုနှစ်ဆတိုးဖို့မှန်ကန်တဲ့ရွေးချယ်မှု Bellman Deodorant
Shiny OC ရဲ့အဝလိန်အဝပြောကန်ဆယ်မဲစီဇန်လေးလာပါပြီ Shiny OC ဘူးတွေထဲမှာ MPT ဖုန်းပေကန်ဆယ်မဲလေးထည့်သွင်းပေးထားပြီးဘူးမှာပါတဲ့ကက်လေးတွေကဖုန်းပေပင်နံပါတ်လေးကိုတစ်ခါလေးထည့်လိုက်တာနဲ့ချက်ချင်းဝယ်ချက်ချင်းဖုန်းပေကန်ဆယ်မဲပေါက်မဲ့အခွင့်အရေးကိုရရှိမှာဖြစ်လို့ဒီအခွင့်အရေးကိုလက်လွတ်မခံပဲအခုပဲနီးစပ်ရဆိုင်တွေမှာပြေးဝယ်လိုက်တော့နော်ဆန်နယ်လေးရဲ့အာဟာရအကြောင်းကိုသိပြီးကြပြီလား Shiny ကနေစံသားတစ်ချောင်းချင်းစီရဲ့အာဟာရကိုဖြည့်တင်းပေးနိုင်မယ်။ထောပတ်သီးစီကိုအသစ်ထပ်မထုတ်လိုက်ပြီနော်။ Shiny ထောပတ်သီးစီကထောပတ်သီးစစ်စစ်မှထုတ်လုပ်ထားလို့စံသားရှိအစိတ်တောင်များကိုဖယ်ရှားပေးပြီးပုံမှန်သုံးစွဲပေးမယ်ဆိုရင်စံသားကိုတန်ဆွမ်းထူတဲ့စီကပျော်ပြောင်းနှူးညံ့စေတဲ့အပြင်စံသားမွေးချောက်ပစ္စည်းခြင်းမှလည်းကာကွယ်ပေးပါတယ်။ Shiny စံသားအဖြစ်ထောပတ်သီးနှစ်စီ
local နဲ့ international က e-sport tournament ပွဲတွေကိုမကြည့်လိုက်ရတဲ့နဲ့လွတ်သွားတဲ့ပေါ်တာရှိလား professional player တွေရဲ့ strategy ကြကြ rapid တွေ jungler တွေရဲ့ a master retriever တွေရင်ခုန်ဖို့ကောင်းလာတဲ့ game ပိုင်းတွေလှပလွန်လာတဲ့ high moment တွေကိုတစုတစည်းနဲ့ပြန်လည်တင်ဆက်ပေးသွားမယ်မဟာ e-sport ရဲ့ tournament throwback
တွေ့ပြီ rich creamy နောက်တစ်ခွက်ပေးပါအားလုံးကြိုက်တဲ့ rich coffee ငါတို့ပေါ့ကွာဘူးမပေးနိုင်ဟောဗျာပါသွားပြန်ပြီ Coffee rich creamy together no yada ချိုစိမ့်ကြိုက်သူတို့ကောင်းဆုံးပဲကွာငါလေးအကြိုက်ဆုံး rich creamy
တစ်ဖက်ရေကောင်းတစ်ခွက်ဖြစ်ဖို့အတွက်အေးမြတဲ့တောင်တန်းပေါ်ကဆင်းသက်လာတဲ့တစ်ဖက်ရွက်နုနုလေးတွေကိုခင်မီစက်တစ်ကြီးများဖြင့်ထူးစီမံထုတ်လုပ်ထားပြီးချိုးချနာစွာပေါင်းစပ်ထားတဲ့ကြီးပြည့်စုံတဲ့ပုံမှန်ရတာနဲ့ Grand Palace မြန်မာလက်ဖက်ဆိုင်ကျော်လက်ဖက်တစ်ခွက်တော့ဘူးတစ်ဖက်ဆိုင်သွားပြီးချိန်ပြနေရလို့မလားတစ်ဖက်ဆိုင်ကိုသွားစရာမလိုချိန်နေရမရွေးဆိုင်ကျော်ချူစိမ့်တစ်ဖက်ရတာစစ်စစ်ကိုခံစားရမယ်စန်ဒီဆိုင်ကျော်လက်ဖက်ကတစ်ဖက်ချစ်သူတို့အတွက်အသင့်ရှိနေပါပြီဆိုင်ကျော်ရတာစစ်စစ်စန်ဒီဆိုင်ကျော်လက်ဖက်
ဖြူဖွေးအေးမြချွေးထိတ်စီတာ Bella Roll-On ဝေးပြန်လန်းဆန်းစီမယ် Clean Fresh နှစ်စဖြူဝင်ဝေးပြန်စီမယ် Extra White 24နာရီလုံးဝေးပြန်စီတယ်
ဘယ်တော့မှရိုးရီမသွားတဲ့တင်းပြတ်တဲ့ကော်ဖီရနဲ့နူးညံ့ပြပြပြီးစိတ်သက်တဲ့ကော်ဖီရတာလေးကြောင့်ဒီနေ့ဒီရင်ထဲဆွဲညီစွာအမြဲတောက်ဖြစ်နေတဲ့ Platinum White Coffee ဟာနေ့ရက်တိုင်းအတွက်မရှိမဖြစ်ပဲပေါ့
Sunday နဲ့ coffee ဟာကမ္ဘာအကောင်ဆုံးအရေးသွင်းမြင့် Arabica coffee စစ်စစ်နဲ့ထုတ်လုပ်ထားပါတယ်။အကောင်ဆုံးနီးစနစ်တွေနဲ့ကြိတ်ခွဲထားတဲ့နူးညံ့တဲ့ coffee မုန့်တွေဟာတောက်လိုက်တဲ့အခါရှာပေါ်မှာကျန်းရှာမနေပဲနူးညံ့ပြည့်ပြည့်စေပါတယ်။နူးညံ့တဲ့ coffee မုန့်တွေကြောင့်အချိန်ကုန်ခံနှက်စရာမလိုတဲ့အပြင်အနံ့အရသာပြည့်ပြည့်စုံတဲ့ Arabica coffee စစ်စစ်အရသာကိုခံစားရမှာပါ။နှက်စရာမလိုတဲ့နှက် coffee Sunday နှက်ဖြော် coffee
မဒါရဟီယိုတွေကိုစပြီးကိုင်တော့ပါလားအိုင်ဒီယာလေးစတာမလို့တင်းမိတ်တွေစုတာခံရတော့လား Mobile Legends တွေလိုတာဆော့ရဲ့ပရိသတ်တွေတော့အားလည်းကဗီဒီယိုကိုင်နဲ့အသစ်ထွက်ရှိလာတဲ့ patch တွေကိုနောက်မကျစေဖို့ခုတင်ဆက်ပေးနေရတော့ My Sport TV Channel ကနေထုတ်ပြပြတာတော့မယ် PARI Matter
Hello PARI Matter ကဏ္ဍကနေပြန်လည်ပြီးတော့ကြိုလိုက်ပါတယ်
။ရှင်နိုင်ခဲ့တဲ့ e-sport world cup ပြန်ဝင်တာ။ပေါက်တော့တယ်။ကြောက်အိုး
That was a riddle.
ဆက်မှာလည်းစပတ်ခက်တွေတော့မာသေးတာ။
I didn't know my leg. Oh shit. Trainer ထွက်လို့စိတ်ညစ်နေပြီ။ယုံကြည်မှုကိုနှစ်ဆတိုးမယ် Power Code Trainer ဆိုပြီးလမ်းဆောင်မှုရှိစေမယ် Sport Active Trainer ဆိုပြီးစုံတင်ခြင်းမရှိအနံ့ဆုံးများကို24နာရီကောင်းဝင်ပေးပါမယ်။ယုံကြည်မှုနှစ်ဆတိုးဖို့မှန်ကန်တဲ့ရွေးချယ်မှု Bellman Deodorant
Shiny down, shiny down, umare.
Shiny. အစင်းနဲ့အောင်စီမွေး Shiny အောင်စီရဲ့အဝလိန်အဝပြောကန်ဆယ်မဲအစီအစဉ်လေးလာပါပြီ Shiny အောင်စီဘူးတွေထဲမှာ MPT ဖုန်းပေကန်ဆယ်မဲလေးထည့်သွင်းပေးထားပြီးဘူးမှာပါတဲ့ကက်လေးတွေကဖုန်းပေပင်နံပါတ်လေးကိုတစ်ခါလေးထည့်လိုက်တာနဲ့ချက်ချင်းဝယ်ချက်ချင်းဖုန်းပေကန်ဆယ်မဲပေါက်မဲ့အခွင့်အရေးကိုရရှိမှာဖြစ်လို့ဒီအခွင့်အရေးကိုလက်လွတ်မခံပဲအခုပဲနီးစပ်ရဆိုင်တွေမှာပြေးဝယ်လိုက်တော့နော်ဆန်နွယ်လေးရဲ့အာဟာရအကြောင်းကိုသိပြီးကြပြီလား Shiny ကနေဆန်သားတစ်ချောင်းချင်းစီရဲ့အာဟာရကိုဖြည့်တင်းပေးနိုင်မယ်ထောပတ်သီးစီကိုအသစ်ထပ်မထုတ်လိုက်ပြီနော် Shiny ထောပတ်သီးစီကထောပတ်သီးစစ်စစ်မှထုတ်လုပ်ထားလို့ဆန်သားရှိအစိတ်ဓာတ်များကိုဖယ်ရှားပေးပြီးပုံမှန်သုံးစွဲပေးမယ်ဆိုရင်ဆန်သားကိုတန်ဆွမ်းထူရဲစေတာပျော်ပြောင်းနှူးညံ့စေတဲ့အပြင်ဆန်သားမွေးချောက်ပျက်စီးခြင်းမှလည်းကာကွယ်ပေးပါတယ် Shiny ဆန်သားအဖြစ်ထောပတ်သီးနှစ်စီ
Local နဲ့ International က e-sport tournament ပွဲတွေကိုမကြည့်လိုက်ရတဲ့နဲ့လွတ်သွားတဲ့ပေါ်တာရှိတာ Professional player တွေရဲ့ strategy ကြကြ rapid တွေ jungler တွေရဲ့ a master retriever တွေရင်ခုန်ဖို့ကောင်းလာတဲ့ game ပိုင်းတွေစပါလွန်လာတဲ့ high moment တွေကိုတစုတစည်းနဲ့ပြန်လည်တင်ဆက်ပေးသွားမယ် Maha e-sport ရဲ့ tournament throwback
တွေ့ပြီး rich creamy နောက်တစ်ခွပေးပါအားလုံးကြိုက်တဲ့ rich coffee ငါတို့ပေါ့ကွာဘူးမှမပေးနိုင်ဟောဗျာပါသွားပြန်ပြီ Coffee rich creamy Together no yada ချိုစိမ့်ကြိုက်သူတို့ကောင်းဆုံးပဲကွာ ငါလေးအကြိုက်ဆုံး Rich Creamy
တစ်ဖက်ရဲ့ကောင်းတစ်ဖက်ဖြစ်ဖို့အတွက်အေးမြတဲ့တောင်တန်းပေါ်ကဆင်းသက်လာတဲ့တစ်ဖက်ရွက်နုနုလေးတွေကိုခင်မီစက်တစ်ကြီးများဖြင့်ထူးစီမံထုတ်လုပ်ထားပြီးချိုးချနာစွာပေါင်းစပ်ထားတဲ့ကြီးပြည့်စုံတဲ့ပုံမှန်ရတာနဲ့ Grand Palace မြန်မာလက်ဖက်ဆိုင်ကျော်လက်ဖက်တစ်ခွက်တော့ဘူးတစ်ဖက်ဆိုင်သွားပြီးချိန်ပြနေရလို့မလားတစ်ဖက်ဆိုင်ကိုသွားစရာမလိုချိန်နေရမရွေးဆိုင်ကျော်ချူစိမ့်တစ်ဖက်ရတာစစ်စစ်ကိုခံစားရမယ်စန်ဒီဆိုင်ကျော်လက်ဖက်ကတစ်ဖက်ချစ်သူတို့အတွက်အသင့်ရှိနေပါပြီဆိုင်ကျော်ရတာစစ်စစ်စန်ဒီဆိုင်ကျော်လက်ဖက်
ဖြူဖွေးအေးမြချွေးထိတ်စေတာ Bella Roll-On ဝေးပြန်လန်းဆန်းစီမယ် Clean Fresh နှစ်စဖြူဝင်ဝေးပြန်စီမယ် Extra White 24နာရီလုံးဝေးပြန်စီတယ်
ဘယ်တော့မှရိုးရီမသွားတဲ့တင်းပြတ်တဲ့ကော်ဖီရနက်နဲ့နူးညံ့ပြည့်ပြပြီးစိမ့်သက်တဲ့ကော်ဖီရတာလေးကြောင့်ဒီနေ့ဒီရင်ထဲဆွဲညီစွာအမြဲတောက်ဖြစ်နေတဲ့ Platinum White Coffee ဟာနေ့ရက်တိုင်းအတွက်မဖြစ်ပဲပေါ့
ဆန်ဒီနက်ကော်ဖီဟာကမ္ဘာအကောင်ဆုံးအရေးသွင်းမြင့် Arabica ကော်ဖီစစ်စစ်နဲ့ထုတ်လုပ်ထားပါတယ်အကောင်ဆုံးနီးစနစ်တွေနဲ့ကြိတ်ခွဲထားတဲ့နူးညံ့တဲ့ကော်ဖီမုန့်တွေဟာတောက်လိုက်တဲ့အခါရှာပေါ်မှာကျန်းရှာမနေပဲနူးညံ့ပြည့်ပြည့်စေပါတယ်နူးညံ့တဲ့ကော်ဖီမုန့်တွေကြောင့်အချိန်ကုန်ခံနှက်စရာမလိုတဲ့အပြင်အနက်အရသာပြည့်ပြည့်စုံတဲ့ Arabica ကော်ဖီစစ်စစ်အရသာကိုခံစားရမှာပါနှက်စရာမလိုတဲ့နှက်ကော်ဖီဆန်ဒီနှက်ဖြော်ကော်ဖီ
မဒါရဟီယိုတွေကိုစပြီးကိုင်တော့ပါလားအိုင်ဒီယာလေးဆက်တာမလို့တေးမိတ်တွေစုတာခံရတော့လား Mobile Legends ပြင်ဒိုရာဆော့ရဲ့ပရိသတ်တွေတော့အားလည်းကဗီဒီယိုကိုင်နဲ့အသစ်ထွက်ရှိလာတဲ့ patch တွေကိုနောက်မကြစေဘူးခုတင်ဆက်ပေးနေရတော့ My Sport TV Channel ကနေထုတ်ပြပြတာတော့မယ် PARI Matter
Hello ဟောဒီမှာဒါကဏ္ဍကနေပြန်လည်ပြီးတော့ကြိုလိုက်ပါ
ရှင်နိုင်ခဲ့တဲ့ e-sport world cup ပြန်လို့ပါ
ပေါ်တော့တယ်ကြောက်အိုး
That was a radio
ဆက်မှာလည်းစပတ်ခက်တွေတော့မာသေးတာ
I didn't know my leg oh shit it ချွေးနှံထွက်လို့စိတ်ညစ်နေပြီယုံကြည်မှုကိုနှစ်ဆတိုးမယ် Power Code ချွေးနှံဆိုပြီးလမ်းဆောင်မှုရှိစေမယ် Sport Active ချွေးနှံဆိုပြီးစုံတင်ခြင်းမရှိအနံ့ဆုံးများကို24နာရီကောင်းဝင်ပေးပါမယ်ယုံကြည်မှုနှစ်ဆတိုးဖို့မှန်ကန်တဲ့ရွေးချယ်မှု Bellaman Deodorant
Shiny down ပါတယ် Shiny
အစ်မြင့်အောင်စီမွေး Shiny အောင်စီရဲ့အဝလိန်အဝပြော custom made season လေးလာပါပြီ Shiny Aussie ဘူးတွေထဲမှာ MPT ဖုန်းပေကန်ဆယ်မဲလေးထည့်သွင်းပေးထားပြီးဘူးမှာပါတဲ့ကတ်လေးတွေကဖုန်းပေပင်နံပါတ်လေးကိုတစ်ခါလေးထည့်လိုက်တာနဲ့ချက်ချင်းဝယ်ချက်ချင်းဖုန်းပေကန်ဆယ်မဲပေါက်မဲ့အခွင့်အရေးကိုရရှိမှာဖြစ်လို့ဒီအခွင့်အရေးကိုလက်လွတ်မခံပဲအခုပဲနီးစပ်ရဆိုင်တွေမှာပြေးဝယ်လိုက်တော့နော်စံရွယ်လေးရဲ့အာဟာရအကြောင်းကိုသိပြီးကြပြီလားShiny ကနေစံသားတစ်ချောင်းချင်းစီရဲ့အာဟာရကိုဖြည့်တင်းပေးနိုင်မယ်ထောပတ်သီးစီကိုအသစ်ထပ်မထုတ်လိုက်ပြီနော်Shiny ထောပတ်သီးစီကထောပတ်သီးစစ်စစ်မှထုတ်လုပ်ထားလို့စံသားရှိအစိတ်ဓာတ်များကိုဖေရှားပေးပြီးပုံမှန်သုံးဆွဲပေးမယ်ဆိုရင်စံသားကိုတန်ဆွမ်းထူတဲ့စေတာပျော်ပြောင်းနှူးညံ့စေတဲ့အပြင်စံသားမွေးချောက်ပစ္စည်းခြင်းမှလည်းကာကွယ်ပေးပါတယ်Shiny စံသားအဖြစ်ထောပတ်သီးနှစ်စီ
လိုကယ်နဲ့ international တွေက e-sport tournament ပွဲတွေကိုမကြည့်လိုက်ရတဲ့နဲ့လွတ်သွားတဲ့ပေါ်တိုင်းရှိတာ professional player တွေရဲ့ strategy ကြကြ rapid တွေ jungler တွေရဲ့ a master retriever တွေရင်ခုန်ဖို့ကောင်းလာတဲ့ ganging ပိုင်းတွေစပါလွန်လာတဲ့ high moment တွေကိုတစုတစည်းနဲ့ပြန်လည်တင်ဆက်ပေးသွားမယ်မဟာ e-sport ရဲ့ tournament တို့ပဲ
တွေ့ပြီ rich creamy နောက်တစ်ခွက်ပေးပါအားလုံးကြိုက်တဲ့ rich coffee ငါတို့ပေါ့ကွာဘူးမှမပေးနိုင်ဟောဗျာပါသွားပြန်ပြီ Coffee rich creamy Together no yada ချိုးစိမ့်ကြိုက်သူတွေကောင်းဆုံးပဲကွာငါလေးအကြိုက်ဆုံး rich creamy
တစ်ဖက်ရဲ့ကောင်းတစ်ဖက်ဖြစ်ဖို့အတွက်အေးမြတဲ့တောင်တန်းပေါ်ကဆင်းသက်လာတဲ့တစ်ဖက်ရွက်နုနုလေးတွေကိုခင်မီစက်တစ်ကြီးများဖြင့်ထူးစီမံထုတ်လုပ်ထားပြီးချိုးကြနာစွာပေါင်းစပ်ထားတဲ့ကြီးပြည့်စုံတဲ့ပုံမှန်ရတာနဲ့ Grand Palace မြန်မာလက်ဖက်ရည်ဆိုင်ကျော်လက်ဖက်ရည်တစ်ခွက်တော့ဘူးတစ်ဖက်ဆိုင်သွားပြီးချိန်ပြနေရလို့မလားတစ်ဖက်ဆိုင်ကိုသွားစရာမလိုချိန်နေရမရွေးဆိုင်ကျော်ချူစိမ့်တစ်ဖက်ရည်ရတာစစ်စစ်ကိုခံစားရမယ်စန်ဒီဆိုင်ကျော်လက်ဖက်ရည်ကတစ်ဖက်ရည်ချစ်သူတို့အတွက်အသင့်ရှိနေပါပြီဆိုင်ကျော်ရတာစစ်စစ်စန်ဒီဆိုင်ကျော်လက်ဖက်ရည်
ဖြူဖွေးအေးမြချွေးထိတ်စီတာ Bella Roll On ဝေးပြန်လန်းဆန်းစီမယ် Clean Fresh နှစ်စဖြူဝင်ဝေးပြန်စီမယ် Extra White 24နိုင်လုံးဝေးပြန်စီတယ်
ဘယ်တော့မှရိုးရီမသွားတဲ့တင်းပြတ်တဲ့ကော်ဖီရနဲ့နူးညံ့ပြည့်ပြီးစိမ့်သက်တဲ့ကော်ဖီရတာလေးကြောင့်ဒီနေ့ဒီရင်ထဲဆွဲညီစွာအမြဲတောက်ဖြစ်နေတဲ့ Platinum White Coffee ဟာနေ့ရက်တိုင်းအတွက်မဖြစ်ပဲပေါ့
စန်ဒီနက်ကော်ဖီဟာကမ္ဘာအကောင်ဆုံးအရေးသွင်းမြင့် Arabica ကော်ဖီစစ်စစ်နဲ့ထုတ်လုပ်ထားပါတယ်အကောင်ဆုံးနီးစနစ်တွေနဲ့ကြိတ်ခွဲထားတဲ့နူးညံ့တဲ့ကော်ဖီမုန့်တွေဟာတောက်လိုက်တဲ့အခါရှားပေါ်မှာကျန်းရှာမနေပဲနူးညံ့ပြည့်စေပါတယ်နူးညံ့တဲ့ကော်ဖီမုန့်တွေကြောင့်အချိန်ကုန်ခံနှက်စရာမလိုတဲ့အပြင်အနက်အရသာပြည့်စုံတဲ့ Arabica ကော်ဖီစစ်စစ်အရသာကိုခံစားရပါပါနှက်စရာမလိုတဲ့နှက်ကော်ဖီစန်ဒီနှက်ဖြော်ကော်ဖီ
မဒါရရဲ့ hero တွေကိုစပြီးကိုင်တော့ပါလား idea တွေစတာမလို့ရော teammate တွေစုတာခံရတော့လား Mobile Legends ပြင်ဒိုရာဆော့ရဲ့ preset တွေတော့idea က video ကိုင်နဲ့အသစ်ထွက်ရှိလာတဲ့ patch တွေကိုနောက်မကျစေဖို့ခုတင်ဆက်ပေးနေရတော့ My Sport TV channel ကနေထုတ်ပြပြတာတော့မယ် Party Matter
Hello ဟောဒီမှာဒါကဏ္ဍကနေပြန်လည်ပြီးတော့ကြိုလိုက်ပါ
ရှင်နိုင်ခဲ့တဲ့ e-sport world cup ပြန်ဝင်ပါ
ပေါ်တော့လည်းကြောက်အိုး
That was a radio
ဆက်မှာလည်းစပတ်ခက်တွေတော့မာသေးတာ
I didn't know my leg oh shit it ချွေးနှံထွက်လို့စိတ်ညစ်နေပြီယုံကြည်မှုကိုနှစ်ဆတိုးမယ် Power Code Trainer ဆိုပြီးလမ်းဆောင်မှုရှိစေမယ် Sport Active Trainer ဆိုပြီးစုံတင်ခြင်းမရှိအနံ့ဆုံးများကို24နာရီကောင်းဝင်ပေးပါမယ်ယုံကြည်မှုနှစ်ဆတိုးဖို့မှန်ကန်တဲ့ရွေးချယ်မှု Bellman Deodorant
Primal Beast, he loves his Pango, he loves his Tinker. I would say that he has pretty similar hero pool like Malrine does. Like he has a couple of specialty heroes that he loves to run from the mid lane, and he tends to be very explosive.
I mean, not to mention they have like a position 4A, right? Not everyone actually does it. So they have a bunch of unique heroes just picked by them, you know, and they have their own way of enabling those heroes.
Yeah, and that was definitely something targeted towards Tidebound, was that ancient apparition that you talked about. But on the side of Nigma Galaxy, right, we talked about just how the longevity of Bark/Faith Beyond and Y has been in their careers together. The inverse is you have Noob and Omar. So they were a similar sort of story. They've been on past teams together, PSG Quest, all the way back at TI. What was that, 12 is where we saw them? But Noob was a mid laner back then, right? He's only been transitioning over to an off laner for about 1 year now, almost on the dot to the day. And now he's partnering with an ex-teammate. They are still in that lane together, still in the same team together.
I would say Omar is like the really stable one. He always kind of delivers, pretty similar to what other position 4s from the top teams are doing. Like he's definitely up par with them in terms of the lane shenanigans if they want to play into unfavorable matchups as well. Noob, I would say, needed a little bit more time. It does happen when you're transitioning from the other role to the off lane as well. And I think he's in a really good spot right now. Very interesting player. It definitely expanded his hero pool, playing like 10 different heroes so far. And things are looking good for NGX.
I agree. I think when the roster swap initially happened and Noob was switched to offlane, I don't think anybody with more than 2 brain cells like didn't expect him to eventually do very well, because for the quest lineup, like that entire roster was incredible. Like they were explosive onto the scene. So I think it was only a matter of time for Noob. He kind of started where he was transitioning some of his mid heroes to the offlane. We saw a lot of Snapfire offlane, which by the way he could still play. He could still pull that out, but then eventually he started learning the more traditional offlaners. But he still does pull out the mid.
Style, I would say, when I first saw him, always felt like he's more towards like a team-based mid laner.
Yes.
But I feel like it might actually be better.
Agreed.
Here, initially, I saw if he played an off laner, and right now we can see him having success on the off lane. And there you go, the common heroes that they have. And you see some, like the A that I mentioned, is only for Tidebound. I don't remember or recalling anyone else doing like a position 4A in this tournament so far.
Yeah, the interesting ones that are in common though, the Shaker and the Shadow Fiend, they're not surprising in any way of teams wanting to play them, but I'm just surprised how many times they're able to actually play it, right? And it's very even. Tidebound getting it 4 times for the Shaker, Nigma Galaxy 3, same with SF, 3 for Tidebound, 2 for Nigma Galaxy there. So it's interesting where it's like, are these where their wins are coming from? Is it more actually the heroes on the unique side that they're finding that success with, and you might only need one of those more stable meta heroes?
I think the distinct thing that you're going to see in the game and from the heroes just now that we saw is one team like Nigma Galaxy, they're going to be probably more focused on the mid laner. They're going to be playing around Xtreme more, whereas for Tidebound, they're going to be playing more on the side lanes, right? Ensuring Bart gets a good start, then you try to play, get your Helm game going on, or get the auras going on. So it'll be a very difference in style, you know, coming to clash here.
100%, and I really do want to mention the Lone Druid. We have to talk about this.
Oh, absolutely.
Like, this was a big player in the previous series. I don't think either team, I mean, obviously, Nigma's thinking about it, but I don't think Tidebound is going to have watched the series last night and not have this on their mind as a potential...
I mean, do you think he falls in the category of a Helm counter-ish hero? Like he kills the Helm creep, or he deals with it?
He can. He definitely can. We saw some early Aghanim Scepters coming out from him and Pure, I believe. So you can be anywhere on the map and be able to deal with that Helm of the Dominator, which is super annoying.
Yeah, we could talk some more about this, but all I really want to do is give our audience our Game 1.
Team Tidebound versus Nigma Galaxy. Game 1.
Yeah, another elimination. One already today. A second is going to happen in this best of 3. We didn't really talk about Tinker that much, right? That is something that P-Vision is a bit more synonymous with because it's going on something unique to carry, but you still have to worry about a nothing to say Tinker. It's going to be so dominant and heinous.
And nobody likes talking about the hero. Nobody likes playing against the hero except for the person playing the hero. And this is a menace right now. I think part of the reason why the hero kind of resurfaced is because of this, like, you need a core that can deal with the split push from the Helm, and Tinker can kind of do that easily.
It's so easy, yeah. And his scaling is so good that Satanic has played it as a carry.
Yeah.
So I agree with this ban. It's honestly, the way that I see it is Tidebound has last pick, and so you may as well just ban it in the first phase. You know you're eventually going to have to use a ban on it.
Lycan coming out from the first phase. This hero gives you the lane push. We talked about some of the teams so far struggling, dealing with the lanes, dealing with the helms. Now you have pretty much two things. You have your own wolves, you have your helm, and you also have your own shards. You're randomly spawning these wolves into random lanes and being able to always pretty much push out the lanes. You have a bit of a global presence, reducing the armor as well. So that's pretty nice. Plus you also have Roche taking potential. Supports currently don't like I don't think they ever did like the playing into Lycan whenever there's this zoom meta. Certain supports, like the ones that you did mention, like Ancient Apparition,
Shadow Demon.
Yeah, you can't really play into Lycan. You're just getting dismantled.
Yeah, it's a nightmare. You kind of have to be something that is more unconventional. Like yesterday we saw the Wyvern. I think Wyvern's kind of okay. Other than that, maybe a CM. Like CM, I think sometimes can be good with the barrier, can be good with the Frostbite to set up kills on the creeps.
Okay, so they go for a lane counter to start off with. You can.
I mean, the other thing about this pick is they play Gyro on Planet, I think, if I'm not mistaken. I've seen him play this hero before, so it could also be a flex pick.
Yeah, they're not locking in their draft.
Yeah, which I feel like when we were talking about sides, right? I always mention that it's easier to draft when you're on the first pick because not every team has a flex hero or anything that can move around. Because on the second pick side, whenever you're picking the 16 and 17 picks, whenever you don't have a flex pick, then it can maybe be difficult for you because the opponents know exactly where your heroes are going, so they can get a very good 18 picking. So if you can find a way to make sure that the draft is not easily figured out by your opponents, you're always going to be putting yourself in a better position.
Yeah, and you mentioned the flex. Like, if something like a Doom comes out, something that counters Gyrocopter, you can just say, okay, it's a support. We're going to pick some counter to what you've picked.
Yeah, the core to support flex feels way more valuable than when you're doing it between the cores, which is more just annoying and irritating, I'd say, when you're drafting.
Honestly, even as a 5, Gyro is good against Lycan in lane because 5s still go flak.
Yeah, that's the thing. If it's a 4, you're not going to be leaning against it. Do you swap where your supports go if that does eventuate in this draft?
Yeah, but the thing with the flag is like I feel like Lycan's issue is like he doesn't really pressure the carry, right? And as long as he's getting his own farm, I think he's happy, you know. So if the Gyro actually does that on support, Lycan doesn't really care.
Yeah, it's more about targeting the supports. And speaking of supports, I think Tidebound are going to be looking into, I would say, 3 heroes, something that's going to be not dying to Lycan instantly. These like Paganas, Wind Rangers, maybe Muerta, something along those lines that you have a little bit of protection for yourself until he gets that nullifier for Pagana, which is a bit of a disastrous one. But Planet, he loves to run this position for Muerta as well.
I would like to see that also because then Nigma can't pick it. This is also something that Omar has really been
it's his
enjoying.
best hero, I think.
It is probably his best hero.
He played it really well yesterday.
I love this suggestion. There are so few supports that don't die to Lycan. This is one of very few.
I mean, they do go for the Snap, so that's going to give them even more team fight. And I think Snap is a hero that is probably very stable in a way with what he provides for you in the game. He gives you a decent laning phase, you have some catch, and I think the talents are actually pretty overpowered with the double stun and the cooldown reduction.
This hero is busted, so they do take the Muerta. Otherwise, it was going to go back the other way.
Most likely, but I'm now really liking the Mars. This hero is very popular, high pick rate, high win rate, I would say.
It's
one of the better
both.
heroes against Lycan. You drop the supports. Bane doesn't like to play into it. You always have the combo with the Snapfire to pretty much be able to kill any hero on the map, but I'm also not the biggest fan of Muerta into Snapfire Gyrocopter. I think there's way too much magic damage that can be...
But you're also good at cancelling
It's a
hits,
block
right?
pick, yeah.
You can silence and you can get your fear onto the Snapfire. I think it's also a reliable way of like dealing with the Snap. Sure, you don't like the magic damage, but I think it goes both ways.
I would be utterly shocked if Mars doesn't come out here too, because I also feel like Gyro loves playing with the Mars.
Clock kind of is good here too. Like if they want to run Gyro as a carry, Clockwork is pretty decent into Lycan, pretty decent into Bane.
Same idea. You're like caging. You're basically anchoring the fight somewhere for all of this like ground targeted damage that they have.
It helps the Snap land her kiss.
Yep.
There's definitely a lot of synergy here. As a support, very high valuable pick here for Team Tidebound if they're looking for a melee tank in the lane. But the downside of that is you're kind of stopping the Gyro from being a flex pick anymore if you do that.
Another reason I like Mars plus Snap is because it's a lane you know will do fine against any counter. Like, it's very hard to come up with something that can outlane that, and NGX has the last pick out of the phase, so you know that they're going to get something like real juicy.
Oh, they go for the Shaker right away.
It's a lot of team fights just between these two heroes, Snapfire plus Earthshaker. And I also love the fact that you can't invade enemy triangle. Eventually, Shaker's going to be getting his own farm. He's going to be getting those stacks. The first Echo Salami probably going to be used on the Ancients, and there's not much you can do about it.
This is an S-tier Magic community game. There is so much Magic damage on Tidebound, especially if they do end up picking a Mars. I could see...
Lifestealer? You want
Lifestealer? I could see Lifestealer. I mean, it does mean that NGX will lack a little bit of team fight, but...
There's still 2 more picks to come out for Tidebound, right? They could change it a little bit here.
They could. It's just these 3 heroes have so much Magic damage.
Yeah. So what they're doing here is they are moving the Earthshaker to the flex pick. So Earthshaker can go mid, can go off lane. So their whole draft can still be moved around. And the Silencer, you know, is also a very good answer into the Bane. You can never grip if Silencer is alive. The only downside about the Silencer is yeah, he doesn't do anything against the Zoo, you know, the Lycan.
Yeah, he hates the Zoo. But, you know, there's always the counter strat of if you're just sitting in the fountain and pressing R, the Lycan can't get you there.
It makes me wonder, though, if you're kind of having this standoff between the Bane not really wanting to use ult until the Silencer's down and Silencer holding it, which support is better at utilizing their other spells, offering more to a fighter?
Silencer, but he's also playing into Lycan, which could force him to potentially use that global silence in a time where he doesn't really want to use it before he dies. So I think at this game it's going to be very important that he does hold potentially a buyback, because he can easily die in these type of engagements. And this is going to be Ghost heroes. He loves to play these late game carries. He's known to play, you know, Troll. He's playing Lone Druid, Morphling, something that can really scale into the late game. And this is the elimination series. He wants to be the third carry, pretty much, yeah.
I mean, they ban out the anti-mage. I'm expecting the Mars to also be
I think you have to. It's you're playing against Medusa. You have to remove this hero.
What are the other good answers to Dusa? I mean, Pango is one that people talk about. Diffusal Blade. Slark.
Does anyone else build Diffusal Blade as naturally as Pango?
I honestly, I don't think Gyro Diffusal is bad against Dusa. I think this is what you go.
But sometimes it can be a bait. So if you go Diffusal and you're not really winning the fights, then it can be bad for that hero.
I'm a big believer in it because I think Disperser is also really good against Medusa.
I mean, there's also another hero. Like if they want to pick an offlaner, there's Luxia. You copy the Medusa. You don't have to buy Diffuser, but you copy her.
Yeah, that's a great call. I mean, getting the Lycan auras as well by getting a wall illusion of him, also very strong. I mean, this would be so much Wombo combo if they did Darkseer.
I mean, I think there's too many heroes to ban. They probably are going to be leaning towards banning the Mars. The anti-mage is a Mars ban, and Mars is probably the second top tier ban. So something is going to be let through.
Yeah. Yep, still looks like a good Mars game. I mean, I don't think this is by any means a completely free Medusa game.
Yeah, so they actually choose to not let go of the Darkseer, so Mars is still in the table. I mean, could they actually pick the Mars themselves to block it?
Well,
is there any way they can do it?
Run the Lycan mid, I guess.
Or the Mars mid.
Or the Mars mid.
Does that feel good though to have?
Probably
kind
not.
Of
It might be too complicated to make this happen, but now they need a hero for Sumail. Sumail so far has been playing these relatively explosive mid heroes. We saw him play Nature's Prophet yesterday multiple times, which was kind of okay.
He
but
needs to be a moving hero, I think. Okay.
Well, that is confusing. Let's break this one. I mean, Clockwork mid with the
Muerta mid. I think it's Muerta.
I think it's a Muerta mid.
She has to be more likely a core.
I actually don't think Clock mid is bad. My argument for it is
I'm gonna need it. It's gonna be strong.
There are a lot of heroes to interrupt their cast points. Like
Shaker hates
Earthshaker hates playing against Clock, and it looks like a Shaker mid here. And if you get a Blade Mail, look at all the ground targeted damage. Like, it would be a very good Blade Mail game if you can get it quickly.
I mean, this is a really good underlord game against
Medusa
and Lycan. Yeah, Sumail's playing
It's still very interesting. I think in lane it should do very well against an Earthshaker, right?
Yeah, with the silence and everything else. But I also feel like because they are running Muerta mid, it means that Clockwork is going to be laning into silence. So this is one of Clock's favorite matchups in the lane. You can easily catch him out or force him to use global in a bad situation. I think it's just very annoying for Silencer to deal with a Clock in.
Clockwork needs to do a lot of this game because he is pretty much the only setup, him and Bane, but also Bane's going to be playing into Silencer, playing into this global presence, playing into Earthshaker, so I don't think he's going to be having an easy time landing his spells. And if you look at the Tricore of Nigma Galaxy, these are pretty static, no stuns type of heroes that they need a lot of time to get online. Lycan, he can join once he gets to his like 12-13 minutes Dominator / Overlord, but you also have Medusa who doesn't want to join until she gets 2 items, plus also Sumail and Weird
very
mid.
slow.
It's a bit greedy. It's a bit greedy with supports that feel kind of countered. You have the cookie to get out of the cogs, you have the global silence to cancel.
Yeah, but it depends on how you look at it as well. I think the Clock also counters the Snap and the Silencer. You hope you force the global or you cancel the Kiss.
That's
it can go either way.
I do want to mention the Underlord a bit because this is a great Crimson Guard pipe builder, which people
Medusa
considered a counter to Medusa because no matter what build you go, magic or physical, he counters both.
Until you get a Nullifier. Nullifier is going to be a very key item.
This is true.
Okay. And is it also seeing the Underlord going back to a position 3 compared to last series where we saw it as a carry that you also like a bit more? You can go for those auras, you can be more just for the team fight
It's very normal. I think against Medusa, you always want a Crimson Guard, even if she goes for magic build. If she goes for magic build, you need a pipe. Name a hero in Dota that wants to build Crimson pipe that's not Darkseer. It's Underlord.
Centaur.
No, you forgot about the Dominator.
Got you. All right.
Centaur would have been good as well.
Yeah.
But it was banned first phase.
Yeah, of course. So that's why we were sort of seeing the Underlord there. You guys, it's elimination. We've got to get some final thoughts though for game number 1. A team. Because you can hear a lot of people cheering for both sides of Tidebound on Nigma Galaxy.
Tidebound.
I'm going to go with Tidebound on this one as well.
I think I'm afraid of the audience, so I'm going to go with Tidebound as well.
You're afraid of the audience. I love it. Let's see, though, what exactly our coach and Tsunami have to say about the draft.
Thank you very much. I am joined by Kuroki of Enigma Galaxy, who is deciding to put on a show for us because Sumail Muerta mid. This is not a flex I've seen from you guys before. What's the reason?
Well, it's Sumail. He does whatever he wants, whenever he wants. So, no.
You leave him unchained and he's gonna do work. But you guys have been running experiments though. Even yesterday we saw the Nature's Prophet experiment. So this theory, Muerta being flexed at the last second, you think it's gonna be able to trip up Tidebound?
We're very confident. We've practiced it quite a lot. And I believe in my guys' abilities. But at the end of the day, we're here to enjoy the games and we hope to inspire you guys.
The inspiration is here for sure, my man. But in addition to enjoying the games, we get to enjoy the games. I don't know how much you get to enjoy the games because these have to be incredibly stressful experiences. I was watching yesterday. I was on the edge of my seat the entire time. What's it like as a coach witnessing your boys playing on stage?
I'm chilling, to be honest. But yeah, I'm just having fun and yeah.
Barclays Arena, are you ready to have some fun as well? Then let's get the game started. Good luck, Kuroki.
All right, into game number 1 between Tidebound and NGX. Kuro very, very chill as always, Cinderin. And we'll see if he's chill after this game number 1, because this should be a doozy. Tidebound and NGX find themselves very early in this lower bracket here at TI.
Yeah, if there's one thing you want to have as your coach when you're getting into these like high stakes games, it's definitely someone who can keep a calm.
That was quick.
head.
Omar first putting Y. Good start for NGX. Go ahead, Cinder, and sorry to interrupt.
I think it's a very healthy sign for Nigma Galaxy that Kuro is as relaxed as he is, because we've had many teams throughout TI's history that talk about how you perform your best when the pressure is off.
Yeah.
I think at this point for maybe NGX themselves even, you might have already exceeded expectations a little bit. You had an interview with... Oh, hang on.
He's in quite a bit of trouble. Omar's going to make his way over, but it's too late. Last right click is enough for Shiro to bring down Noob. Go ahead and continue your point.
Right, yes.
I don't see how many kills we get in the meantime.
Yeah, well, it's a good start, isn't it? We had an interview with GH in the Road to the International. He was talking about they enter with no expectations because the they feel like they will perform better without the pressure. And in reality, this year has been very turbulent for this organization, right? It's been a mixed bag, and so have the previous ones. So I think they're just really enjoying themselves and feeling the moment, and that's kind of what Kuro was hinting at in the interview as well, right? We're out there, we're going to play our best and have fun and enjoy it. And a lot of teams have made crazy runs with that mentality.
Yeah.
This is obviously going to be a really tough opponent, but worth noting, Team Tidebound had a great start in the road to the International, and then yesterday they really got humbled. So they're a little bit in the opposite situation in spite of both teams having lost. I think Nigma Galaxy perhaps could have the better mental angle for today, possibly.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, pressure is definitely a big thing. I mean, with NGX, you have a lot of experience on the shoulders of the likes of GH and Sumail, of course, but I mean, a lot of people did not pick them to get to the top 8 to begin with. Of course, there's a lot of hope for that to happen, and that is indeed the case, whereas Tidebound, there's always going to be lots of pressure, even with 2 TI winners on the squad. I mean, China is very unforgiving with their own team, Cinderin, as we've seen in the past.
And I will say, talking about hope, the elephant in the room that I feel like we talk this to death, but you still have to think about this in Nigma Galaxy games because, you know, the stats don't lie, as a famous man once said. It's a lot of Nigma Galaxy's games when they go late become kind of crazy.
Yes.
And Team Tidebound and Xtreme Gaming, the two big Chinese teams performing in this tournament, have been no strangers to playing very well late. And Nigma Galaxy's Achilles heel.
Right on top of Bach. They were fighting for this Lotus, and that's the death of Faith Beyond. Planet now on the run as both Ghost and GH will pursue. It's going to be close with this last right click, as GH doesn't have brain sap up for a while, so they won't get that second kill, but already off to a very good start. And of course, securing the Lotuses when you have a Medusa on your team, extremely important.
Yeah, it's arguably the best Lotus hero in the entire game. So even the early ones that aren't as powerful are just extremely powerful. And Medusa, it's way more EHP for her than other heroes. So a nice grab for them and a good start. This Bane Medusa lane, definitely one of the better lane matchups you can have against Underlord. In spite of him being the last pick, he's not picked as a counter to the lane. He's picked more in the broader sense on a macro level. But I don't see any reason why Ghost wouldn't just keep farming up a Storm here. And his carry matchup against Gyro is also good on the Dusa. The bigger question I have revolves around the team fighting capabilities of the two lineups, because what we've seen in this tournament a lot is that games go longer. On the main stage, they've actually, ironically, kind of been shorter on average than they were in the first stage. But if this game goes down the distance, how are Nigma Galaxy going to structure their team fights? They don't really have any key team fight abilities versus a lineup that has Global Silence, Echo Slam, Flak Cannon, everything Underlord brings to the table with auras. They're decked out for that playstyle, whereas Nigma Galaxy is a lot more skirmish heavy, but then you still have the Medusa. A little bit of a mixed bag in my opinion.
Yep, that's true. Also, like you mentioned, NGX bring a style of play that feels extremely chaotic, regardless of them having a lead, or as we're going to see, a Nightmare. Omar coming in as well. TP support is on the way. Dead shot back into the cogs. Nothing to say, in a lot of trouble playing. And Wyatt made their way over, but nothing to say is already dead. It might be a trade for Omar, but this is a level 2 support, so definitely not favorable for Tidebound.
Really cool combination there. The cogs and Deadshot forcing the enemy hero into that cog knockback. It is, like the panel talked about, it's a tough matchup for Shaker. The Clockwork is a classic counter, and on top of that, you lane him against Muerta, who is a very untraditional mid-hero, but when played in melee matchups can truly bully the opponent. This constant harassment with Gunslinger, with Deadshots. And of course, no surprise here, Sumail going for the quick draw facet, which is the classic way of playing core Muerta.
GH, Nightmare, back into Omar on that level 2 Clockwork, and you can see how hard it is for the Underlord to cast anything. The Battery Assault is such a good counter to these long cast time heroes, and Ghost gets the kill onto Faith Beyond.
Omar is everywhere so far on this clock. Also, part of the reason why he's so low level is he's not really taking any lane experience, but of course other heroes are going to be the beneficiaries of that. As long as your lanes can stand on their own, you're going to get a faster level 6 on the Lycan, for example, which could be really impactful. His matchup against the supports of the enemy team are very good. Silencer is terrible against Lycan. I would say Snapfire, one of the weaker ones as well.
And these are basically 2 solo lanes, top and bottom, with the supports just roaming constantly. Nothing to say. Gonna know that GH is in the area.
Yeah, Kuro asked his teammates, do you guys remember how you played in 2014? And they all say, no, we weren't born then.
Oh, nothing to say. Gets off a fissure, blocks off GH. Omar's going to be fine, but it looks like, can he get the deny onto the creeps? GH attempts it, but nothing to say with the enchant totem kill. And they can see that there are a couple of stacks. Nothing too major to work with, though, yet for Tidebound.
Oh, Omar's just in there. He's going to chase here. There's the 7-minute wisdom that he would love to try to steal. That was part of why this Bane kill was so good when he got it.
Yeah, Bach is making his way from the north. Omar inside of the circular area, but Planet gets there too. So now Omar on the retreat. Good fissure from nothing to say, and this will be the death of Omar. Now his reign has finally come to an end, already with the 1 kill and 2 assists in this game.
I honestly don't really mind that. He pulled 4 heroes over there. He's just putting pressure and making space for his teammates, knowing that he's so low level. It's not that big of a loss to make the enemy team run for you for that long. Helm of the Dominator now completed for Sumail. Can't say I've seen much mid-Muerta with Helm of the Dom, but...
Yeah, I'm sure it's fine. Just like with every other hero.
They have one on Muerta, they have one on the Lycan. As for the Tidebound side, they're going for none of them, it looks like. So, a little bit uncharacteristic. We've seen Bach play a lot of Helms on his offlane heroes.
Yeah. Have they used it on Underlord, though? I don't think I've...
I don't know how much he's even played this hero this tournament, to be honest.
8-minute power rune is bottom. It's a damage rune as a dead shot does hit, so Planet will be brought down eventually, you would think.
The Troll's gonna get him.
Troll does get the last hit. More supports dying outright, though, so 2 for 1 across the map.
NTS managing to kill off Omar there with the Echo Slam. So first use of that will not be on Ancients or a big camp stack. Speaking of, GH is in the neighborhood trying to get a read on just how much is in that triangle with this Bane. He removes the sentry but doesn't block any camps. Still, the pressure is going to mount now. They're going to try to take advantage of Echo Slam being on cooldown, so now you can go in here and use these rally creeps to really get to work. And Sumail also with the amp damage rune. 9-minute mid-tower is a very good look, considering, remember they have Lycan and they have these 2 Helms.
And the GH Nightmare. It's going to force Planet out, though, and they're just going to walk away, it seems.
This is without question a good start for Nigma Galaxy.
You got the dead shot you talked about, along with the Nightmare facet inside those cogs. Pretty crazy combo. And then with the calling from the outside, they have a lot of good fight potential on this NGX side. As why he finds himself, Sumail slows him, but GH is on the other side to finish the job. A 2K early lead for NGX, and in terms of how important it is for these teams to get off to a good start, in terms of like their lineup, how does that shape up this game?
I think it was more important for Nigma Galaxy to get off on the right foot here, because again, when we go down the stretch, I do think Tidebound's lineup just is a little bit more stable in later game team fights and overall more constructed scenarios, but Nigma Galaxy's lineup is really good at playing these 2 versus 1 ganks or 2v2s. You know, you run around the map with Bane, with Clock, with Lycan Wolves.
Shiro found by Omar, level 5 right now. TP support on the way. He's just getting bounced left, right, and center. Completely out of mana now, though. Planet will be the recipient of the help of that homing missile. As Omar, again, looks like he's going to drop, but he is, again, just forcing so many heroes to help aid their cores. That's 3 heroes this time brought.
Yeah, Ghost is having the freest time ever because of this. So you can see on the net worth distribution, the big loser in this game so far is nothing to say on the Shaker, which I have to say is starting to become a little bit of a pattern in these games.
It does feel like that, yeah. Shapeshift from Noob. Warner Skits is coming out from Planet. He's just going to get chopped down, though, by the Lycan as Shiro slowed to a crawl. Now going to get chased by the Pine Cone and the Wolf. Pretty much out of mana right now. Why? Looks like he's going to dissuade Noob from going any further. Still quite worse for wear as Bach left to his own devices, though. Now inside the cogs with the battery assault. But with that TP, going to force the rest of NGX away. Nothing to say comes in, trying to take out the Pine Cone. Looks like they'll be able to get that with the tower. But like you said, Ghost left all alone. He gets the tier 1 tower all by himself.
I mean, this is some stellar play from NGX, to be honest. Whether they find the kills or not, they are dictating absolutely everything that's happening in the game. And of course, we were criticizing this about Tidebound yesterday, their support duos being a little bit more on the passive reactive side. In this case, the Snapfire can be aggressive, but is constantly being pulled around the map. And well, what are you going to do as level 5 Silencer except respond to these moves? So, Nigma really just... I don't feel like Tidebound has made a move yet. It's been 12 minutes. I think all of their kills have been reactive. And if Nigma Galaxy can keep this pace up, they're on the way to a very chunky lead. They've only taken the top and mid tower. Bottom tower is usually the easier one to get, and they still can claim that. Of course, Ghost is just farming up a storm. And my question with this Shaker is, when are we going to see something big here?
Well, he just got his blink, so that might be the timing, but he gets Nightmare before it's delivered. Sumail there, Fiend's Grip applied. The silence is actually going to prevent the cookie from coming out, so that was a pretty long Fiend's Grip. There's nothing to say, tries to run away. More reinforcements, though, arriving for Tidebound. And there's the blink reveal with the Echo Slam from Nothing to Say. Sumail is still living, though. Called out, not even going to clip him. He is getting a little bit low, but does find the distance, finds an Illusion Rune. In addition, some way, somehow, nobody dies other than the Tomato. And tomatoes are real people, of course.
That is a very bad blink reveal for Shaker. That is not what you're hoping for.
It was
considering
close,
he got the full element of surprise there. Not only is it the blink reveal, but it's in the middle of a fight, right?
Yeah.
He got initiated on, got the reset, and then has the blink. It's very unexpected for Nigma Galaxy that play comes out, and they still don't get a singular kill. And it begs the question, did Bach not have his ulti ready at that point? This is obviously a hero that you want to connect to these moves with Fiend's Gate when the team fights are bigger. Still stuck around down bottom, and now he might just get dove, potentially.
Rocket Flare reveals his position, puts down the Pit of Malice. Omar, well, he still has the hook shot available. I don't think they're going to need it. He's getting completely surrounded here. But again, TP supports from Tidebound. This time Wide shows up. There's the hook shot with the dead shot to follow. Bach still surviving, though. Super tanky, gets off the Firestorm, but now getting bounced left, right, and center. Sumail brings him down.
Tidebound
that took a long time.
It did.
But they got him.
And okay, that's a little bit worrisome for Tidebound that Bach can sit there and tank a gank for literally 30 seconds and they still feel like they can't help him. Goes to show that their lineup needs time. When the early game fails and you're lacking key ultimates, you still don't have global yet, minute 14. That's not ready. Shaker doesn't have Echo. So obviously Nigma Galaxy will try to take advantage.
This looks like a Wisdom Shrine play from NGX.
Yeah, they're getting both of them.
Well, we'll see. There are TPs coming. Bach going to be in the middle of a 20-second fight again. A beautiful Cogs. That means GH can steal it. Mortimer's Kisses is set up pretty nicely. Stone Gaze, though, comes out from Ghost. And the first to fall is Faith Beyond again. And now look at this, the Nightmare. Onto the Earthshaker. Looks like Shiro shows up, though. And that means NGX will likely want to run away. GH going to be the recipient of the call down. So it ends up being a 1-for-1. It's a Global Silence finally coming out from Y. He dies shortly after, but this is the bigger kill. Ghost super low on HP, on mana in this case. Pops the Lotus Stone, staying alive as a result. Shiro already using the Flak Cannon, Noob in the area as well, but nothing to say, kind of running out of steam. Sumail coming in from the south, wants to continue the pressure, but doesn't have too many resources at his disposal, so looks like this might break things up.
That's still very much, once again, mission accomplished for Nigma Galaxy. You trade supports, but you get the wisdom. And again, Echo and Global get
Omar is
used.
still here. All right, how long you been there, young man? He will eventually be brought down by Bach. Actually, Shiro in this case, but yeah, back-to-back deaths for Faith Beyond. That certainly will set him back. I mean, he's 1-4 already in this game.
In spite of that, he's still almost 1,500 ahead of his mid-shaker.
Ouch. Yeah.
These mid-shakers have been very polarizing. It's interesting, it was theorized to be one of the biggest picks coming into the tournament, and it has been picked and banned a lot, make no mistake, but a lot of the games we've cast haven't been too impressive with this.
It feels like they just get up to such a poor start and never come back.
Yeah.
But of course, the stacks are supposed to be something that will assist them in that comeback story.
That might have been part of the meta development that has caused Shakers to suffer, is that teams have just become better at contesting that triangle and putting more emphasis on it. Because the Shaker games we've cast, we haven't really seen those like quad stack echoes into getting a fast blink and a full level. GH is in no man's land.
Oh yeah.
-1.
Easy kill for Tidebound. They're going to need a lot more of that. They're at a 6K deficit already at the 16-minute mark. NGX really showing up in this game one so far. Looks like Pipe is going to be the first main item for Bach into the Crimson Guard, as the panel was kind of discussing. No huge surprise. Or a bot.
Yep. That is going to be the key moment in this game for Tidebound is, can you find that stabilizing team fight when you hit a timing? Because in reality, they haven't hit a timing at all. I think the only possible opportunity was the Shaker Blink, but as we've already established, that fell flat.
Yeah.
He's only level 9, and it's 17 on the mid Shaker. It's the same as Clockwork.
Yeah.
Right now
pretty crazy.
on NCS, so a very poor outlook here. Effectively, he's like position 3.5 from mid.
Planet runs into GH, instant nightmare. Nothing to say is in the area though, and you can see the Fiend's Grip, or the Fiend's Gate rather, from bot coming to fruition, but now the TPs from NGX come as well. Echo Slam, this is all for a Bane, by the way. They're gonna clean up the Earthshaker easily, so 1 for 1, mid for support. Of course, the mid is basically a support here.
I was gonna say, you could argue a support for support almost at this point, but yeah.
This is the roughest. I mean, we cast what was it, BZM having a really rough game.
Yeah.
This is worse, it feels like, right?
It's not a good recipe to win Pro Dota to play with 3 supports. That's well, not a common strategy.
Or protect 1, in some ways, is 4 supports and 1 carry, right?
Well.
Shiro's going to have to do some heavy lifting in this game. Going for the Butterfly next on top of his Manta and Dragon Lance.
That's the good news for Tidebound, is that Shiro is having a good start here. He's 4-0-1. He had a very rough series yesterday, so I think there's also something to be said about, you know, getting off to a good start on the day and feeling like everything isn't coming crashing down after a good start to the tournament. Because yesterday he had 2 tough games back-to-back. He kind of just got destroyed.
Yeah.
Both in, I mean, in particular, I would say in his Marcy game, but also the Shadow Fiend game wasn't too hot either.
Now Fiend's Grip, and we can see Snapfire left all alone, so easy kill for Sumail. NGX continuing to increase their lead. Y is spotted, again taken out in turn. So 2 support kills extremely quickly for NGX. And the question is, are they actually going to go for Rogue? Ghost is extremely close to Butterfly as well. That is a huge power spike for Medusas. Even pierced the veil pop from Sumail to try to take out the Roche as quick as possible. And they're not too afraid of any response coming out from Tidebound.
No, well, they're going to find GH, which is the smallest consolation prize possible.
They will do so.
All the way at their own base. Yeah, that's going to be a Roche. So Roche number 1 for NGX, looking really, really good here. You could potentially make a case for sieging high ground minute 20 this game. I know that sounds unbelievable in this patch and what we've seen so far in this tournament.
After the Tormentor, I'm sure.
But you have Manta, Butter, and Aegis minute 19, which is an insane timing.
Yeah, this is going to be super hard to contest.
You can at least pick whatever objective you want outside of the enemy base, and it's yours. I just don't see Tidebound standing a chance. So you can take every tower or Tormentor by grouping up. Then the question is, if you're grouping up 5 heroes, can Tidebound beat you on economy by just playing the map more efficiently while you group up? So you got to be careful not to be too slow moving as a unit. And for the time being, Nigma Galaxy don't really seem to be pressing much of the map. They just want to keep farming, which is also okay. They don't have to use the Aegis immediately, but I do think it would be a mistake to just let it expire without forcing anything. And looks like Ghost is already approaching his first target, the top tier 2 tower.
Yep, likely go for the tier 2, and I mean, maybe you poke a bit, force a fortification, and then go for the Tormentor.
It's just
plenty of time on this Aegis.
I mean, the more you look at this, the better this Medusa hero is in this game, right? The last pick of Tidebound, the Underlord, does no damage to her because Firestorm's percentage-based damage is irrelevant against Deuce's bad HP pool.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of questioning this choice. I understand you want the auras, but do the pros outweigh the cons of Deucer was the primary problem that Nigma presented in that second phase, and I feel like you did not solve it at all. You have no single target damage, you have no mana burn. Who's going to stop Ghost when he gets his next item?
Yeah, GH will get the Shard. They don't even need to group up to take the Tormentor, so this is also a tier 2 for NGX. Yep. I mean, this is more of a Thompson thing, I guess, from back in the day. Is there any consideration for Diffusal on Gyro?
I think he has to buy it eventually, because otherwise I just don't see them killing Dusa, but
not yet.
I mean, when you say eventually, how much time are they going to give you?
Exactly, yeah.
That's the question here. If Nigma Galaxy go high ground here and take a lane of barracks, I feel like we've gone into a time machine from 2 months ago when people played the game normally.
I know, what happened? What happened in these 3 days off?
There we go. I love this. I really think this is a good siege. I think they can commit harder to it and bring Lycan walls and everything, but...
Yeah, they find a little tasty snack in the form of Planet. Even uses Pierce the Veil to get that kill.
Planet with a rare sight here, 6 items in his stash. I don't think I've ever seen that before.
Huh.
He has a full solar. He just hasn't picked up the power, except the energy boost.
He must have panic buyed right before he died then, huh?
I mean, he did AFK after getting nightmares, so he was just mashing his quick buy button.
It happens to the best of us. As Ghost gonna get some pressure applied to him. Gonna call down his place. He's gonna be A-okay though, obviously still with 2 minutes on that Aegis. Yeah. But it looks like their strat is to go for all the tier 2s.
Yeah. I mean, 2 or 3 tier 2s and Tormentor for the first Aegis is, in the average game, a very good result. Also, a little poke damage on the top tier 3. He got about a quarter of that on his own on Ghost. And yeah, this mid tower, not long for this world. Shiro's trying to be annoying, but that's all he'll do. I really like this first pickup on Clockwork of buying Force Staff, by the way. We've seen different builds. Force Staff is just exceptionally good against Underlord. It's good against Snapfire and Shaker. The enemy team is creating debris for you to cross, and Clockwork with this can do it for a teammate. You might even see him buy the shard, potentially later for himself too, for even more ability to traverse terrain.
Well, this is quite the expedition for Y. He's certainly aware of Noob's general presence, puts down a couple nice wards. The only question is, will he be spotted at some point? No, we'll be able to TP out, so some good vision now. See if they're able to use that in the coming minutes. As, again, the lead just continues to grow. This is not one of those games where you get an Aegis and it kind of plateaus, which has felt like it's happened a couple, like maybe more games than we're used to seeing in the earlier games that we have cast, but this time around, NGX continuing to expand.
Yeah, they're going to finish this bot lane as well. I think even if the Aegis expires, they're still going to try to commit for this tower. But of course, the dream would be to not get into that situation. We've got 25 seconds. There is a glyph. Tidebound are thinking about it this time.
They sure are. It's a little bit more of a commitment as Shiro will burn about half the mana from Ghost, even more now. Butterfly online for Shiro.
12 seconds. Keep an eye on the timer here. And yeah, Ghost will respect it. So they do defend. So 2.5 towers, a Tormentor, and a quarter of a tier 3 is what Ghost will get in this 5-minute period. Not too shabby.
Yeah.
Almost has Scotty as well.
So that's pretty good. Not too bad farming. You can see Tidebound.
Yep, they're going to try to do something.
Nice dead shot on the smoke target. Somebody didn't even see him.
This is one of those moments where you go, I was here, Shannon. They're making a move on Tidebound. We were here to witness Tidebound moving as a unit in smoke.
Their creeps are killing all of the neutrals in the meantime, as finally Tidebound is revealed and they find absolutely nothing.
This is what I bought the postcard for. That was really uninteresting to write home about. All right, nothing to say is back to farming.
Yep, doing his best. He'll have BKB relatively shortly, so just the recipe away at this point. That's still so far behind.
Well, they're going to try again.
All right, through the gate.
So Bach is queuing up Aghanims now on the Underlord. We both love to see that. Of course, coolest when you've got the Gleipnir.
Oh, this was scanned out. Noob.
Oh, that's a very, very good read.
This might be 2 smokes in a row kind of waste, although Noob, he popped his ult inside the Pit of Malice, though. Reinforcements are going to arrive pretty shortly, but the Global Silence comes out and the Mortimer's Kisses destroy him. But incoming Sumail with the BKB Pierce the Veil. First to fall is the Snapfire. You can see the Fiend's grip onto the Gyrocopter. Do they have the damage? They have the lockdown. They have everything. This is not even remotely close. Now the Underlord inside of that Nightmare, inside his own Pit of Malice, just getting kited to a high degree. They lose the Lycan to start the fight, but they can 4 straight kills right after.
Nothing to say had no play there. He got caught by the Clockwork, and he was just... He echoed the clock and tried to cast Fissure 7 times in a row. And then he died.
Look at the battery.
Yeah, he kept trying. And, I mean, you've got the Kaya, but you don't have Kayayasha, so that's not going to happen.
Man,
like,
what a last pick Clockwork, huh?
Yeah, it's
crazy.
The Clockwork pick has been really good, but again, I think this is the second game of Nothing to Say Shaker we've seen this tournament, where it just leaves a lot to be desired, right? And Nigma Galaxy, they know exactly how to approach this. Keeping in mind, this could have been even better, right? They scanned them out, Noob knew they were coming, he pops ult. If he's a little bit further right here, he might not even get caught to begin with. And that could have just been a clean sweep. At the very least for Tidebound, they get a little bit of a trade, but keep an eye on the Shaker here in the top left. So Nothing to Say comes through the gate immediately into the calling, gets hookshot up there. Now you're not going to see the rest on camera, but trust me when I say he did nothing, and his health is just falling by the minute.
I trust you, Cinderin.
I take it back. He did echo the clockwork. He did 200 damage.
Okay. Technically incorrect, but effectively correct. A 4 for 1. NGX, 16k lead. This is starting to look quite insurmountable. So what can Tidebound do to get back in this game? Is it just a high ground defense type of deal? Do you have to contest second Roche?
There's a couple of things I think they can do still, or that they especially could have done better.
Hook shot.
Hang on.
They find Planet. Dead shot misses, but they have the damage nonetheless.
Doesn't matter, yeah. Just too much damage.
Nullifier onto Shiro. Good Manta, though.
They have to have better formation. I think the way Nothing to Say arrived into that fight is just a no-go. You cannot have Shaker arrive into the center of the fight. The gate has to be placed more on the left if you want him to come in through the gate. Otherwise, he needs to be there at the beginning of the fight off to the side to avoid the clockwork. Aside from that, obviously key items coming up. This Shaker BKB will potentially finally allow him to do something. Gyro Satanic will help as well. Shiro can be... As much as we've talked about Nigma Galaxy not having or Medusa being almost unkillable with single target damage, a Gyro Satanic is also tough to bring down for the NGX side. They don't have that overwhelming single target damage just yet. Sumail will get there, but right now the hard hitter on one target is actually Lycan. As I say that, Dusa almost has MKB, so maybe not.
Yeah, we haven't even talked
Ghost
much
is
about
just ahead by a full item.
Yeah, absolutely. This is... I mean, Medusa is one of those carries. Feels like you can almost 1v5 in the late stages of the game. With that MKB relatively shortly coming online. Takes Ghost to the next level. Second Roche is available. Does NGX feel confident going for it without a pickoff first is the question. Because fighting against Tidebound in the pit is a bit of a scary proposition. And again, potential pickoff on the Planet. Hook shot to start things out, and now slowed to a crawl with that Scotty from Ghost. Another easy pickoff for the NGX side.
I think that's enough to go Roche. Like, just having any hero out of play makes this extremely difficult for Tidebound side. And this is actually one of the more important Roshan pit fighting heroes, because Clockwork is going to have his eyes set on Shaker the whole time, so Snapfire is the one who actually gets to cast her ults reliably. With her in the grave, Tidebound just have to concede another objective.
And this one surely means a high ground.
This is a high ground Aegis, without question. 20k lead. Dusa almost fully decked out. He's going to swap out his Falcon Blade for this Aegis, so technically for an Aegis push, he could replace the treads into another item. He's queuing up BKB here on Ghost. Thought maybe we would see something even more hard-hitting to try to finish the job, like Rapier or Daedalus.
It's a little surprising going that defensive, but...
If he wants a defensive item, you could make a really good case for Pike here, I think.
GH gonna force out the Fiend's Gate. Nothing to Say blocks off GH, but a nice force step onto the other side. Hook shot from Omar. Looks like they're gonna find the Silencer. Y is dead before he'd be able to get off Global Silence. Attempting to go through his own gate. Block. Not gonna happen. Pops the Crimson. Dies right after. Just feels like there is no opening for Tidebound.
If they want to take fights, they have to bring the gyro. I just think skirmishes like this are not possible. You're maybe a little bit naive to try to think you can kill GH there. He's got Force Staff, Lens, Essence Ring, and you didn't global. So then the full Fiend script comes out onto the Underlord as well. Just very easy and good response, and very quick responses too from the side of Nigma Galaxy.
Oh, they see Nothing to Say. The Wolves have spotted him. He's gonna pop the BKB and just get crit! My goodness! You talked about the BKB being picked up. That is not what he had in mind.
That's also not what he bought it for. Ooh. I don't think he bought BKB to counter the Lycan.
Well, he popped it anyway.
Yeah, that's what...
And now the Roche banner placed, and the high ground attempt is here for NGX. What can Tidebound do? Earthshaker down for 30 seconds. He has buyback and Echo Slam, but you might have to just concede an entire lane here.
This is so difficult for Shiro to contest the Dusa with all the backup sitting behind.
Yep, Crimson is popped, so that's gonna prevent some damage coming out from the Medusa, but eventually it'll wear out. 10 seconds away from nothing to say getting back in the game. But still, Ghost literally all alone on the high ground, and they can't do anything against him. Shiro already at half HP. They have to force the fortification. Is there going to be a reset from NGX? Or do they just continue? You can see the Alpha Wolf on the back line. Yeah, this is just a full lane. And now the BKB being delivered soon on the Medusa. Still 2.5 minutes on this Aegis. And if you're Tidebound, you just don't want to expend too many resources to take out life number 1, because then you'll have nothing for the fight afterwards.
I don't think there's any reason to not squeeze this and try to get a second lane.
Yeah, absolutely.
You still have about half mana on the Medusa. This is the perfect camp that just spawned as well. The 4 creeps with mana for the Mystic Snake. The Ghost is going to be almost back to full when you go and hit mid now. Oh, as you said, the BKB
for Omar, my goodness. Overclocking GH, another target found potentially.
Yep.
This is going to be a volley into a kill. So Planet just getting picked off repeatedly.
Ghost 11-0 has had a great start, and he's capitalized on it. He's converted everything he needed to from that beginning of the game, and from a draft perspective, this was exactly what Nigma Galaxy dreamt of in this game, was to get off to a hot start and just run the entire map before Tidebound's heavy 5-man slower lineup could really come online. So far in 33 minutes, they've barely got to play their heroes, and that's been a rare sight in this tournament, that a team has been destroyed this hard, this early, and been unable to find at least some sort of rebuttal. It's just been nothing.
And this is going to be a tier 3, still 1.5 minutes on the Aegis, so Ghost and company will certainly push the envelope to try to get this second lane. Will Tidebound try to do something, or will this just be another free set of barracks? That's going to be the last fortification for quite a while on Tidebound's side, is the 27k lead for NGX.
There's still a full minute on this Aegis,
and once this Aegis is out, that BKB just takes its place. And this is a second lane for NGX. Uncontested as Tidebound. I mean, is there a power spike incoming? Looks like they're going to smoke up and try to surprise them. Doubt they want to go for the Medusa first. She's going to be spotted. Try to wrap around to their own triangle potentially. Sumail could be a good target. But the smoke on the other side for NGX. Omar's going to pop in. Overclocker's place into the hook shot. The silencer stuck in place. Will be able to get off the global silence? No! The silencer dead right off the bat. And you can see, nothing to say does kill off Omar, but now he's going to get chased by Noob as Shiro, full grip on the sideline. Blocks the right click damage from Noob as the GGs come out. NGX just absolutely stomped Tidebound in game 1.
Wow, that was not even remotely close. And we were talking about this at the beginning of the game. Who is going to bounce back best from their loss yesterday? Nigma Galaxy had the closer series, had more signs of life, and probably have lesser of an expectation overall, so probably playing with a bit more freedom and less pressure. In this game, Tidebound falling victim to some of the same problems as yesterday, just inability to make moves, losing a little bit early and never really finding their footing. I think if you want to come back in this series as Tidebound, you've got to have more, got to have better laning and some more opportunity to fight early. And the main thing I feel, the pattern that I have found is their support duo. In these 3 games that we've had on the main stage for them, maybe it's just a little bit too little in the damage department early on.
Yeah, I feel like Omar completely carried that early game. But either way, we go to the panel as NGX up 1-0 in this best of 3.
Yeah, an elimination best of 3. 1 game up is definitely where you want to be. All the fans maybe sighing a little bit of relief here, but I like what Sim said. Playmaker, that's something that's normally very like cohesive with, okay, a mid laner is going to be our playmaker. They're the one that's going to run around with the support. Maybe you're still fine if your mid laner has a rough game if there is a backup in an off laner.
Yeah, definitely the case. Like, I think Underlord is just a weird hero to play around. Like, a lot of the time that it's not in the meta, this is the thing that we point to for why not, is that you need a lot of levels before you can start really being active. Like, it's more like you're active with other heroes, and then he ults in and gives auras.
These teams aren't wasting any time, by the way. They're back in their booths, and they are back into draft for game number 2.
Team Tidebound versus Nigma Galaxy. Game 2.
Top 8, that would be the placement Tidebound get for themselves if they aren't able to bring something out of the bag for game number 2. Elimination is on the line. Nigma Galaxy, they kind of just want to repeat what's been happening, hoping for themselves that it's going to go the same way, and at least for draft's sake, it's going to start out in a very similar fashion. They're having first pick here.
It leaves Invoker in the pool again. They had to switch things up, removing this Lycan, which did cause a lot of issues for them. But Nigma Galaxy, they don't want to mess around. Muerta, now they've shown that they can play this from 2 different roles, and I'm also pretty sure that Ghost can play it. She has to have that third option if necessary, because Muerta with the other facet does allow you to play from the carry role, and she seems relatively good, I would say. But what Sumail has shown in the previous game is that he can pretty much play anything Kurotok in an inter. It's Sumail. He's going to be playing whatever he wants, and the king is back. I'm not just talking about the Sand King, but also Sumail. He's having some top-notch performances.
Yeah, this is going to become, I think, a very high value pick here, going maybe deeper in the tournament. This Muerta hero, if you can actually play her mid with the Helm build, I think this hero just gives you so much value in the draft. You open the draft with the hero, it doesn't reveal too much, and you can swap her to a support.
Yeah. I mean, very recently it was like considered an S tier support, and I remember we always questioned, like, why is it falling off? You know, the Ags
they
build.
nerfed the Ags. I think that's probably the main reason. You don't have the double and the talents, right? You don't have the
level
double.
20 and 25.
Yeah, 20 to 25.
It still felt like something that could come out, especially for like the specialty players. So I'm glad to see that it is coming out. But when you have heroes in the first phase, like, they almost always have to be flexed.
Yeah, I mean, the Sand King is like an appropriate response to that. Kind of like also a mid hero slash offlane hero, flex hero, so you can decide it somewhere down the road. I think this is a pretty nice response, so you don't really, once again, show too much, and you're gonna have to really be thinking about your support duo, right? So the Bane is going to be the one that is the first one being snatched up by Team Tidebound.
So Tidebound is not going to have the same issue as last game, where they don't have like a mid or an off lane to be in that trio, because Sand King doesn't need items. He doesn't need a Blink Dagger. You can just run with him, and he has a lot of damage between the Epicenter and even the Sandstorm. Like, obviously, he does want to get a Blink at some point. He will love to farm those Ancients, but you can still play around him early. It's not going to be this like Underlord, Earthshaker mid waiting for Blink scenario.
He also is like kind of, I think, stronger in the lane if you play him mid against range heroes, because you kind of just farm, push out the wave, and you don't really get right click so much like what we saw with the Earthshaker against the Muerta.
Yeah, your battle is not with the mid laner, it's with the sentry wards that they're putting down.
Comes again. I mean, Clockwork was a real menace in the previous game. We did mention that he needs to pop off in the previous game because they didn't have that many setups, and now the same thing. Bane doesn't like to play into Clockwork. You're playing into Muerta as well. Phoenix, there's no real attack speed that is coming out, at least now. I think they could potentially pick up that Snapfire that is still available. You have an Egg Hitter, you have something against the Clockwork. But magical damage against Muerta works really well, pairing up with the Sand King. I think this time around Tidebound did a very good job trying to address some of the issues, especially against this Muerta. Phoenix as well. You have the burst damage, like you can initiate onto a hero and try to kill it.
I think that's an S tier suggestion, and that would give them a very strong trio at running around and doing stuff in the early game.
Yeah.
So you have Bane to set up, and then you Snapfire that's doing damage.
I probably want to show like one support plus the mid, plus the carry here, and keep the Sand King flexible if they can. Well, they go for the Grimstroke here.
Cool. They're going for something else.
Double grip.
Yeah, double grip, double burrow, which is incredible because then you burrow, you know, both targets, and then the burrow under. Anyway, the Grimstroke, you're getting like extra damage because burrow hits multiple targets. It's like AoE, but it works with the Grimstroke ult.
Okay.
But I love Grimstroke against Muerta because you get the innate where you can hit ethereal targets but then you get a unit that's also magic immune. So the illusion that you get is like legitimately God. You cannot deal with this illusion.
Yeah, Phoenix also hates the silence, the ghost, you know.
Yeah, true.
You can't really deal with it. And they have a pretty nice Inkswell target with the Sand I think every time you see a Grimstroke being picked, immediately you think, oh, does their lineup work well with the Grimstroke? And right now they have the double grip and the Inkswell target on the Sand Undying, okay.
So that's a mid Sanking and the core Undying.
Off lane Undying.
They want to get a pipe. They want to get those auras instantly, and Nigma Galaxy immediately taking out Medusa. Like, the damage that they do have is really that great. Plus, you also have ways beyond with Undying. Tombstone, Medusa, Gyrocopter, these type of stuff are always going to be
But at the same time, Grimstroke acts, you know, against Medusa.
This is another great illusion target. And I will say the same thing that I said last game, which is Team Tidebound, they seem to think that they need a Crimson Pipe Buyer versus Medusa. And Undying is an excellent Crimson Pipe Buyer, especially the Crimson, because all the strength that you're stealing is giving you more protection against these small instances of damage that Medusa is doing, but it doesn't seem like NGX cares.
I'll go with the crowd. I'm going to say crowd wants to see Ogre, and that's going to be the last pick. It's all that clapping, right?
I like how Lacoste can make anything work for his imagination here. What is your...
Wait, which team is picking Ogre? Just said that
think any,
without even thinking
Nigma Galaxy, he doesn't care. Any of them.
I mean, if we can have Morta mid, if we can have these Pudge carries, why not Ogre?
If it comes out, you need to go down there and start drafting.
I will.
Let me ask you, do you buy Helm on Ogre or Midas on Ogre?
Both.
Midas 100% of the time.
There you go.
100% of the time. Oh, let's see what exactly is going to be banned out. Last time that they picked the Medusa, they banned the AM, and it was just the Darkseer. They felt like that was what they were looking for, something that really countered the Medusa. But the offlane had already been shown in Undying, so is that still where your ban was?
Maybe Tidebound could pick Morphling, because I think it's really good against Medusa.
Oh, I thought you were going to say because the crowd was doing waves. Yeah.
Come on, dude, I was setting up for the punchline. Come on. Yeah, it was a wave type thing, but then I thought Shiro actually plays Morphling. It's not genuinely not that bad. Turning into Medusa is very powerful.
Now full of jokesters on this panel. Having too much fun. They're thinking a lot about this. It went straight from this clockwork. They knew exactly that they wanted the Medusa out of this into the AM ban, but now is where it's stalling out a little bit, Winter.
I mean, there definitely still a lot of other decent options. I think Terrorblade is kind of okay too, you know, you can kind of hit the egg, and you can make Medusa copies of your own. You're kind of like a Darkseer in a way. So I think there's still options here.
Oh, Jug would have been good.
How come?
Diffusal builder against Medusa. I also think people generally enjoy that matchup. Like in the Omni Slash, you can do enough damage to kill.
I mean, you also spin and kill the egg, so there's like two reasons to pick the job. I mean, the mask kind of also really rounds up the whole lineup here. Protection for the egg. It kind of also maybe stops certain heroes like TB. You know, you dissuade those heroes. Well, they're gonna go for the Faceless Void here. So the other lineup is gonna be very, very slow, and you have triple melee cores here.
That is a classic Medusa counter, though. I remember BB Team was the first team to show this, where you simply kill everyone else, and Medusa does such small instances of damage that Void will...
Yeah, but what if the egg is the carry right now, because you can't kill the egg? You have 3 melee cores, and your supports are probably
supports
not
are
gonna
pretty
kill
bad at it.
And
So it needs to be Faceless Void who needs to actually hit the egg.
Yeah. Early Manta style from him. This is going to be necessary. Attack speed items.
Yeah.
So the impact of the Phoenix is still going to stay there. You know, it's rising in popularity a little bit, but we mostly see it played in.
I mean, it's also Phoenix plus Medusa, right? The gaze and the egg, so you're not hitting the egg. It's going to be tough.
Yeah, tough to disengage there. So now the question is, you guys have favored a team normally when it comes to a team fight, when you see the lanes play out. But can you see that when it comes to these two drafts and these two teams?
I mean, the trifecta again, right? You're going to be looking at the trifecta. So it's going to be Moita, Phoenix, Clock. I think that's probably more all-rounded compared to the Sand King, Bane, and Grim. I think Grim is the weakest hero here when it comes to the rune fighting. So I think I'm going to give the trifecta advantage to Nigma Galaxy. They're probably going to be able to get slightly ahead in terms of their runes, and they're going to be able to use it to snowball again, what happened in the first game with the Moita.
I think Tidebounds is way better than last game.
It is.
Like we're going to see an actual competitive game here rather than just the stomp of game 1.
Yeah, it's not like last game, but I still think that the Grim is going to be a weaker one. The weakest here among the
Yeah,
six
he's
players.
playing into Mars, which he doesn't like to play. Clockwork as well. I think these two supports from Tidebound could suffer a lot if they're getting initiated on. Sure, there is some counterplay to it with the Sanking Stun, with the Undying using the Tombstone, popping the Aura's Chronosphere from the Faceless Void. But overall, if Nigma Galaxy is being the one who's super aggressive, they're initiating the fights, I can feel these two supports having a really rough time.
And yourself, Jenkins?
Yeah, I agree. I would say I think NGX got something very similar to what they got in the first game, perhaps even easier to execute. It's just they're dealing with a Tidebound that has an actual good duo in their supports.
Yeah, Tidebound powering up, having a bit of drive for themselves in a game number 2. Let's hear from their coach exactly his thoughts on it.
Thank you very much. I am standing by with the Blink, coach of Tidebound, with Helen helping to translate, where we are seeing something interesting 2 times in a row. Sumail Muerta mid. Now, I haven't seen this before, but I was wondering, how prepared were you for them to do it 2 times in a row now?
我们连续2把都看到了苏缪的中单重音碧零奶绿，我们是没有见过，你有见过吗？而且有没有做好准备呢？
之前有耳闻吧，也在 TNT 上看到他玩过。就第一把可能是我们没有处理好他这个中单奶绿，但是这把我们想了办法，好吧？我觉得他打不出上把的节奏。
So we have seen him play the hero before. In game 1, we didn't properly deal with it. However, we'll find a solution and not let him have his tempo.
Well, let's see if the solution works out. And I know behind me, are there a lot of Tidebound fans on this side? It sure sounds like it. So Blink, I was wondering, do you have any message for all the people on this side of the crowd that want to hear you really get them going?
我们身后有那么多太棒的粉丝，有没有任何想跟他们说的话呢？
谢谢大家的支持，相信我们中国队的大河，好吧？
Thank you everyone for your support. Please believe in China's ultra carries.
The ultra carries are on the field. Now let's see it in the game as we get into game number 2.
Yeah, I'd say Faceless Void is an ultra carry for sure.
It's the bill.
Indeed, it feels like it comes back every single TI one way or another. The question is, will it be effective for Tidebound, as already we're getting action planted inside of the cogs. That is first blood for GH. Feels like we've seen this before.
Yep.
3 of the same 5 heroes from last game for NGX.
There are some pretty meaningful adjustments being made here, though, that do give me more faith in Tidebound to have a better showing than game number 1. The panel was talking about it. I think this time around, possibly the support pairings they have will lead to better laning. And in comparison to the Shaker mid that you and I have had some trouble seeing the impact of, mid Sand King has looked very strong and consistent in this tournament, and also doesn't lose its lanes very hard. When you have bad matchups, you just pull waves, you farm with Sandstorm, you semi-jungle. So if that is indeed the case against Muerta, again, playing that melee matchup into that, this time around, I just don't see Nothing to Say suffering as much. He's also better at getting rotated by Clockwork. You can actually stun your way out of cogs. There's a lot of upsides compared to game 1. But that said, Tidebound again have a relatively slow lineup. So can Nigma Galaxy play the same pace as last time, then we could see the same outcome.
Well, they don't have a Lycan this time, so gonna be less action in that regard for sure. Okay, I'm gonna bring up a storyline. We'll see if it comes to be Cinderin, but it is gonna be mega hype if it does. So you remember we cast, it was Tidebound versus Xtreme. Bach was playing Centaur with the cart, of course, which we're gonna bring up the singular time in this cast, I promise. And on the other side, XXS was playing the Undying with the Tombstone. It was save versus save. Undying prevailed. This time, it's Bach playing Undying with the grab ally versus GH Supernova save. Which one is stronger?
Yeah, good question. We saw GH having massive impact yesterday. Even though they lost the series, his Phoenix against BB team was no joke.
It seemed almost uncounterable at that stage of the game. It feels like you just literally can't kill Egg anymore. And the range that he had was insane. Like, you can't do much about it other than try to jump him and just deal with him outright.
I guess the one upside here is the only... They have technically 2 BKB piercing abilities on the side of Nigma Galaxy against Void, which is Hookshot for a little stun, and the Stone Gaze, but potentially Void can kill the egg. The panel is talking about how he almost has to do it on his own. Oh, nice find there. Planet will get him.
Indeed.
Blood grenade.
Looks like Tidebound is now on the board for game 2. And in terms of the Chronosphere damage this time around, we've talked about that being kind of a lacking thing in some of these lineups. You have Epicenter, and what else?
Epicenter,
Tombstone.
Inkswell, Stroke of Fate. It's not bad.
Does Tombstone, the zombies continue to spawn, I assume?
They spawn, but they don't attack.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's mainly the Sand King, obviously, but Grimstroke can be a bit of an X factor in those Chronos. It also allows Void to make plays that he usually can't. Giving him that Inkswell can be very powerful.
And how's Dark Portrait this game, if the Ags ends up coming to be for Planet?
I mean, it's really good against Medusa, so that's the only hero it's good against. It's pretty bad against Muerta. So you're not necessarily looking for like a Soulbind Dark Portrait, but just a single target on the Medusa could be a really strong ability. If you consider how teams are banning Darkseer when they're running Medusa, this is a more, in some ways, more reliable counter. It's just you have to get there.
Yeah.
But the Dark Portrait illusion is very, very strong.
Nightmare Force so that the Courier survives. Omar already with less action here at the 4-minute mark. I feel like he was involved in 3 or 4 kills at this point last game, so Tidebound has certainly made some adjustments.
In similar fashion, though, the laning stage is still going well for Enigma Galaxy. It's not through kills, now it's just through the raw laning, but they are once again off to a head start. Shiro on the Faceless Void is struggling, 11-4 against Noob, 22-10 on Mars. This is, of course, a lane that you would argue favors Mars Clock, but probably not by this much. So I think a little bit of just raw outplay here as well from the side of Nigma Galaxy in their off lane. And that's probably the lane of theirs in this tournament that has leveled up the most. Noob was receiving some criticism earlier on for falling flat in some lanes in some games. I think on the big stage, he has been playing his best. And Omar as well.
Sure.
Oh, that is not an expected
Soloed
kill.
by Sumail. That is a huge deal. Nobody even came to assist.
Yeah, I was not even looking for this. This is kind of crazy. Sand King, like we talked about, generally draws even bad matchups. He's just getting stomped. Sumail 34-15. The Sand King only 21-1. It makes me wonder if this is a little bit of inexperience on Nothing to Say's part. I can't help but feel that a player like Malrine will just get more out of this lane as Sand King.
Right.
Like he's just playing. Sometimes the best way to play the lane is to just not play it in the middle. You just pull the waves around and find a different way of navigating. Perhaps he's getting countered out by the threat of Clockwork intercepting him when he tries to go for it. But either way, the result is the same. Sumail with a 1,000 gold lead in mid at 5 minutes.
Yeah, it's looking a lot like last game without the ganking needed.
Yeah.
I guess as Omar, looks like he'll find Y. Still hasn't leveled Battery Salt, still holding on to those levels. Has 2 in cogs right now. As the 6-minute rune is coming. GH and Sumail. Looks like NGX actually in good position to get whatever it is. As it will be a regen, so Sumail will be pretty happy with that. Close to his helm as well.
Yeah, he was down to like 20% mana. Just going to get it nicely filled up here so he can keep that pressure up. Ooh.
Good dive from GH. Has nothing to say. We'll be using the Sandstorm and Inkswell to clean up this stack. GH will be taking a bit of that XP though, but of course the gold a little bit more important. We're only 30 seconds away from this Wisdom Shrine play as well. It feels like so consistently in this tournament, at the first Wisdom Shrine, it feels like we have several supports at like level 3, sometimes level 2 even. It feels
yeah.
Just all this roaming, I suppose, just hurting their levels overall.
It is really important for both teams to try to get one here. Bach under some pressure. He's actually getting cooked. Gets the double decay though, but I don't know if this is going to be enough.
Sunray pretty strong. Dive to follow. Mystic Snake as well. He gets off another Soul Rip and will walk away. It looks like both Wisdom Shrines will be traded.
Yeah.
He's going for the Helm of Dom on the Undying.
Standard.
Let's get a shout out to Helm of the Dom, everybody. All right, mixed reaction. Okay.
There's one guy very loudly booing. I love that.
It's not that bad. It's really not that bad, I feel like.
Can we get a boo for Suns fans taste in items?
Okay.
There we go.
Hey, my favorite
That's
item
what
is
I'm talking
Aghanim
about.
Scepter, so you're just fooling yourselves here, all right? And Shiro, I mean, at what point can Faceless Voids join the fight these days? Do you, like, obviously old days need to be stacked.
Right.
But this time around, it feels like you do need to get into the action a little bit earlier. Speaking of which, Nightmare onto Noob. Level 6 has the arena. Uses the spear. Shiro does have Chrono if they need it, but this is a 1 versus 3. So Noob will be brought down. Will be to Y on the Bane.
It's a 3v1. You at least don't have to use Chrono there for the Faceless Void. The hero is able to join earlier. Obviously, the Helm of the Dominator build really helps with that, working in the Chronosphere and doing some extra damage. Nothing to say.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's better to be a Sand King than a Shaker there.
Indeed.
Actually getting out. But Void can't do it on his own in the Chrono for a very long time, so again, you're kind of reliant on team damage. If Sand King's game is as weak as it is right now, you're very far from a Blink on NCS, and he's not realistically doing meaningful damage in Chrono without a dagger. So then what do you really have? A Grimstroke nuke and an Inkswell? It's not all that inspiring. And again, how do you kill Medusa? I think that's my big question once more.
We can come back to that as well. As the calling place from Samir, they want to try to do something about this ancient stack. Deadshot does miss, but why? Taking pretty heavy damage as the Pinecone will continue autonomously, it feels. Burrow strike onto Omar. It's outside his cogs, but Bach has come to make sure that he does not get out with his life. So the clockwork death as Pinecone is continuing the pressure on the Y. He'll finally get some reinforcements for this pesky creep.
If that Fire Spirit would have hit, he would have died.
Jeez. Nobody wants to deal with this bad boy.
I don't know if that was intentional or not, but the neutral team, yeah, they weren't happy with him, so. They ran out of zombies to attack, and now they're just seeing everyone as a zombie.
Now, nothing to say is going to get most of these. Sumail, though, doing a good job of taking a few and disrupting this farm session for Tidebound.
I will say it's been a little bit interesting to see some of the stubbornness in drafts. Earlier this tournament, of course, we saw Heroic against Yakuto Brothers to get to this main stage. Yakuto let Meepo through twice and just got owned by it twice in a row. And now you have this series with Tidebound against Nigma Galaxy, just got handled by Medusa. And in this second game, potentially the same thing could happen. I don't think you've counterpicked it much more than last game. It's a bit better. But slightly worrisome for the side of Tidebound, whether they came to the right conclusions after game one. You're not getting a third chance. Got to deliver in this individual game or you are going home, indeed.
And in terms of Noob's performance, obviously he's playing the Mars this game. We've talked about it in a couple of our casts in the past. It feels like he's been pretty inconsistent. Where would you put Mars on his list, though? It feels like he is one of the better ones.
Yeah, it's been one of his best heroes this tournament, but the hero in itself, it's also one of those heroes where it's really easy to look bad because the spear is so telegraphed and so iconic that if you miss 2 or 3 spears in a row, you might be like, man, I'm having an awful game, but we've had games in this tournament.
Arena comes out with the reinforcements as well. Shiro's in a bit of trouble. Gets silenced thanks to the calling. Sumail showing up.
The re-silence.
There, and Y looks to be next on the list for NGX. They're going to be able to get 2 kills here. And obviously the big one onto Shiro.
That was really nicely set up with the calling. Gets the silence, and as it's breaking, the dead shot from Sumail, perfect for the re-silence. Needed both of those to land. And now this is also going to give them a tier 1 tower, most likely. I don't know if Tidebound can really muster any defense here. They're trying to get the trade. Bach with his own Warpine Raider down bottom. Going to work, and well, they might try to defend. At least Bane has TP'd up here, but he's no threat. He's gonna need some backup if you want to truly defend this. I don't think the Hellbear Smasher is gonna give up anytime soon.
And
just kidding, it'll give up, but it'll wait for next
solo
wave.
pushing.
Yep.
That's Helm of the Dom right there. Pretty crazy. So the tier 1 is Tidebound. This one is taking considerable damage as well, but you can see NGX just kind of chilling a bit at the moment.
Compared to game 1, I really look forward to the later team fights here in, let's say, 10 to 15 minutes, because I think this time it's less clear-cut. First of all, whether Nothing to Say is going to find impact. In the last game on Shaker, he was really struggling. Oh, hang on, might have to wait with that. GH might just get chronoed here.
Chiro shows up, and actually it's a chrono onto 2, so Noob can't do too much. That's going to be a freebie for Tidebound.
Okay.
Actually, a Burrow Strike finding Omar in the meantime. Gets off the cogs, so the calling comes out with the Pierce the Veil. It's going to be a lot of damage applied. A hook shot onto the top side as Y gets stunned out, but nothing to say is the big kill for NGX. So far, a 1-for-1. As Tidebound now on the run. Arena is up, and Noob tracks 2 members of Tidebound inside. They're able to get the Tombstone along with the Bane, but Bach trying to go on top of Sumail. The Inkswell doing so much damage. Nice cog, though, separating him from the fight. Sumail now in a fight versus Shiro as the Stone Gaze comes out from Ghost at the last moment with the spear to follow. Huge kills from NGX. They save Sumail, and they get the core kills they came for.
Wow.
My goodness, that was as close as it gets.
Flawless spellcasting from Omar in this fight. He finds the perfect hook shot. He finds the perfect cogs. And on the flip side, nothing to say with the initial jump in the river onto the Clockwork. Have to question that one. He had no backup nearby when he went for that. You're going to see the replay here. This is when he just opened up on the clock, and they're trying to use this as a setup onto the grip. But as NTS is trying to make his way out of the cogs, he makes way for Omar for the interrupt. Now this is a nice 2-hero dead shot. Sumail is going to start being in trouble now, though. This was what I wanted to talk about. The Radiant don't have very good ways of destroying the Tombstone, so this is going to take Ghost a while, but he will get through it eventually with a little help from Noob. And now surely Sumail just dies here, right?
Yes,
but these cogs are perfect.
Nice Lotus coming out as well. Ooh, that was from Ghost, actually. And the volley to trap Shiro in. Man, that was a crazy fight. Meanwhile, GH dies in live play. But this team fight puts NGX ahead so far in this game, too.
I mean, there's no sugarcoating it. They've just been playing better today so far. I mean, draft is one thing, but you're looking at all the small engagements, the skirmishes, the map movements. One of these teams has leveled up and the other one has leveled down. That's a saying.
Sure. We'll go with that.
And Team Tidebound, you got to find your footing soon. We're approaching the same state of Medusa as in game number 1. Now 3,000 net worth ahead of the Faceless Void. And yes, while that matchup arguably is a bit better than what you worked with last game with the Gyro, it's still not exactly a great counter when Medusa is ahead by even a slight amount.
Oh, hook shot from Omar. Bach gets silenced as well. They're going to use the arena, but the spear misses. They're going to take out the tower in turn, and they might just back away as Bach is going to get reinforcements now. TP via the Bane, but here comes the epicenter from nothing to say. A lot of damage applied as GH will drop to the deck, and now Sumail slowed to a crawl.
Oh, that's
Soul Mine, a double grip to follow, and Tidebound have finally woken up in this series. Double kill for nothing to say, a 3-for-0 for Tidebound.
And this right there is the perfect example of what we talked about with how polarizing Mars is. You miss that stun, you lose 3 heroes.
Yeah.
You hit that spear, maybe you get the Undying kill and you just get out. Everything completely different from that one mess up. And they're not always easy to hit, to be fair. So a good counterplay from Tidebound, getting themselves up to an 8-8 scoreline. Make no mistake, they're still behind, but they just need something to start going their way, and this time around, Nothing to Say has a meaningful amount of net worth, and he's putting it to use.
Yeah, they're going to use the Inkswell Burrow combo. Considerable amount of damage, but the Yules is going to save Noob. Meanwhile, Nightmare to prevent Omar from initiating. As the hook shot actually does hit on the other side of the river planet, stuck inside the cogs now with the Sunray to follow. Dead shot as well. That'll be a dead Grimstroke.
It's honestly... It's such a cool combo for Sumail to just be able to hit these dead shots all the time in the cogs. Saw the same thing in game number 1. Very well executed there.
Shiro working on his Maelstrom, still 600 away from finishing that. And for Ghost, who in that game 1 was uncontested for the entirety of the game, it feels like.
Yep.
We'll be going for the Maelstrom as well. He's a little bit closer.
220 CS incoming at 17 minutes.
Not bad. Yeah. This Medusa seems like you need to do something about it at some point.
Eventually, Void in this game is going to buy a Disperser without question.
You said that last game.
No.
Well,
First of all, that wasn't a Faceless Void, and secondly, I didn't say he's definitely going to buy it.
You said he will eventually.
Well,
we never got to eventually because they just lost.
He will eventually.
Okay. Late game dotes, here we come. Oh, they actually see Faith Beyond. Has the cover of his creep here.
I mean, I'm sure you would agree that this game state for Tidebound is significantly better than last game, right?
Yep,
like, you're behind and Dusa is big, but you can see the potential for the team fights with the snippets of good fights that we have had so far from them. And I think the overall value of Grimstroke in this game, it totally eclipses that of Snapfire in the previous one. Because this Ags that Planet is rushing can really change the game on the Grim. So he's missing about 2/3 of it. I say rushing, he's not rich.
No,
he's getting it first item.
Nightmare set up from Y. There's nothing to say with the Inkswell. This is going to bring GH down. As Ghost does show up. Looks like they're going to be able to get the kill onto the Bane as here comes the rest of NGX to easily take out Nothing to Say. A good response after their Phoenix goes down.
Nice and easy there for Noob on the Mars Spear, and then immediately forms the arena. Sand King walked into him in Sandstorm, so that one is just a clean hit. And another great trade, and once again, Medusa just chilling. Fun growing here. Void will be able to catch up in a relative sense to the farming speed of Medusa once he gets the Mjolnir. That helps you a lot with keeping that higher GPM, but until we get there, expect Ghost to grow this lead now up by almost 5k. The entire lead, as a matter of fact, is sitting in the carry matchup. The rest of the cores are pretty even, which is also interesting to see compared to the previous game, because it does mean that if Tidebound managed to find fights that Medusa is not involved in, you're not at an inherently major deficit, unlike in game 1 where you were just losing in all lanes and all your cores were starting to fall behind. You have the pieces to work with here, you just need to get there. Sand King, 400 away from Ags is a big damage upgrade for them and will allow them to kill in Chrono. So if they can weather the storm a little bit and accept the fact that Ghost will just have a free game, perhaps you can solve him in the late game.
Oh, this would be a huge kill if they can find Noob. Get Silence to start things out. He's second net worth in the game, by the way. Really good start for him. Shiro jumps in, though, with the Chronosphere. Sunray is there, and that's going to dissuade Tidebound from going any further. Epicenter combo, though, onto GH, but he gets the egg at the last moment. Can they kill the egg? The Mars Arena is playing.
Oh, the Yule!
They get the Yules as well.
Oh,
the egg pops. GH is alive as a result. Nobody has died as well. Burrow Strike finds the Medusa. Inkswell onto Nothing to Say, but he's going to get hookshot now, and now he's going to surely drop to the deck. One down for Tidebound. GH, Sunray, right on top of Bane with the spear to follow and the dead shot. That is going to be 2 kills.
Damn.
And they can go for the Tormentor play.
Cut your losses, Tidebound. Get the hell out of there. That was perfect from Noob on the Mars. It's not just the Yule timing. He had the great arena placement to protect GH from the Grimstroke outside of it with perfect timing. And without that Yule, the last attack from Sand King will destroy the egg and make for a completely different fight. Clutch. And they also get this Tormentor now. And you gotta say, for Nigma Galaxy, the name of the game has been zone control in both games. This clockwork from Omar has been amazing, and now they're adding the Mars to the mix. Just really dictating in which way Tidebound get to fight.
Yeah,
maybe got to question the Chrono, though. Maybe a little too early. Like, Sand King wasn't fully in range. He doesn't have Axe yet. Was that really the right way to start? That was on your initiative. You could have waited until you had Axe.
Noob has Pipe now. His counterpart in Bach also does. But you see how much magic damage outside of the Faceless Void that Tidebound has at their disposal.
I mean, this pipe
is going to be... Yeah, there's not much better pipe games you can ask for.
It's the best possible item he could have bought here. This is, of course, probably the Mars of the tournament we've been looking at has been XXS. Did go for this exact build as well in one of their games that we cast the Yules into Pipe. And I think he bought AC after. In that game, he maybe never even bought the Dagger. In this game, perhaps not needed. You've got Clockwork, and Omar's on fire today.
Oh, they're actually going for the Roche play. This is very risky. Rocket Flare is going to show them. Spear puts Planet back into the pit. Nightmare right now onto the Mars.
Are they out of their minds? Is this possible?
This is very
That
difficult.
is crazy. That is
Tombstone
actually
in the
crazy.
pit, and I mean, with that down, that maybe is enough for NGX just to go for this themselves, but obviously like to have it pick off first if they can.
Now there is also a Pipe on box, so they have a lot of damage block of their own against the side of Nigma Galaxy, but as you mentioned, no Tombstone's a pretty big deal. You do have the Epi with Ags, and they are going to potentially try to contest this
This is a huge deal. 8K lead for NGX. Arena finds 2 for Noob. No follow-up yet, though, as Ghost is trickling his way over. Nice rebuke onto the follow, though. Omar trying to disrupt the backline. Already the Grimstroke is dead, and this Undying is just evaporating. Double kill for Ghost now, and inside the Cox, this bait is just getting completely countered. The Undying back up and running thanks to the Innate, so it's a 5 versus 3, but surely this fight is over as NGX will be able to secure the first Roche of the game.
Man, what a total disaster for Tidebound. Again, I'm going to come back to this. Starting on the Roche to begin with is kind of wild to me. They have really bad Roche damage. It's going to take them forever with the Tombstone. Nigma Galaxy are not going to get caught slipping there. They're going to check it. And they just get it. Not only the Roche for free, they had to work less for it than if they had gone there themselves. They also get 3 kills. And now we are looking at a game state that is reminding me an awful lot of Game 1. And unfortunately, as sad as it is to say, it does feel like Tidebound, in part, have just initiated 2 bad subsequent moves. The initial Chrono on Mars down bot where they didn't have the follow-up damage, and now this forced Roche. Perhaps the pressure getting to them a little bit. This is uncharacteristic. We did not see this from them in the first stage of the tournament, but on the big stage, they might just come in with a road to TI score of 4-1, and as it looks now, perhaps just completely bombing out 0-4 in games.
Yeah, they have not looked like the same team from earlier in the tournament, for sure. Which is weird because they have 2 TI winners. 3, including the coach. Nerves should not be an issue. But NGX on the other side, they have actually leveled up as well, because we've talked about this team in the past as well. Their biggest issue is they're inconsistent. Today, they have been very consistent. And if they can play this level, they can compete with anybody. Why? Spotting Omar in the triangle, seeing a couple stacks as well. Has 0 backup, though, as Omar using that shard to get to the high ground.
It's a good point about Nigma Galaxy. If you think about their tournament journey in general, a lot of the games they lost, they were ahead. So in most of their games, they are actually outplaying opponents the first 20 minutes. If they have solved the mid-late game problems, this is potentially the start of something big.
Omar's going to get grip. Anub is there again with the arena play. Fiend's grip is continuing. They don't have any damage, it feels like. Pipe is popped, and just like that, the fight might be over. But there's the Chronosphere. On to GH. Stonegaze is not going to be enough to prevent his death, as Shiro does take out GH in turn. So 1-for-1 support. Make it a 2-for-1 as Y will tumble. Will there be a stun here on the TPing Void? No. Battery Assault down for 7 more seconds.
Nothing to say, nowhere to be seen for that engagement. They did not combine Sand King and Void at all.
And we haven't really, we haven't seen the Ags that you spoke about, what, 5 minutes ago at this point?
Hasn't been used yet.
Well, 3 minutes on this Aegis. How much can they get this time out of the first Aegis? Last time around, it was basically all the tier 2s.
Well, looks like they're going for more this time.
Yeah, well, there's
straight up to
no
high
more
ground.
power.
They know there's no
Why
Chrono.
not?
Like, no Chrono, no grip. In what world do Tidebound kill Medusa twice right now?
Yep, Nightmare to start things out, but there's the creep at the ready. Helm of the Dom for the win. Nothing to say, jumps in with the Sandstorm. Gonna get that shot out of it, though. There's the
Some nail with the
fortification.
Ags as well on Medusa, or excuse me, on the Muerta.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, he is gonna have insane zone. The zone control together with Mars is unreal.
And Feeble's gonna make this a little bit more annoying for Ghost, but eventually with the help of that Siege Creep, they get the tier 3 tower. Tidebound. Bach is gonna pop his ult with the Tombstone placed pretty far away as well. Pipe is activated, though, as the Medusa getting pretty low on mana, but this is just life number 1 regardless. Stonegaze already used as well. Now New coming in with the arena, onto 3 heroes, gets the spear onto Bach with the dead shot to follow. That is a dead Undying. Nothing to say, gets hookshot from out of nowhere by Omar, as these heroes are just dropping like flies for Tidebound. And this is surely going to be a set of racks, if not more. There are 2 buybacks still available, but a spear finding the Grimstroke, planet dead. NGX dominating again in this game too.
I mean, this might be Noob's best game of the tournament.
Absolutely.
He has missed 1 spear and everything else has just been absolutely pristine precision on all his spellcasting, decision-making, itemization. He crushed his lane. He's had some haters out there telling him he doesn't belong. I'm pretty sure he's making a case in this game for why he's here. Can't really put a finger on his or Nigma Galaxy's play today, just crushing the opposition. This is not even close.
No.
We thought this series could get interesting, maybe 3 games, maybe long games, in which Nigma Galaxy has had a history of struggling. Well, the great solution to throwing late game is just don't get there.
What
just win
did they
both games
eat?
in 30 minutes.
What did they eat for breakfast? They need to replicate this for sure. Pipe activated already for Bach, and NGX with 40 seconds on the Aegis, likely to play this disciplined. They will back away with an enormous lead now. 20K effectively, 2 sets of barracks at only the 28-minute mark.
It's so weird how this tournament has played out. We had the first stage with all these marathon games, and you're like, all right, we get to the stage. These games are going to belong strap in for some long late night days.
Yeah.
And so far, some of the shorter games on average have been on this stage. Like, some teams have just cracked the code of how to deal with the Helm of the Dom split push and slowing the game down. They're just accelerating and seemingly just have some really good individual team versus team matchups. Or the 3-day break, some teams have just learned something crucial that sets them that far apart of the opposition. I kind of feel like if this was a repeat series that we would have had in the road to the International, there's no way Nigma Galaxy win 2 30-minute games then.
Yeah,
absolutely
for sure.
no way. They're just improving at a rapid rate, and they're starting to look like a potential contender for a high placement. This is not an easy opponent. You're just making them look like a walk in the park.
Remember, we talked about this when the format of the tournament has changed in recent memory with these breaks in between. I mean, that 3 days apparently made a huge difference for some of these teams.
Yep.
In terms of not only catching up to the meta, but perhaps solving some of it to prevent these 60-minute marathon games.
Yeah, maybe Nigma Galaxy figured out the secret breakfast 3 days ago, and they've been pumping up on it, kind of like Asterix. You get that reference?
Sure.
You don't know Asterix and Obelix?
No.
Okay, that's fine.
Nothing to say. Gonna try to defend the high ground as NGX going without the Aegis, by the way, as the Tombstone is just easily gonna be cleaned up by Ghost. This is gonna be last-ditch effort. Tidebound need to defend, need to delay. They're gonna smoke to try to get a good initiation. There's the Inkswell with the epicenter from Nothing to Say, the Soulbind to follow. Shiro has the Chronosphere at the ready, but the Snowgate is doing absolute work for Ghost. Finally comes out the Chrono, but the Egg with the beautiful Sunray placement, and Tidebound have basically nothing left in the tank. They are dropping hard as Shiro trying to time walk away. He'll get it. No! Triple kill for Sumail as one last dead shot for the road. Buybacks now fully expended on the Tidebound side, as Bach just getting tied to a high degree by Ghost, who's still fighting despite not having Aegis and no mana to speak of, as Noob brings Bach down and likely out for the rest of this tournament. GG is called as NGX 2-0 and continue their run here at TI.
Wow. You could have told me earlier today that Nigma Galaxy might be leveling up after their loss yesterday and they would figure something out and bring their best. I would have not believed you that this series was going to take about an hour total. Completely destroyed them both games. This Medusa strategy, Tidebound did not have the answer, and credit where it's due. These have been 2 really nice drafts from Kuro and the gang, and really not. When you look back on this series, there isn't really much to say about Nigma Galaxy making any crucial mistakes. They knew their limits, they ran something new, they're bringing this mid Muerta to the table that other teams in the future now have to address. And for me, the player of the series, probably if I have to pick one, Omar and the Clockwork, 2 games in a row.
100%.
Just stellar performance. And then this one, of course, for this individual game, gotta highlight Noob once more. What an incredible Mars performance.
Yeah, this might be the best Mars performance we've seen in the entire tournament, period. He was all over the place. And like you said, a single mistake, which is a hero that you typically will see many mistakes throughout a game of this length, but not the case this time for Noob. But they pick 3 of the same heroes NGX does as game number 1, and they still, Tidebound has no answers.
Yeah, it just seems, I mean, it is unfortunate, right? Tidebound had a great start to the series, now on the big stage, 0-4, not how you want it to go out.
Let's hear from the King.
I think we should. Sumail, what did you guys figure out? Because this looked so clean from you guys.
We had some calm issues yesterday and a bit of nerves maybe. First stage series, but we had good talks last night and this morning. I think turned out well.
I mean, you've been on the main stage of TI loads of times now, but what about your teammates that haven't? How are they dealing with the TI pressure so well?
I think they're fine now. Maybe yesterday was a bit rough. I mean, even for myself, I still feel it, you know, especially the first games with this huge crowd and stuff like this. It's amazing, guys. It's amazing, to be honest. I love it.
Do you have any word for the fans out there in the audience who keep cheering so loudly for you?
It's always fun. Pretty much the reason I still compete, for this crowd.
Hello ဟောဒီမှာဒါကဏ္ဍကနေပြန်လည်ပြီးတော့ကြိုလိုက်ပါ
ရှင်နိုင်ခဲ့တဲ့ e-sport world cup ပြန်လို့ဒီမှာ
ပေါက်သွားတယ်ကြောက်အိုး
That was a radio.
ဆက်မှာစပတ်ခက်ပြီးတော့မာပေးကြတာ
I didn't know about that. Bullshit it. Trainer ထွက်လို့စိတ်ညစ်နေပြီ။ယုံကြည်မှုကိုနှစ်ဆတိုးမယ် Power Code Trainer ဆိုပြီးလမ်းဆောင်မှုရှိစေမယ် Sport Active Trainer ဆိုပြီးစုံတင်ခြင်းမရှိအနံ့ဆုံးများကို24နာရီကောင်းဝင်ပေးပါမယ်။ယုံကြည်မှုနှစ်ဆတိုးဖို့မှန်ကန်တဲ့ရွေးချယ်မှု Bellman Deodorant
但虽然比那毛呢，不拉多少留我切个，shiny 叫 shiny 叫马的。
Shiny အောင်စီမွေး
Shiny အောင်စီရဲ့အဝလေးအဝပြောကန်ဆယ်မဲအစီအစဉ်လေးလာပါပြီ Shiny အောင်စီဘူးတွေထဲမှာ MPT ဖုန်းပေကန်ဆယ်မဲလေးထည့်သွင်းပေးထားပြီးဘူးမှာပါတဲ့ကက်လေးတွေကဖုန်းပေပင်နံပါတ်လေးကိုတစ်ခါလေးထည့်လိုက်တာနဲ့ချက်ချင်းဝယ်ချက်ချင်းဖုန်းပေကန်ဆယ်မဲပေါက်မဲ့အခွင့်အရေးကိုရရှိမှာဖြစ်လို့ဒီအခွင့်အရေးကိုလက်လွတ်မခံပဲအခုပဲနီးစပ်ရဆိုင်တွေမှာပြေးဝယ်လိုက်တော့နော်စံတော်လေးရဲ့အာဟာရအကြောင်းကိုသိပြီးကြပြီလား Shiny ကနေစံသားတစ်ချောင်းချင်းစီရဲ့အာဟာရကိုဖြည့်တင်းပေးနိုင်မယ်။ထောပတ်သီးစီကိုအသစ်ထပ်မံထုတ်လိုက်ပြီနော်။ Shiny ထောပတ်သီးစီကထောပတ်သီးစစ်စစ်မှထုတ်လုပ်ထားလို့စံသားရှိအစိတ်ဓာတ်များကိုဖယ်ရှားပေးပြီးပုံမှန်သုံးစွဲပေးမယ်ဆိုရင်စံသားကိုတန်ဆွမ်းထူတဲ့စေတာပျော်ပြောင်းနှူးညံ့စေတဲ့အပြင်စံသားမွေးချောက်ပစ္စည်းခြင်းမှလည်းကာကွယ်ပေးပါတယ်။ Shiny စံသားအဖြစ်ထောပတ်သီးနှစ်စီ
local နဲ့ international တွေက e-sport tournament ပွဲတွေကိုမကြည့်လိုက်ရတဲ့နဲ့လွတ်သွားတဲ့ပေါ်ရာရှိတာ professional player တွေရဲ့ strategy ကြကြ rapid တွေ jungler တွေရဲ့ a master retriever တွေရင်ခုန်ဖို့ကောင်းလာတဲ့ ganging ပိုင်းတွေလှပလွန်လာတဲ့ high moment တွေကိုတစုတစည်းနဲ့ပြန်လည်တင်ဆက်ပေးသွားမယ်မဟာ e-sport ရဲ့ tournament တို့ပဲ
တွေ့ပြီ rich creamy နောက်တစ်ခွက်ပေးပါအားလုံးကြိုက်တဲ့ rich coffee ငါတို့ပေါ့ကွာဘူးမှမပေးနိုင်ဟောဗျာပါသွားပြန်ပြီ Coffee rich creamy together no yada ချိုးစိမ့်ကြိုက်သူတွေကောင်းဆုံးပဲကွာငါလေးအကြိုက်ဆုံး rich creamy
တစ်ဖက်ရဲ့ကောင်းတစ်ဖက်ဖြစ်ဖို့အတွက်အေးမြတဲ့တောင်တန်းပေါ်ကဆင်းသက်လာတဲ့တစ်ဖက်ရွက်နုနုလေးတွေကိုခင်မီစက်တစ်ကြီးများဖြင့်ထူးစီမံထုတ်လုပ်ထားပြီးချိုးကြနာစွာပေါင်းစပ်ထားတဲ့ကြီးပြည့်စုံတဲ့ပုံမှန်အရသာနဲ့ Grand Palace မြန်မာလက်ဖက်ရည်ဆိုင်ကျော်လက်ဖက်ရည်တစ်ခွက်တော့ဘူးတစ်ဖက်ဆိုင်သွားပြီးချိန်ပြနေရလို့မလားတစ်ဖက်ဆိုင်ကိုသွားစရာမလိုချိန်နေရမရွေးဆိုင်ကျော်ချူစိမ့်တစ်ဖက်ရည်ရတာစစ်စစ်ကိုခံစားရမယ်စန်ဒီဆိုင်ကျော်လက်ဖက်ရည်ကတစ်ဖက်ရည်ချစ်သူတို့အတွက်အသင့်ရှိနေပါပြီဆိုင်ကျော်ရတာစစ်စစ်စန်ဒီဆိုင်ကျော်လက်ဖက်ရည်
ဖြူဖွေးအေးမြချွေးထိတ်စီတာ Bella Roll-On ဝေးပြန်လန်းဆန်းစီမယ် Clean Fresh နှစ်စဖြူဝင်ဝေးပြန်စီမယ် Extra White 24နိုင်လုံးဝေးပြန်စီတယ်
ဘယ်တော့မှရိုးရီမသွားတဲ့တင်းပြတ်တဲ့ကော်ဖီရနက်နဲ့နူးညံ့ပြည့်ပြပြီးစိမ့်သက်တဲ့ကော်ဖီရတာလေးကြောင့်ဒီနေ့ဒီရင်ထဲဆွဲညီစွာအမြဲတောက်ဖြစ်နေတဲ့ Platinum White Coffee ဟာနေ့ရက်တိုင်းအတွက်မဖြစ်ပဲပေါ့
ဆန်ဒီနက်ကော်ဖီဟာကမ္ဘာအကောင်ဆုံးအရေးသွင်းမြင့် Arabica ကော်ဖီစစ်စစ်နဲ့ထုတ်လုပ်ထားပါတယ်။အကောင်ဆုံးနီးစနစ်တွေနဲ့ကြိတ်ခွဲထားတဲ့နူးညံ့တဲ့ကော်ဖီမုန့်တွေဟာတောက်လိုက်တဲ့အခါရှားပေါ်မှာကျန်းရှာမနေပဲနူးညံ့ပြည့်ပြည့်စေပါတယ်။နူးညံ့တဲ့ကော်ဖီမုန့်တွေကြောင့်အချိန်ကုန်ခံနှက်စရာမလိုတဲ့အပြင်အနက်အရသာပြည့်ပြည့်စုံတဲ့ Arabica ကော်ဖီစစ်စစ်အရသာကိုခံစားရပါပါ။နှက်စရာမလိုတဲ့နှက်ကော်ဖီ Sandy နှက်ဖြော်ကော်ဖီ
မဒါရရဲ့ hero တွေကိုစပြီးကိုင်တော့ပါလား idea တွေစတာမလို့ရော teammate တွေစုတာခံရတော့လား Mobile Legends တွေလိုတာဆော့ရဲ့ preset တွေတော့idea က video ကိုင်နဲ့အသစ်ထွက်ရှိလာတဲ့ patch တွေကိုနောက်မကြစေဘူးခုတင်ဆက်ပေးနေရတော့ My Sport TV channel ကနေထုတ်ပြပြတာတော့မယ် Sorry better
Hello ဟောဒီမှာဒါကဏ္ဍကနေပြန်လည်ပြီးတော့ကြိုလိုက်ပါ
ရှင်မြန်ခဲ့တဲ့ e-sport world cup ပြန်ဝင်တာပေါက်တော့တယ်ကြောက်အိုး
That was a radio
ဆက်မှာစပတ်ခက်တွေမှာပြီးကြတာ
I didn't know about that bullshit ချွေးနှံထွက်လို့စိတ်ညစ်နေပြီယုံကြည်မှုကိုနှစ်ဆတိုးမယ် Power Code Trainer ဆိုပြီးလမ်းဆောင်မှုရှိစေမယ် Sport Active Trainer ဆိုပြီးစုံတင်ခြင်းမရှိအနံ့ဆုံးများကို24နာရီကောင်းဝင်ပေးပါမယ် ယုံကြည်မှုနှစ်ဆတို့ကိုမှန်ကန်တဲ့ရွေးချယ်မှု Bellman Deodorant
Salah, ia udah suara Salah.
Shiny down, shiny down, money.
Shiny OC မွေး Shiny OC ရဲ့အဝလိန်အဝပြောင်းကန်ဆယ်မဲ season လေးလာပါပြီ Shiny OC ဘူးတွေထဲမှာ MPT ဖုန်းပေကန်ဆယ်မဲလေးထည့်သွင်းပေးထားပြီးဘူးမှာပါတဲ့ကတ်လေးတွေကဖုန်းပေပင်နံပါတ်လေးကိုတစ်ခါလေးထည့်လိုက်တာနဲ့ချက်ချင်းဝယ်ချက်ချင်းဖုန်းပေကန်ဆယ်မဲပေါက်မဲ့အခွင့်အရေးကိုရရှိမှာဖြစ်လို့ဒီအခွင့်အရေးကိုလက်လွတ်မခံပဲအခုပဲနီးစပ်ရဆိုင်တွေမှာပြေးဝယ်လိုက်တော့နော်ဆန်နယ်လေးအာဟာရအကြောင်းကိုသိပြီးကြပြီလား Shiny ကနေစံသားတစ်ချောင်းချင်းစီရဲ့အာဟာရကိုဖြည့်တင်းပေးနိုင်မယ်ထောပတ်သီးစီကိုအသစ်ထပ်မထုတ်လိုက်ပြီနော် Shiny ထောပတ်သီးစီကထောပတ်သီးစစ်စစ်မှထုတ်လုပ်ထားလို့စံသားရှိအစိတ်တောင်များကိုဖေရှားပေးပြီးပုံမှန်သုံးဆွဲပေးမယ်ဆိုရင်စံသားကိုတန်ဆွမ်းထူတဲ့စီကပျော်ပြောင်းနှင်းညံ့စေတဲ့အပြင်စံသားမွေးချောက်ပစ္စည်းခြင်းမှလည်းကာကွယ်ပေးပါတယ် Shiny စံသားအဖြစ်ထောပတ်သီးနှစ်စီ
local နဲ့ international က e-sport tournament ပွဲတွေကိုမကြည့်လိုက်ရတဲ့နဲ့လွတ်သွားတဲ့ PARI ရှိတာ professional player တွေရဲ့ strategy ကြကြ rapid တွေ jungler တွေရဲ့ a master retriever တွေရင်ခုန်ဖို့ကောင်းလာတဲ့ gang game ပိုင်းတွေစပါလွန်လာတဲ့ high moment တွေကိုတစုတစည်းရဲ့နဲ့ပြန်လည်တင်ဆက်ပေးသွားမယ်မဟာ e-sport ရဲ့ tournament တို့ပဲ
Dweeby rich creamy နောက်တစ်ခွက်ပေးပါအားလုံးကြိုက်တဲ့ rich coffee ငါတို့ပေါ့ကွာဘူးမပေးနိုင်ဟောဗျာပါသွားပြန်ပြီ Coffee rich creamy together no yada ချိုစိမ့်ကြိုက်သူတို့ကောင်းဆုံးပဲကွာငါလေးအကြိုက်ဆုံး rich creamy
တစ်ဖက်ရဲ့ကောင်းတစ်ခွက်ဖြစ်ဖို့အတွက်အေးမြတဲ့တောင်တန်းပေါ်ကဆင်းသက်လာတဲ့တစ်ဖက်ရွက်နုနုလေးတွေကိုခင်မီစက်တစ်ကြီးများဖြင့်ထူးစီမံထုတ်လုပ်ထားပြီးအချိုးကျနာစွာပေါင်းဆက်ထားတဲ့ကြီးပြည့်စုံတဲ့ပုံမှန်ရတာနဲ့ Grand Palace မြန်မာလက်ဖက်ဆိုင်ကျော်လက်ဖက်တစ်ခွက်တော့ဘူးတစ်ဖက်ဆိုင်သွားပြီးချိန်ပြနေရလို့မလားတစ်ဖက်ဆိုင်ကိုသွားစရာမလိုချိန်နေရမရွေးဆိုင်ကျော်ချူစိမ့်တစ်ဖက်ရတာစစ်စစ်ကိုခံစားရမယ်စန်ဒီဆိုင်ကျော်လက်ဖက်ကတစ်ဖက်ချစ်သူတို့အတွက်အသင့်ရှိနေပါပြီဆိုင်ကျော်ရတာစစ်စစ်စန်ဒီဆိုင်ကျော်လက်ဖက်
ဖြူဖွေးအေးမြချွေးထိတ်စေတာ Bella Roll-On ဝေးပြန်လန်းဆန်းစီမယ် Clean Fresh နှစ်ဆဖြူဝင်ဝေးပြန်စီမယ် Extra White 24နာရီလုံးဝေးပြန်စီတယ်
ဘယ်တော့မှရိုးရီမသွားတဲ့တင်းပြန့်တဲ့ကော်ဖီရနက်နဲ့နူးညံ့ပြည့်ပြည့်ပြီးစိမ့်သက်တဲ့ကော်ဖီရတာလေးကြောင့်ဒီနေ့ဒီရင်ထဲဆွဲညီစွာအမြဲတောက်ဖြစ်နေတဲ့ Platinum White Coffee ဟာနေ့ရက်တိုင်းအတွက်မဖြစ်ပဲပေါ့
စန်ဒီနက်ကော်ဖီဟာကမ္ဘာအကောင်ဆုံးအရေးသွင်းမြင့် Arabica ကော်ဖီစစ်စစ်နဲ့ထုတ်လုပ်ထားပါတယ်အကောင်ဆုံးနီးစနစ်တွေနဲ့ကြိတ်ခွဲထားတဲ့နူးညံ့တဲ့ကော်ဖီမုန့်တွေဟာတောက်လိုက်တဲ့အခါရှားပေါ်မှာကျန်းရှာမနေတဲ့နူးညံ့ပြည့်ပြည့်စေပါတယ်နူးညံ့တဲ့ကော်ဖီမုန့်တွေကြောင့်အချိန်ကုန်ခံနှက်စရာမလိုတဲ့အပြင်အနံ့ရတာပြည့်ပြည့်စုံတဲ့ Arabica ကော်ဖီစစ်စစ်အရသာကိုခံစားရပါပါနှက်စရာမလိုတဲ့နှက်ကော်ဖီစန်ဒီနှက်ဖြော်ကော်ဖီ
Meta ရဲ့ hero တွေကိုစပြီးကိုင်တော့ပါလား idea တွေစတာမလို့ရော teammate တွေစုကခံရတော့လား Mobile Legends တွေ Dota ဆော့ရဲ့ preset တွေတော့အားလည်းက video guide နဲ့အသစ်ထွက်ရှိလာတဲ့ patch တွေကိုနောက်မကြစေဘူးခုတင်ဆက်ပေးနေရတော့ My Sport TV channel ကနေထုတ်ပြပြတာတော့မယ် Sorry Meta
Hello ဟောဒီမှာဒါကဏ္ဍကနေပြန်လည်ပြီးတော့ကြိုလိုက်ပါ
ရှင်မြန်ခဲ့တဲ့ e-sport world cup ပြန်ဝင်တာ
ပေါ်သွားတယ်ကအိုး
That was a riddle.
ဆက်မှာလည်း super cat တွေမှာပေးကြတာ
I didn't know about that. Oh shit. Train and Twalo, sing in it. ယုံကြည်မှုကိုနှစ်ဆတိုးမယ် Power Code Trainer ဆိုပြီးလမ်းဆောင်မှုရှိစေမယ် Sport Active Trainer ဆိုပြီးစုံတင်ခြင်းမရှိအနံ့ဆုံးများကို24နာရီကောင်းဝင်ပေးပါမယ်ယုံကြည်မှုနှစ်ဆတိုးဖို့မှန်ကန်တဲ့ရွေးချယ်မှု Bellman Deodorant
Salah, iya udah suara Salah.
Shiny down, shiny down, money.
Shiny. စနေအောင်စီမွေး Shiny အောင်စီရဲ့အဝလိန်အဝပြောင်းကန်ဆယ်မဲအစီအစဉ်လေးလာပါပြီ Shiny အောင်စီဘူးတွေထဲမှာ MPT ဖုန်းပေကန်ဆယ်မဲလေးထည့်သွင်းပေးထားပြီးဘူးမှာပါတဲ့ကတ်လေးတွေကဖုန်းပေပင်နံပါတ်လေးကိုတစ်ခါလေးထည့်လိုက်တာနဲ့ချက်ချင်းဝယ်ချက်ချင်းဖုန်းပေကန်ဆယ်မဲပေါက်မဲ့အခွင့်အရေးကိုရရှိမှာဖြစ်လို့ဒီအခွင့်အရေးကိုလက်လွတ်မခံပဲအခုပဲနီးစပ်ရဆိုင်တွေမှာပြေးဝယ်လိုက်တော့နော်စံတော်လေးအာဟာရအကြောင်းကိုသိပြီးကြပြီလား Shiny ကနေစံသားတစ်ချောင်းချင်းစီရဲ့အာဟာရကိုဖြည့်တင်းပေးနိုင်မယ်ထောပတ်သီးစီကိုအသစ်ထပ်မထုတ်လိုက်ပြီနော် Shiny ထောပတ်သီးစီကထောပတ်သီးစစ်စစ်မှထုတ်လုပ်ထားလို့စံသားရှိအစိတ်ဓာတ်များကိုဖယ်ရှားပေးပြီးပုံမှန်သုံးစွဲပေးမယ်ဆိုရင်စံသားကိုတန်ဆွမ်းထူတဲ့စေတာပျော်ပြောင်းနှူးညံ့စေတဲ့အပြင်စံသားမွေးချောက်ပစ္စည်းခြင်းမှလည်းကာကွယ်ပေးပါတယ် Shiny စံသားအဖြစ်ထောပတ်သီးနှစ်စီ
Local နဲ့ International က e-sport tournament ပွဲတွေကိုမကြည့်လိုက်ရတဲ့နဲ့လွတ်သွားတဲ့ PARI ရှိတာ Professional player တွေရဲ့ strategy ကြကြ rapid တွေ jungler တွေရဲ့ a master retriever တွေရင်ခုန်ဖို့ကောင်းလာတဲ့ gang game ပိုင်းတွေစပါလွန်လာတဲ့ high moment တွေကိုတစုတစည်းရဲ့နဲ့ပြန်လည်တင်ဆက်ပေးသွားမယ် Maha e-sport ရဲ့ tournament တို့ပဲ
Dweeby rich creamy နောက်တစ်ခွက်ပေးပါအားလုံးကြိုက်တဲ့ rich coffee ငါတို့ပေါ့ကွာလူမပေးနိုင်ဟောဗျာပါသွားပြန်ပြီ Coffee rich creamy Together no yada ချိုစိမ့်ကြိုက်သူတို့ကောင်းဆုံးပဲကွာငါလေးအကြိုက်ဆုံး rich creamy
တစ်ဖက်ရဲ့ကောင်းတစ်ခွက်ဖြစ်ဖို့အတွက်အေးမြတဲ့တောင်တန်းပေါ်ကဆင်းသက်လာတဲ့တစ်ဖက်ရွက်နုနုလေးတွေကိုခင်မီစက်တစ်ကြီးများဖြင့်ထူးစီမံထုတ်လုပ်ထားပြီးချိုးကြနာစွာပေါင်းစပ်ထားတဲ့ပြည်ပြည့်စုံတဲ့ပုံမှန်ရတာနဲ့ Grand Paris မြန်မာလက်ဖက်ရည်ဆိုင်ကျော်လက်ဖက်ရည်တစ်ခွက်တော့ဘူးတစ်ဖက်ဆိုင်သွားပြီးချိန်ပြနေရလို့မလားတစ်ဖက်ဆိုင်ကိုသွားစရာမလိုချိန်နေရမရွေးဆိုင်ကျော်ချူစိမ့်တစ်ဖက်ရည်ရတာစစ်စစ်ကိုခံစားရမယ်စန်တဲ့ဆိုင်ကျော်လက်ဖက်ရည်ကတစ်ဖက်ရည်ချစ်သူတို့အတွက်အသင့်ရှိနေပါပြီဆိုင်ကျော်ရတာစစ်စစ်စန်ဒီဆိုင်ကျော်လက်ဖက်ရည်
ဖြူဖွဲအေးမြချွေးထိတ်စေတာ Bella Roll-on ဝေးပြန်လန်းဆန်းစီမယ် Clean Fresh နှစ်စဖြူဝင်ဝေးပြန်စီမယ် Extra White 24နာရီလုံးဝေးပြန်စီတယ်
ဘယ်တော့မှရိုးရီမသွားတဲ့တင်းပြတ်တဲ့ကော်ဖီရနက်နဲ့နူးညံ့ပြည့်ပြည့်ပြီးစိမ့်သက်တဲ့ကော်ဖီရတာလေးကြောင့်ဒီနေ့ဒီရင်ထဲဆွဲညီစွာအမြဲတောက်ဖြစ်နေတဲ့ Platinum White Coffee ဟာနေ့ရက်တိုင်းအတွက်မဖြစ်ပဲပေါ့
ဆန်ဒီနက်ကော်ဖီဟာကမ္ဘာအကောင်ဆုံးအရေးသွင်းမြင့် Arabica ကော်ဖီစစ်စစ်နဲ့ထုတ်လုပ်ထားပါတယ်။အကောင်ဆုံးနီးစနစ်တွေနဲ့ကြိတ်ခွဲထားတဲ့နူးညံ့တဲ့ကော်ဖီမုန့်တွေဟာတောက်လိုက်တဲ့အခါရှာပေါ်မှာကျန်းရှာမနေပဲနူးညံ့ပြည့်ပြည့်စေပါတယ်။နူးညံ့တဲ့ကော်ဖီမုန့်တွေကြောင့်အချိန်ကုန်ခံနှက်စရာမလိုတဲ့အပြင်အနက်အရသာပြည့်စုံတဲ့ Arabica ကော်ဖီစစ်စစ်အရသာကိုခံစားရမှာပါ။နှက်စရာမလိုတဲ့နှက်ကော်ဖီဆန်ဒီနှက်ဖြော်ကော်ဖီ
မရာရဲ့ hero တွေကိုစပြီးကိုင်တော့ပါလား idea တွေစတာမလို့ရော teammate တွေစုတာခံရတော့လား Mobile Legends တွေလိုတာဆော့ရဲ့ preset တွေတော့အားလည်းကဒီကိုင်နဲ့အသစ်ထွက်ရှိလာတဲ့ patch တွေကိုနောက်မကျစေဖို့ခုတင်ဆက်ပေးနေရတော့ My Sport TV channel ကနေထုတ်ပြပြတာတော့မယ် Sorry man
Hello ဟောဒီမှာဒါကဏ္ဍကနေပြန်လည်ပြီးတော့ကြိုလိုက်ပါ
ရှင်နိုင်ခဲ့တဲ့ e-sport world cup ပြန်လို့ပါပေါက်သွားတယ်ကြောက်အိုး
ဇာပဲဆိုမရစ်တော့
ဆက်မှာစပတ်ခက်တွေရမှာသေးကြတာ
အဲ့ဒီတော့မှလည်းဟိုးရှစ်တယ်ချွေးနှံထွက်လို့စိတ်ညစ်နေပြီယုံကြည်မှုကိုနှစ်ဆတိုးမယ် Power Code Trainer ဆိုပြီးလမ်းဆောင်မှုရှိစေမယ် Sport Active Trainer ဆိုပြီးစုံတင်ခြင်းမရှိအနံ့ဆုံးများကို24နာရီကောင်းဝင်ပေးပါမယ်ယုံကြည်မှုနှစ်ဆတိုးဖို့မှန်ကန်တဲ့ရွေးချယ်မှု Bellman Deodorant
Shiny OC ရဲ့အဝလိန်အဝပြောင်းကန်ဆယ်မဲအစီအစဉ်လေးလာပါပြီ။ Shiny OC ဘူးတွေထဲမှာ MPT ဖုန်းပေကန်ဆယ်မဲလေးထည့်သွင်းပေးထားပြီးဘူးမှာပါတဲ့ကတ်လေးတွေကဖုန်းပေပင်နံပါတ်လေးကိုတစ်ခါလေးထည့်လိုက်တာနဲ့ချက်ချင်းဝယ်ချက်ချင်းဖုန်းပေကန်ဆယ်မဲပေါက်မဲ့အခွင့်အရေးကိုရရှိမှာဖြစ်လို့ဒီအခွင့်အရေးကိုလက်လွတ်မခံပဲအခုပဲနီးစပ်ရဆိုင်တွေမှာပြေးဝယ်လိုက်တော့နော်။စံရွယ်လေးရဲ့အာဟာရအကြောင်းကိုသိပြီးကြပြီလား။ Shiny ကနေစံသားတစ်ချောင်းချင်းစီရဲ့အာဟာရကိုဖြည့်တင်းပေးနိုင်မယ်။ထောပတ်သီးစီကိုအသစ်ထပ်မထုတ်လိုက်ပြီနော်။ Shiny ထောပတ်သီးစီကထောပတ်သီးစစ်စစ်မှထုတ်လုပ်ထားလို့စံသားရှိအစိတ်ဓာတ်များကိုဖယ်ရှားပေးပြီးပုံမှန်သုံးစွဲပေးမယ်ဆိုရင်စံသားကိုတန်ဆွမ်းထူတဲ့စေတာပျော်ပြောင်းနှူးညံ့စေတဲ့အပြင်စံသားမွေးချောက်ပစ္စည်းခြင်းမှလည်းကာကွယ်ပေးပါတယ်။ Shiny စံသားအဖြစ်ထောပတ်သီးနှစ်စီ
local နဲ့ international က e-sport tournament ပွဲတွေကိုမကြည့်လိုက်ရတဲ့နဲ့လွတ်သွားတဲ့ border ရှိလား professional player တွေရဲ့ strategy ကြ rapid တွေ ဂျန်ဂလာတွေရဲ့အမိုက်စာ retriever တွေရင်ခုန်ဖို့ကောင်းလာတဲ့ gang game ပိုင်းတွေလှပလွန်လာတဲ့ high moment တွေကိုတစုတစည်းရဲ့နဲ့ပြန်လည်တင်ဆက်ပေးသွားမယ်မဟာ e-sport ရဲ့ tournament throwback
တွေ့ပြီ rich creamy နောက်တစ်ခွက်ပေးပါအားလုံးကြိုက်တဲ့ rich coffee ငါတို့ပေါ့ကွာလူမပေးနိုင်ဟောဗျာပါသွားပြန်ပြီ coffee rich creamy together no ရတာချိုးစိမ့်ကြိုက်သူတို့ကောင်းဆုံးပဲကွာငါလေးအကြိုက်ဆုံး rich creamy
တစ်ဖက်ရဲ့ကောင်းတစ်ခွက်ဖြစ်ဖို့အတွက်အေးမြတဲ့တောင်တန်းပေါ်ကဆင်းသက်လာတဲ့တစ်ဖက်ရွက်နုနုလေးတွေကိုခင်မီစက်တစ်ကြီးများဖြင့်ထူးစီမံထုတ်လုပ်ထားပြီးချိုးကြနာစွာပေါင်းစပ်ထားတဲ့ကြီးပြည့်စုံတဲ့ပုံမှန်ရတာနဲ့ Grand Paris မြန်မာလက်ဖက်ရည်စိုင်းကျော်လက်ဖက်ရည်တစ်ခွက်တော့ဘူးတစ်ဖက်ဆိုင်သွားပြီးချိန်ပြနေရလို့များတစ်ဖက်ဆိုင်ကိုသွားစရာမလိုချိန်နေရမရွေးစိုင်းကျော်ချူစိမ့်တစ်ဖက်ရည်ရတာစစ်စစ်ကိုခံစားရမယ်စန်တဲ့စိုင်းကျော်လက်ဖက်ရည်ကတစ်ဖက်ရည်ချစ်သူတို့အတွက်အသင့်ရှိနေပါပြီစိုင်းကျော်ရတာစစ်စစ်စန်ဒီစိုင်းကျော်လက်ဖက်ရည်
ဖြူဖွေးအေးမြချွေးထိတ်စေတာ Bella Roll On ဝေးပြန်လန်းဆန်းစီမယ် Clean Fresh နှစ်စဖြူဝင်ဝေးပြန်စီမယ် Extra White 24နာရီလုံးဝေးပြန်စီတယ်
Like, you need to just focus on yourself, and this guy, if there's one thing he's got, it's confidence.
It helps that P-Vision have such a clear understanding of what they want to do on the map, right? They are the team which buys, I believe, still 100% of Helmet Dominator in every game, because they respect map play, they respect how to push on a catapult wave, they want the creep to be able to kind of push the side lane whilst they're playing elsewhere. Like, everything they do on the map enables the creativity. If their map play was weak, then them picking a Tinker carry and having an out support, it would look atrocious. But that is why they're so dominant, and for Xtreme, they need to try and find a way to break that confident map play that P-Vision often have.
Or match it themselves, right?
Sure.
They've got the ability to play tempo themselves. We've seen Ame on Anti-Mage pick up Helm of the Dominator. We've seen XM play a co-op that just so heavily focused on killing side lanes. They're capable of doing it themselves.
Yeah, I also feel like we have to address the support duo on the side of P-Vision. We talked about Xtreme Gaming already, but Nightclass and Ducalis are such a unique pair, Kazu, with unique heroes coming out.
Like, for sure, like, Nightclass is maybe like the most, like, this is kind of what people expect from the post-4. It's like the most free role in terms of what you can do. You walk around, you know, like, people like to make this anecdote of you have this dog chasing a ball, you just gotta let him do what he wants. And I think they do it really well. The map play that you guys talked about, it's Nightclass, it's what he does. And Ducalis, I feel like he's just very stable. People have this meme in pubs that said the Ducalis ABC. When the game starts, you go here, you smoke it 45 seconds, you take this route, you get the first blood. Like, these guys, they know what they're up to.
But if you also put 9-class with a different offlaner, 9-class also would actually look quite bad, I think. Yeah. Because of DM and his stability, 9-class gets to shine. If DM was a weaker offlaner, and then 9-class goes to make all these moves, then DM will have a struggle. A different offlaner will have a struggling time. They won't feel like they capitalize on it. So like, you need a good offlaner for 9-class to become the S tier 4.
Oh, absolutely. I agree with that. And interestingly enough, that dynamic is paralleled on XG. Like, when you have a 4 like Xingqiu, who's very similar to 9-class in the sense that he has his own idea of what he wants to do. In that early game, sometimes he will completely sack his offlane. He'll play for his own game. He'll play very greedily. Having an offlaner like XXS, who is very stable and has experience playing with these really greedy Chinese carries, he can do a lot with a little as well.
They're probably the 2 +4 guys who like share the least angles in lane, or like invest the least money to like actually help the guy, because they're gonna play for their own stuff, you know, but they just make it happen. And like T was saying, like DM's hero pool and the way he wants to play, your Venos, your Necros, these Masters, they free up your 4 pretty nicely. And I feel like DM, he has a good experience of playing with people who maybe don't help him too much. So yeah, he's pretty happy with what's happening.
I want to say though that While we do talk about P-Vision's support duo and how they're a bit, specific or unusual, people forget that they can play normal heroes too. Like sometimes you think, oh, okay, what crazy 9-class hero is coming out, and he's just a Snapfire or something. Like that can still happen where you're prepared for these Slarks and these Alchemists to come out, and instead they're just going to pick a stable offlane duo, and that could change your plans or warp the way you want to draft entirely.
Yeah. 9-class is probably the player, like if you try to predict what hero he's going to pick, like you just can't get it. You should play like some 9-class bingo, like 9-class picks Pudge, like you get it off the road and like do some other stuff, because this guy, I don't know where he cooks up his hero picks. I think it has a lot to do with Astini, like they share and then he tries it in low MR pops and like then takes it there. So I think it's a really cool dynamic also.
You just have to find the line of where does the respect become a detriment of your drafting, right? And when you go to P-Vision, if you over-respect 9-class, if you overthink like is a Titanic going to play the Brood or a Tinker, then sure, your draft's going to crumble. I think we've seen it already with the teams where they don't respect the kind of the integrity of their own lineup, right? With Nigma, with Tidebound, they kind of go a little bit too crazy in the draft. For Xtreme, they have to draft for themselves and respect the playstyle that will come. Don't try and draft for P-Vision. If we see that today, that's when P-Vision, has the upper hand.
Yeah, so far I feel like Xtreme, I mean, they have not dropped a single series.
Yep.
They have very much played their own playstyle time and time again. It doesn't seem like P-Vision doesn't know what's coming for them, because Xtreme Gaming has shown what they do time and time again. They just do it exceptionally well.
I think the main difference for Xtreme is, even from the interview you just had from Buck, is from Road to now, they feel like another, they've had another change of pace. They're a slightly different team. Like they're going for Winter Wyvern and they have their Clinks. Like they've shown that development that I think both teams are going to have to be ready for something new in this series.
I mean, for me too, I think there's a lot of like really cool things to do. For me, XM and XXS, I feel like they've stepped it up tremendously. Not that they were bad before, but they're like incredibly S tier now. Like they buy like Lotus Orbs and they reflect Dooms, they refresh their Lincolns to block Dooms and like all the stuff they do. But I do feel like, for me, they're still one of the favorites, but I did see some cracks in their armor yesterday when they played against Tundra. They weren't super clean. Of course, they cleaned it up. They got the 2-0 win, but it's the first time where I saw them like more vulnerable than the earlier days.
I agree. I thought their first game in particular versus Tundra showed that early game vulnerability that they were known for a couple of years ago, where, oh, this team might play a little bit slower, they might play for a later timing, and we can exploit that, we can out-network them. And that's what happened in their game 1 versus Tundra. But they found that comeback, right? With that discipline, they were able to pull off the high ground defense into ultimately winning the game.
Yeah, if we talk about yesterday's series, it was a 2-0 against Tundra for Xtreme. How can we learn from the series that P-Vision had yesterday against Heroic? Another 2-0. It felt maybe a little bit easier of a route to this point than Xtreme had, or was that more a result of P-Vision just being extra prepared?
It's fair to say that, because the series versus Tundra for XG felt closer than the score looked, whereas the P-Vision one was smooth sailing. They were winning confidently in both games. They just had their strategies on lock. I think that position 4 Monkey King did so much for them. And maybe that's something that can be learned from XG today. They could look at what they want to do with the Monkey King. Do they want to try to take it for themselves, address it within the draft, or just let 9-class have it?
Yeah, I think critically in Game 2, P-Vision had 3 cores that had lane-dominating aspects. TA, lane dominator. Phoenix in the offlane, in correct matchups, lane dominator. Queen of Pain, lane dominator. Map, early game. And that is the thing. XG, we want them to see scaling and a bit more time to then feel like they come online. So if P-Vision come into this draft with 3 cores that break lanes, armies on the back foot, and we don't get to see that pop-off potential from the mid lane on XG, we could see some problems. And yeah, I think respect the aggression from the cores of P-Vision.
Yeah, like one thing that I could see that XG could take away from yesterday also is that P-Vision, more than any other team, I think they play off of map and vision. Like that's why they love the Dominator so much. Push the waves, get yourself the vision going on. But also they are quite greedy in terms of their offlane. Like if I'm Xtreme Gaming, you could look to craft a Disruptor Ursa lane, for instance, against, the Monkey King 4, the Slark 4, the Pudge 4. Like they don't do much there, so maybe there's something they can take into it. But yeah, if we look at like the hero pool comparison, there is a lot of like team fight and also offlane focus when it comes to Xtreme Gaming. Like Mars has looked incredible in all of these games.
I see stability on the left and I see chaos on the right.
But for stability, I love what you said about the Mars. I was thinking that XXS has not been talked about enough, because he has had some ridiculous Mars performances this TI. And that is the hero that I want to see him play today, especially if he's going to get sacked. Whatever, just play for Yule's Blink, play make. be that stable hero for your team.
No, for
be that
sure.
guy that anchors the fight.
Yeah, and like people, they seem to be playing it so well. Like you have these fours that just give you all the damage, you lane well. And I mean, XXS's Mars for years has been famous for, you know, the correct builds, the correct items, doesn't feed, just very, very stable players. And their TI not being able to like kill your opponents or you miss smoke ganks, it really gets to you.
That is quite the career indeed. I mean, it's one of the players that we haven't touched upon yet that much. I feel like we talk about him a lot, and we want to always talk about him a lot. And we are going to talk about him a lot, probably in the heroes that he's getting, and also, of course, his counterpart in XM in the upcoming series. But if we want to continue talking about the upcoming series, we should start talking about that first game.
Xtreme Gaming versus P-Vision. Game 1.
Here we go. We got Xtreme Gaming on the Radiant side for our opening match. We got P-Vision Dire, and it is first pick going the way of Xtreme. And I do still want to touch upon that mid lane a little bit, T-Gov, because it is a very interesting matchup. We have a lot of stuff happening on the side lanes, and that's why we talked about it so much, because that's where maybe the unusual things happen, but also that's where the Ame versus Satanic happens. We got the position 4s that are interesting to talk about, but mid, it feels like they both got fairly stable mid laners going for themselves.
Yeah, extremely traditional from both XM and No One. They want to be the playmakers, they're playing the spirit heroes, they're playing, you know, the odd shaker, or, you know, they just want to be part of the team, part of the game. And of course, when you think about those type of players, it then goes back to the side lanes, unfortunately, where it's how well do they go? Do the supports get freed up? Can they then activate these mid laners that want to be on every rune making the moves? And I love the bans from XG. The fact they go for the Nigma and the Phoenix ban, both off laners for DM, but they're the off laners that make the opponent draft for that hero specifically. Like if you pick Enigma, do you have wave clear? If you have Phoenix, do you have Dispel or some type of healing from your support to survive the lane? So get rid of them. Don't force Ame to play a single hero.
Oh, here it comes.
Here it comes.
I mean, it looked good this tournament. Like, Slark has seen a lot of nerfs over the last few months, especially after 4 Slark became so popular because of P-Vision. But this is the one team that didn't really give up on it, regardless of the nerfs. With this hero, you can just play for superior vision, play for D-wards, play for that superior movement during nighttime. Yesterday, I think they ran a Slark plus Night Stalker to capitalize on vision. Maybe they could look towards doing the same.
Yeah, for sure. And it's just like what they want to do. Like they know that, you know, the offlane, it's not necessarily designed to win. You just get your stuff, then, you know, in the mid game, that's where it really kicks in, the D-warding, the vision. Like you mentioned, like that is what they're going to play through. I do feel like Xtreme Gaming, you mentioned the bans, I'm also completely on board. I think it makes the Undying a lot better. Maybe for P-Vision, there is a route also where you could flex the Slark. I think most likely not, but again, it is something that they value a lot. Maybe it's very low chance for it to happen, but you cannot disrespect it at this level of play.
Let's see what is coming afterwards, because with these openings, not much that either team is giving away yet. We have seen the Undying in the hands of XXS, very successful. We've seen Nineclass be very successful on his Slark. Not unexpected heroes, but also not heroes that you could really know what route the draft is taking. We got an Invoker ban, and we got a Medusa ban coming out for Xtreme.
Already.
No, go ahead, T.
Thank you. Yes. Undying in the offlane, right? No stun, it's no control. Therefore, the Slark is going to feel like he has the free game, right? The ability to just run around, do what he wants, like you already mentioned. But that then gives Satanic more time. Because the Slark support, even if his lane presence isn't the strongest, pulling waves, kind of opening XP for his offlane, when you do want to go D-ward, it's an extra 20-30 seconds of, oh, Slark's here, gotta wait 1 second, hold up. And then Satanic's like, thank you for that extra wave I farmed, indirectly because of what Slark is doing. So XG, they need more control and a way to get rid of Slark quickly to then find Satanic.
On that note, I wonder to what extent do they want to address the Slark? Because there are heroes that are good versus Slark that they play. The Leshrac, for example, on XM is something they could run. He's been popping off on that hero. You get that early blink, you punish this hero. You could also choose to address it from the support role with a Disruptor. That hero is a popular pick versus Slark as well. You glimpse back into the Static Storm, but I don't think you want both. That would be over-addressing or over-correcting.
I mean, it's like something I haven't seen enough against P-Vision. They play these like more volatile offlanes, but I haven't seen someone just like double down on this lane. Like you get this Disruptor Ursa, Disruptor Anti-Mage, like whatever, you know, 18 pick your carry, set it up earlier with the 5, because you know this is most likely the Slark 4 who's gonna do that. P-Vision get themselves a snap, solid laner. You have low Shredder against the Tombstone if you want. Cookie safe. Just overall, probably one of the best supports of the tournament.
Yeah, thank you for reminding me. I actually have Xtreme in my fantasy, and I get 90% more fantasy points if it's a blue hero. So I do hope it's like a Leshrac or a Storm.
Wait, his Lesh is legit as hell. It's so good.
I mean, it's pretty good here. You see a Snap or a Slot, you don't really care. Just jump on them, kill them. Yep. Blue hero, please, XG.
7-0 record on Snap for Ducalis. I mean, that's also probably because there are so many other heroes people want to ban out against P-Vision that he gets his hands on it time and time again. But that is a phenomenal record as the most picked hero from the tournament. I don't know if it still is, but it was for a long time. The Disruptor coming out on the side of Xtreme.
Yeah, exceptionally good hero, right? The fact that we even saw Kotomi yesterday on BB. You get Mana Boots, Blink Dagger into instant Agnum.
Yep.
And then you keep kiting. You keep playing on Thunder Strikes. You're getting Vision. You're slowing. You can then glimpse back. Like Slark, as we already mentioned, you want to go in, and then you kind of want to retreat. You want to kind of kite back the fight, buy time, provide information. You get no information. Disruptor will bring you back and kill you. So I think that the answer to Slark is done. Tick, move on. Now start trying to find other heroes to make your draft have good meaning.
Just a quick sidetrack is I remember during Dream Leagues that every time 9 class got countered by Disruptor, he would just carry iron branches in his inventory, and every time he was static, he would just push himself out with a branch, and no Disruptor player expected that. So I wonder if we'll see the same thing happening here.
I mean, we might. This guy knows his matchups because he pops these heroes like a billion times to actually try to make it happen. Rasta is quite interesting here. Shadow Shaman is not a hero we see too often. I feel like it was maybe during one of the more recent PGL Valakias, people played this Warlock Shaman, Undying Shaman quite frequently. It gives you like very good building and early Roach because you drop the Tomb, you drop the Snake. And I guess overall, it's a good laner. You have people that like bring it to you. You have the fight starter, so more push to back it up. I like it.
I don't know if they want to pick it yet, but it's becoming a very good PL game for P-Vision if they want to get it at some point. You don't care about Undying, Disruptor, Shaman. You just send Illusions. Again, to pick it here with 2 then counter picks for XG might be a bit bold.
I mean, then you would get your Leshrac on 18.
Then you get your Leshrac, exactly. But like, not now, but I want XG to start respecting it potentially in either the next pick or the 2 bans, as I'm already thinking that it's becoming a good game for Satanic to pull later in the draft.
Do you guys want to know what TL's win rate is this entire competitive season?
It's bad.
I looked
It's
it
real
up
bad.
the other day.
No.
All the games played, it's like 18%.
Yeah.
That's atrocious.
So hopefully not that hero, but honestly, if there's a team that could make it work, it would be P-Vision.
Yeah, okay, so you get the Lycan and, okay, so the puck. So it's on XG to kind of decide, okay, what is more valuable for us? Do we need to close the phase with our mid against the puck, which this is a hero we've seen pop off a lot, especially by GPK, or do you want to do something against the Lycan? You want to like lock in a troll with your Disruptor, like play fast? I think these anti-mages, you don't really want to play that against the Lycan. There's the Ursa option if you want, or do we feel more like this should be the mid hero, for example?
I feel like there's some major problems right now for XG, where to kill a hero, it's the Static Storm, the Shaman Jump, but to do that with the Lycan Wolf scouting you, the Slark scouting you, Puck jumping in and out, finding like ways to initiate the fight, XG need to have a really clean like pick off and play. But pick off and play against all of this wave push from P-Vision will be extremely difficult.
Well, that was a 100% win rate troll up until earlier today, but still an incredibly strong hero. How does it fit in here?
It's very strong. It's one of the OG counters to Lycan. You're playing with a Disruptor against a weak 4. You definitely have a recipe for success. You're gonna get an Aegis in this game because you have the Tombstone, because you have the Snakes. Troll is good at it too, so I think XG are quite happy. The problem still exists though, that T mentioned, the puck.
But at least they have a carry that can itemize to be the frontliner. You send him in first. What hard lockdown does P-Vision have to stop the troll hitting the ultimate, right? Like he can stand his ground, which gives Disruptor and Shaman a way to hide in the tree line, wait for the fight to develop, then they use their spells. So I'm looking at Arme to get the early Battle Fury, to get the early BKB, whatever, and then become kind of the forward-thinking player on the team.
Yeah, the way that I see this troll pick is it kind of solves some of the issues that XG had, because so when I look at PV's draft and I see this Lycan plus Puck come out together, I think, okay, this Lycan will protect the Puck, because Puck is picked into 2 counters, Disruptor plus Shaman. These are heroes that have the catch to stop a Puck from popping off. But if you're playing against Lycan and he's throwing his summons at you and you're a Disruptor or you're a Shaman, what do? You don't have the freedom in a fight to lock down that Puck. But this Troll Warlord, if he shuts down Lycan in lane and just makes it so that his entry point into the game is later, then the Puck issue is solved by that, just by extension of Lycan not being able to create the space that the Puck needs.
Yeah, XG just need to hug each other. Yeah. Right? When you look at a 20-25 minute fight, it's be together with the Vision, then they're going to look strong. If at any point they break away, have a weak formation, P-Vision will, of course, exploit it.
Yeah, XG, they definitely have this type of lineup where it's like they're gonna dare P-Vision to come to them. Like they're gonna go to a tower, drop the snake, drop the tomb, Troll's gonna start hitting, and then it's like, how do you answer?
Yeah.
And that's not the most ideal fight for a Lycan. He wants to like go on your back line, kind of snack on your supports, but they're very good at protecting each other. So XG, they do need an XM hero.
I am enjoying their bans though. They're like, Satanic has a last pick, of course, on the side of P-Vision. Let's remove his Tinker and his Meepo just to not get anything unexpected out there. And it will be the Slardar coming out. The XM Slardar is a little bit of a classic.
Yeah, and it gives just good initiation to the fight, right? It's if Slardar finds hero with Troll, that's going to be a kill. Slardar plus Shaman with the ultimate from Shaman, another kill, right? It just gives ways to punish if P-Vision are split on the map. So I don't mind it. It is good scaling. Slardar very quickly can become tanky as well with the Aghanims and the BKB. He stands his ground. Yeah, it's a nice way to give XG late game potential and also survivability through the mid game, through pickoffs.
And the last time that XM played Slardar, he had a really interesting build. He went for Helm into Pipe, right? And I think that would be a great game to recreate that, because if you get that early Pipe, you're negating a lot of damage coming out of the Snap and the Puck that PV are dependent on early game. And that Helm, you just play versus Lycans on, you know, take it back, play that mini game there.
Yeah, Slardar to me is a little bit underrated, like, because I think he does very well, especially with this type of draft. Like Lycan, you amp him, he wants to run at you, he's not going to be able to stand his ground. So P-Vision, what do you want here for Satanic? Maybe some TB? Like, I still think they need high damage, like on the hero. You have a lot of heroes running in, sure, but you need to back it up with something.
We talked earlier about the tempo that we saw Xtreme have yesterday. Does the Slardar it sets a high tempo, right? So that kind of solves the issue that they had yesterday against Tundra.
No, for sure. It lanes well against Puck. You have high armor, you have good damage, you're going to be chilling, you're in the river, you're the type of hero your supports can play through. I mean, I must say, I love both drafts. I think PV found a very good last pick for themselves too. I'm maybe slightly leaning towards XG, because I just like this idea of the Disruptor with the Troll to shut down P-Vision, but they have what they always want with the map play.
I quickly want to correct, it was XXS that had that build on Slardar, not XM. So maybe from the mid Slardar, you don't want to see the Helm too early, maybe the Blink into the Helm, but I would still love to see that come into play.
Yeah.
I just want to see this game get to like 30-40 minutes.
It will.
Like, XG with levels take great fights. P-Vision, as the game progresses, need items. If they buy the wrong item, fights can get quite difficult. So it's like itemization on P-Vision and scaling will be really interesting to see, while XG is just kind of cruise control. As every minute ticks over, they get stronger and stronger and stronger.
I guess the one thing I would say is XG is dependent on their lanes going very well, and they've drafted good lanes for themselves, but if PV can somehow find a way to get as much as they can, like mitigate that net worth disadvantage that they may have, then the game will be a lot more even, and it's hard to get a good read on it.
And who would you put the pressure on to create the space, basically, for P-Vision to do all that?
I mean, it has to be the Lycan plus Puck duo.
Yeah, I'm looking at them to kind of do well early, because it is not that easy. Like for XG, I see them doing well in the lanes. They're going to take the early towers. They're going to get the first ages of the game. They're probably going to have a lead. At some point, PV are going to have to find a way to play the map, stabilize, and win a fight, or kind of at least go even, because they need time.
And the Puck versus Slardar, how is that going to go down? Shouldn't it be Puck favored, considering his range versus melee?
Slardar's going to be chilling. Slardar's going to be chilling.
Slardar loves that much.
Yep.
All right, we are going to head over to the stage, because before we get into this game number 1, we are going to hear some words from Coach Estini.
Absolutely. The crowd quite split here on this match. We got a lot of cheers for both teams coming out here. Sir, how are you feeling about this draft here today? Now, I don't know if you watched this, but there was a certain Lycan versus Troll matchup yesterday. Didn't go too well for the Lycan. How do you feel it's going to go this time?
There's a reason our Lycan player is still in the tournament.
Okay, let's relax.
Just better.
Let's relax. Goodness gracious. Very well, very well. Great. Well, it seems like you're very confident about your draft. If you had to rate your draft out of 10, what would you be putting it here? I mean, we got some Puck, we got some Lycan. They do have a lot of lockdown. Did you think you did well?
Yes, I put 9 class in my fantasy with coher kills. So I go for Slark, and I'm pretty confident he's going to make a lot of points.
Fantasy players, get ready to be pogging for this match. Absolutely. All right, my friend. You've had this crowd in the center cheering your name every single time. They go right where you look every time. Thank you so much. Any words to those 5 people standing up right there with those signs in particular?
Yes. Bora caralho.
All right, fantastic. Well, should be one hell of a match by 2 of the most high-skilled teams that we have here today. Let's get into it.
Thank you so much, Slacks. Oh man, this is going to be an awesome game. I cannot wait to hop into this one, Trent. I do real quickly, since we're getting all the players out there around, Dota's best enjoyed with friends, and I need to give a quick little shout out. I am today on my 10-year wedding anniversary, so I just wanted to give a quick little, I love you very much, wife and kid at home, and I hope you're doing good. We'll be home soon, but we are getting into this match, Trent. I can't wait.
Yes, it's Dota time. The fans are going crazy today. We got a whole section here cheering on XG. I'm sure you heard them there during some of the earlier interviews as well. Very dedicated to the success of their team. So we'll see how well it goes for them here in this draft. Last time these two teams met, they haven't seen each other so far this tournament, but a few months ago they did play, and it was P-Vision taking the win 2-1.
That's pretty crazy. I mean, I think that this has been so much stuff changed throughout the course of this tournament, and all of these teams now feel like they have a very different identity than maybe what people were expecting coming into this. And now, you know, if you were to ask me where I would rank these teams going into it, I don't really even know if XG would be in the tournament at this point, but they are very clearly becoming the favorites. P-Vision have something to say about that. A very confident Astini going into this.
Yeah, a team that's been gaining confidence for sure as this event has gone on. XG just kind of started dominating and haven't stopped, obviously only losing a few maps through this entire event, whereas P-Vision, it felt like there were some struggles. They were having a hard time enabling their offlane duo and really feeling like they were getting a lot of both of these two picks. And as it's gone on, we're getting more and more of that classic 9 class, which, you know, he's always been the engine that drives a lot of the success here for P-Vision.
He has been, indeed. And I think, too, when you see him having like a good game, finding those courier snipes, disrupting what's going on, and of course in that mid-game window when people are looking for fights, he can be a real menace. Now the flip side of that is that a lot of times it feels like XG are just cool chilling. You know what I mean? And if they're just out farming, is he going to be able to set up for ganks from the rest of his squad to find kills? As DM is going to do some lane shenanigans here, pulling the wave back behind the tower.
Yes, things one must do when you have a position 4 Slark player. He is well aware of what needs to be done here, as 9 class will just keep lurking around and being a nuisance down there. Maybe hoping to score some of those courier kills, as Astini said, you know. Now, I have a question about this fantasy here. You know, he said that if XM plays a blue hero, he gets more points.
Yes, that is true.
What is Slardar? Is that close enough? That's a blue hue for sure.
I mean, it's a little purpley. I feel like it should count a little bit. You know what? I think it tells you what it is when you sign up for it.
Okay. Well, for his sake, I hope it's at least blue.
Absolutely.
Help the guy out.
Gotta be. Mid lane matchup, as we've seen, going to be a little bit tough for the Puck, but he seems to be doing okay so far on No One. And if there's one thing you can count on in this tournament, it's good. No One is likely going to be getting the most out of his lane possible.
Yes, I have decided to dub him the Terminator. You know, I feel like he was away for a while and he came back, but it doesn't, like, I don't think he aged very much. He kind of looks the same. So I think something's afoot. I think he might have like some bionic parts in there that we weren't made aware of, because he just came back and he looks as good as ever.
By the way, that is Courier Snipe number 1, unless I missed one earlier. So we'll keep our tracks of that.
Man, Astini's a genius. I mean, that's kind of crazy to like just throw it on one of your players in the tournament purely for the fantasy points, but when it works, it works.
Yeah, you got to win too. Might be getting them a little bit more. But yeah, this is going to be what you see. Blood grenade, boots, grab the whole wave, pull it back behind the tower.
It's disgusting, truly. And of course, that ward, as being shown by the observers as well, of course, to help you snipe those couriers, right? Makes it all a lot easier. So they've got a lock on this bottom lane. They're so used to doing this.
And in the meantime, in mid, we're going to see this battle continue on. Up top, there could be some more action going on. You can see Xingqiu contesting this pull from Ducalis, while Undying is sort of battling out in the lane with the Terrorblade. What did you think about that last pick, Terrorblade? Oh no. Oh no. Oh, he's coming for you. At least I got to deliver first.
And, ooh, he's even going to get the D-word on the camp there as well. Make sure he gets the block back on there, so lots of work. TV, I mean, it's a bit of a classic, of course, especially for Satanic, you know. It is always a game winner hero, right? It has so many things it can offer. It does have the opportunity to play in the early game if your team is up, which is really interesting, right? You can join for pushes, objectives, whatever you want to be there with for the meta. But of course, you've got this like mid and late game map control that comes out from Terrorblade that's pretty hard to match from many other heroes. That being said, you know, XG coming into this series, I imagine they'd probably continue their, you know, a little bit slower paced gameplay, but this looks pretty quick for them. And they have had some fast games, but this one looks like it could really get going quick if they get a good lead in these lanes, like the panel was mentioning.
Oh, it never stood a chance. Does he run back down as soon as it shows?
He's pretty far.
No, he's hiding it. Okay, nope, there it is. We'll see if they run down. 9 class instead looks like he wants to stack the camps, which makes more sense. And actually, it taking that ring around the rosy might buy enough time for 9 class to come back in. We'll see what he decides to do. Instead, he's making his way over towards mid. XM does get hit by that, and now a jump in. Only going to be able to find a couple of punches, but the blood grenade isn't enough.
Nice spacing.
Not able to quite find the finish there.
I mean, you're okay with that, though. Obviously, this is a lane that's supposed to go pretty well for the Slardar. Just Puck, over the years, has lost quite a bit of strength in that mid lane overall, but Slardar, of course, has just got buffed and buffed and buffed when it comes to being near water and having the reliability here. So it goes for the coil mid.
Does have level 6, though. The jump up is there, able to find a bash, tries to back out, and he's able to play himself out of it. XM, what a player, and Xnova is going to be the one that draws first blood.
Woohoo! That was nice. Very quick rotation. Disruptor, not always the best hero, despite having no feet on XM.
Very. We'll see if there's any movements that come in. These twin gates have been a classic, but when you get your courier sniped, starts to feel a little bit rough.
Gloves and boots? That's really annoying, especially the gloves, obviously. It's an interesting way to try and deal with Ame. I mean, every game that we've had the pleasure of casting of Ame, his heat map is just the bottom lane.
True.
And he stays down here forever, and then his teammates pull the enemy everywhere on the map. Anywhere else but lane. And Ame just chills down here until he gets items. And P-Vision have decided to just like kind of let the...
As we are going to see 9 class, still just level 2, by the way. He's able to do a good amount with that. Finally getting the Wisdom Shrine. Xingqiu taking the other one on the other side of the map. But this is going to be the thing to watch for, is how do they change up their gameplay for Ame? Are they going to still try and keep that pressure on, or are we see something where maybe they leave that lane?
It's just this courier.
I know.
It's like trying to find the Northwest Passage, you know? It's just like, where is it, man?
Nowhere to be found. Maybe a bit of a wraparound going on towards mid, though. They were looking for no one there, and, well, yeah, it's not going to be an easy jump.
Well, I mean, the coil back does usually open quite a few opportunities for Puck, right? Puck loves it when you get to catch someone diving your side lanes and you show up, Dream Coil, and turn it around. Not the easiest heroes to do that versus, right? Like an Undying, it can be a little bit risky to go for it if it's any sort of backup. Your Lycan's not really playing the tower anyway, so no one doesn't have this natural accelerant of just defending your side tier 1s that you like to have. But he does have these stacks to accelerate him that 9 class has been prepping for him. So this is also great, of course, just for 9 class, because as a position 4 player, you want to get as many stacks as you can to get that golden XP for yourself.
They miss on one of the sentries. It's just off to the left there. And so XG, after making that rotation with Xnova, are not going to be able to make any type of substantial kill happen. And this could be an issue as this game goes on. I feel like between a Lycan, Terrorblade Illusions, and now a Slark support, how are you meant to sort of keep vision out on this map for XG?
Yeah, that's a very interesting part heading to the late game too, right? That's you're trying to just deal with wave push and also trying to find these ganks. Your smokes are at a complete premium on XG. You cannot waste a single smoke or it's going to feel awful.
Ducalis hitting that level 6 is now going to come back over this direction, and Ame is a potential target if they can find the right control.
And that is a juicy level 6.
Look at this.
I mean, what's the duration? 6.5? Kisses go for what? You got 8 globs. I don't know. It's not bad.
There's a chance.
It's over 5.5 seconds. You get that ulti pop to the right time, he's going to be in trouble, even if he has it.
Well, they're going to realize the danger, and actually leaving that little illusion there of the Slardar scouts out the gank coming their way. They will lose the tower on the side of XG as Ame tries to build into his Battle Fury. And you know,
I'm reminded a little bit of that game that we saw yesterday of XG versus Tundra. Tundra started off, got this good beginning lead, and if not for maybe some weird Roche fights, XG could have been in a lot of trouble. And I'm seeing a similar story here. You've got some pretty heavy push potential from P-Vision.
Yes, 100%. I think that would be the conversation I could imagine Astini having before leaving the booth, right? It's like, you've got to make sure those first objectives are going to be so important because they can take it very quickly on XG, but you can as well on P-Vision.
Moves. The Hex is there, already hit. XM backing out though, and the Kisses not doing quite enough damage. They will be able to bring down XinQ here. But and finding any more than that, now they'll pop the glyph. Is there going to be any defense here?
Look at this army.
I mean, it's really hard to fight against this. They have the creep there too. XM already taking a boatload of damage from the creep, from the summoned wolves, and they're trying desperately to keep the tower alive. Will manage to. Xnova has a glimpse.
It was on CD for quite a while, so he couldn't manage to pull back DM there when he was looking a little vulnerable.
But they do protect their tower.
And the carries just off doing their thing. Satanic's been hitting a lot of jungle creeps. He's back on the lane now with the attention put towards mid. Ame's been farming through the Ancients of the bottom lane like he does every game. Tower or not, he's still confident enough to stand up here.
Well on his way. And then on the other side, it's really XM. The fact that he didn't die there, I think, is really important. Working towards that Blink Dagger, almost has it completed. But do they need to do something to deal with Satanic here? I mean, he is just free farming.
Yeah, I think chasing him just sounds like a bit of a problem, right? It would be nice, obviously, but when the Blink Dagger's up, you could try one smoke at him and try and go for it. It would be nice to have 6 on Xnova at that point, which is probably why he's here camping mid, trying to catch as much XP as he can here on the tower. So you could go for it once, at least drop some good vision as well. But I imagine that attacking the structures could also be a solid play to go for it too, right? If you get 6 on your Shaman.
The call is there to get back underway. P-Vision versus Xtreme, in both teams at this point not putting high priority on trying to find a ton of kills, just 1-1, 11 minutes in.
Oh,
a nice little move in. Xnova able to get the deny there on the tower.
Take those little victories when you can as a support gamer, you know?
Oh, yeah.
TP up top here. No one's looking for his first rotation.
Oh, finds it there. Dream Coil down. Satanic in the way as well. They have Tombstone, they have everything, but this is a hard survive. And Exodus actually almost able to sneak his way through the trees, but a kill is a kill.
Yeah, knows he doesn't have a chance there, even if he pops the ulti, so he'll just take the Ceaseless Dirge and immediately go to his Ancients, which are well stacked up here, of course. This was something that we saw from XG where there was not a big priority on stacks really at all. And there was the danger that the enemy could have came and stolen them away. They're going to scout them out here right now.
Looking, hunting. DM about to lose a creep, goes down to Xnova. Does have glimpse, doesn't have vision.
Is XinQ going to snake these, or we're just leaving these all for Ame? No. All right. This is Ame's piggy bank. They're going to smoke it up here. So what do we have? We got the snakes.
Right under a wolf, though.
That's not good. We got the Stack Storm. I think XinQ pinged it. So this is your Satanic hunt that you're hoping for as an XG fan right now.
It didn't turn green, though. They just barely walked past it. Is there any way that they actually managed to find Satanic up to the east side? Doesn't look like it.
Nah, he's out. So they can use this with the Helm of the Undying to just push the tower, so it's not too bad. They'll even drop the big bad snake there, too.
I was wondering if maybe they thought he ran to the gate, but instead ran out to the other side, and they are going to cut through the twin gate.
Instantly scanned by 9 class, who still walks over here, by the way. Puts ward on the side.
Okay.
Whoa, what?
Oh,
he planted the tree!
He did the tree
oh, 9 class!
It's so insulting.
You sneaky, sneaky fish.
You scan that they're there. You ward and walk in anyway, and then you do the tree plant escape. He's done this already, too, while we've been casting him as well.
Dude, he was so ready for that.
Unbelievably ready. And his ward's going to live.
That's crazy.
I feel sickly watching that.
So we take a quick little replay.
So let's sum this up for people. So you see how there's this thing called the kinetic field, all right? He's going to plant a tree. It creates a collision box with his own hero. One can stay, one has to go. Hero goes outside the kinetic field. Amazing.
Breaks the game.
Blows your brain just like that. It's like, whoa, I can't see a thing.
Well, 3K gold lead now, and Helm Slark is done.
Then you watch Slark pick up a creep.
All right, I'm not sure if I'm prepared for what's going to happen in this game, Trent. I don't know. I don't know if anybody is. We've still got a Battle Fury Troll, which has been an indomitable force in this tournament. But I got to say, the Terrorblade is pretty spooky in this one.
You're not wrong. I mean, it's a classic for a reason, right? It gives you many, many choices.
Ducalis nearby with 9 class DM. They know that this Ancient stack is being taken. Do they want to come and contest it? They're moving into position. Vision down. XXS, what do you have in the tank? XM is there too. It looks like they're going to back out, seeing that everybody's there.
Creep, guys, that was just one helm creep.
I see another one now. DM takes away the big old
He's getting so many.
Ancient Black Dragon.
All the bounties. Like, his fire pool just destroyed so many Ancients.
Now they move in, want to take that down, but Ame is a little bit too far forward, forced to pop the ultimate, in a ton of trouble. They do have control over Puck, though. Do they have enough damage to kill him? Yes, they do. The snake, it's doing work, but it's not doing enough to save Ame.
And the dragon lives.
Dragon's still alive. They will take out one more creep with the big snake, but this is the power of P-Vision right now.
I mean, how much effort did they put into the first neutral there? And then the second one, right? Like, they're fighting this just massive army being provided here by DM, and then at least they're able to get the catch there on the no one, thankfully for them, but then immediately losing Ame is really going to hurt their scaling.
Man, very difficult moment here to try and figure out how you deal with this, because it's really, they need Ame to kill the creeps, and even for him, it's not quick.
No, it's certainly not yet. And he's going to need that defensive item to try and deal with the silence there from the Puck to ensure that he can actually play his game. I mean, usually 9 class has been going for these like early orchids, but because of the existence of Helm, we're getting that instead. So at least that gives him a little bit more breathing room, perhaps, for Ame.
2-3 and a 4K gold lead as Undyne working towards the Shivas.
That's obviously, it's very nice versus Lycan all the units. You're going to get a lot of benefits from that, and the various healing that you're going to have going on there too. But it's not really like a game changer item.
No.
You know? It doesn't really change the flow of things too much. You're going to have to look to that from XM, and he's hoping to just get to his BKB after the Blink and Shard.
And on the other side, with just this swarm of creeps, P-Vision start to do some pretty massive amounts. I was wondering if we were going to maybe see something like a Crimson Guard out of XG for XXS.
Yeah.
Still could go back for it later on. Obviously, tremendous value when you've got all these summons you're dealing with and the Terrorblade illusions.
Yeah, it's a bit of a hard choice for his itemization, I'd say. Getting them all eventually would be great.
Yeah.
As we do, Slider, at least he is really good at this, right?
Yeah.
Like, if there's an isolated Helm creep, he can deal with it very quickly, which is something that we have seen a lot of heroes struggle with, particularly any support heroes. But being able to grab those is a nice gold boost for you, if you can guarantee they're actually going to die.
Absolutely. And I mean, you can see though that when you have all these summons, the answer for you is just start taking objectives.
And they're going to scout this out here with 9 classes creep as well. This is something that the Radiant can do very quickly as well. They have a Slider, they have a Troll Warlord, they have Snakes. Dire are not even choosing to bring Satanic. He's coming now, but they started this without him.
A little bit late. XM could go for a big jump if they want, but they drop the coil to start. Backs out, kisses out. How much do they have left in the tank? XXS, there's the Tombstone down. Kinetic Field and a Static Storm to back away.
I mean, there's no Ceaseless Dirge here. If he dies, he's going down.
And the Dragon is chasing and not quite going to fully commit for that one. So Roche still up. It's not even below halfway HP. Can they come back in here and contest? I mean, Ame is not even in the fight.
You got Blink Slider, you got Blink Zinc. Is he feeling a little crazy, perhaps? I don't think so.
I mean, they smoke back up again, maybe trying to take a fight once this is all over. And a big get, though, for P-Vision.
This might be one of those hope they split up immediately after taking Roche, right? Yeah, exactly, like this. No one comes down to push the wave, and they try and catch him here because they have the Blink on the Shadow Shaman. This is going to be your answer. So Ame's going to drive him back. They're going to catch no one under the tower.
Looking. Q, they need to get Vision first.
Oh, he knows.
Does he? No, jump in. Hex is out, and they got him. The TP, that one probably needs to be canceled, although he did have the Aegis. Are they going to try and do something? They jump on through, 9 class, trying to keep his buddy alive, and they're able to back away on that Puck. Ame caught, Cookie connects. Is there any follow-up, though? It doesn't look like it.
Beautiful. Very well played here from XG. Then you take away all the advantages of that Aegis.
In the mid lane, they're hunting a little bit onto the Undying now. They jump Dream Coil in the mid lane, finds him for a moment. He does not look like he needs to actually worry that much. Instead, Xingqiu, he jumps and finds the puck. Static Storm down, also connects on a 9 class. They might try and pull him back in here, but they do manage to get that kill. Back and forth we go.
That's a nice swing for XG though, right? Like you lose the Roche like that, but then you quickly dismantle the Aegis, get rid of that as an issue, take a little free pick there onto the Slayer because he kind of has to play a bit of interference to ensure that no one escapes. Very good for them as they're going to have to try and start pumping more gold into Ame. He is now third on the board here and working his way through the jungle. Just trying to get a Manta into a BKB. Not necessarily the biggest like feel-good items, but it's Troll Warlord, right? As long as he gets his ulti off, he's going to have the damage.
Just saw in the mid lane, while this is Ame's farm, it's also XM killing another one of these Helm creeps. It's been a really, really good answer so far, it feels like, in a way. He's still a bit behind, though, in terms of the net worth for the Slardar.
Well, it is time for the next objective of Dota 2. Can I get a Tormentor?
The Tormentor gonna go down. And easily picked up for P-Vision. 9 class now having access to the Depth Shroud.
Oh, good.
and that's the one that really can start to make things difficult to play around.
Because he wasn't annoying enough already, so that's great.
Is he gonna get another one? Oh, no, he's not going for it on XM. Working towards that BKB.
Yeah, this tier 1 tower is still very healthy in the mid lane right now for P-Vision. That's a helpful one to have. Keep this big forward vision on the map right now.
So, one other thing that I'm a little bit concerned about for the side of XG is that I believe this is Terrorblade most of the way towards a butterfly at this point. And Troll is still queuing up into a BKB after the Manta.
Yeah.
There could be some timings in here where Satanic is very difficult to deal with.
Yeah, the high armor is annoying enough, but paired with evasion, plus the additional bonus armor he's going to have from Butterfly fully completed, it's going to be a bad time.
See if there are any changes that come up with the build, or if Ame is just going to have to stick to it. In the meantime, Lycan also gets an AC. Man, this timing is going to be nuts.
Yeah, it is a very powerful timing. Butterfly plus AC. You have this Depth Shroud. XXS is trying to counteract it by getting the Shard finished up on the Undying. So maybe if someone is, you know, in trouble, he can try and get a big save onto that during the kisses, during the coil or something.
Man, for both of these teams, a win here would just be so huge for them. Guaranteed moving on, and obviously a ton of love within the crowd from both of these orgs, as we've heard multiple times throughout this event. But very much one of those windows right now where P-Vision, if they can find the right fight, feel like they can really put the screws.
Kala's put a crazy ward down here. This big aggressive smoke. Trying to catch up to X-Nova.
X-Nova underneath a ward, TPing out, and does manage to escape. Out they go. So 3-3.
XXS. He's going to walk away from the team as they're going to smoke up here. Kind of shadowing Ame a little bit. Maybe hoping that P-Vision are going to think about Potassium. Crowd is generating power here with the wave.
Oh, we do have a little wave going through the crowd a little bit as well. Oh, wait.
A little bit of hydro power here, trying to help out. I like this. This is good. And they will take down that tier 1 tower. It's, you know, it's kind of painful. I'm not going to lie to you, to smoke for that, unless it gets a kill in 9 class. Not quite. Because so they basically smoked to kill a tier 1 mid.
Yes.
Which doesn't feel great versus Slark, Lycan, Wolves, couple Helm of the Dominators. You really need these smokes to make your way across the map. But it does open things up a little bit more and just create a little bit more mystery for P-Vision, so they don't have this giant beacon of knowledge in the center of the map.
Yeah, you got to take that one out as quickly as you can. A tough situation now, again, for XG. If they want to try and make another move, it feels like every time they're just completely scouted out immediately.
And that's the
full butterfly.
Butterfly and the finished BKB. That's what I was trying to figure out if that was done too for no one. That's a powerful timing. So if they want to kill this puck, it's going to come down to XM, right? That's pretty much it.
Oh, and 9 class hunting around, spots X-Nova. Can he push him to the low ground with the effect? No, not going to happen. So X-Nova in some trouble, going to fall here. And the area in which XG is allowed to play grows smaller and smaller.
Yeah, still just holding meta right now on Satanic, but I mean, he's got the Demon Seal. That's what's so nice about the Shard, right? Just use that for your smaller pushes, but when like the big fight comes, you can fully commit with meta.
The butterfly pushes. We saw 2 games in a row of it with that Medusa in the last series from Ghost. Is Satanic gonna be able to replicate a similar type of strategy? Get butterfly, walk down lanes before there's an answer.
Jeez, they just really ignored XXS, huh?
Oh, yeah.
They just had no cares for that guy. He's walking up, throwing Yeshiva's guard out. They're just like, you are so not worth it, man.
I mean, they see Ame there underneath some wolves. So understanding that he's in the area, are they gonna try and mount any type of a defense here? XXS steps forwards, throws out some decays, a quick little jump through, a stun onto Satanic, maybe a chance here for a fight.
Okay,
do they want to jump onto Satanic though, really? Slowly, steadily, Static Storm down, now a hit, a few more, but they don't have any vision, they can't find him! This walks away!
A little Depth Shroud save there.
Oh no! Can't get on top of him, and now, with Kisses raining down, they're not doing a ton, only Disruptor has gone down so far.
That was not looking good for P-Vision either, right? You see that ulti coming, you're like, oh, they've done it, right? They jump in, Satanic's getting low, but then just
9 class.
able to back it away with 9 class. There's a reason this is his signature support hero.
We did see that Leshrac ban that the panel was talking about that could have been a solid fit for this, taken away in that final stage. You think about how different this game could have looked if they were able to get a hold of it.
It feels like there's no winning, though, because it also just feels awful to commit so much in your draft to this thing.
Yes.
It's like roaming 4, you know? You have to think about all these other matchups that are happening in the game.
There's a reason that he excels on his heroes. So, another couple of towers taken. There's still one more tier 2 tower on the bottom lane that XG are trying to hold on for, and well, XM actually gonna get jumped on again. Xingqiu is nearby, able to find a Hex onto the puck, but the Yule Scepter lift up. There's not an easy way out of this one. The crush, but the damage, it keeps on coming. Satanic with the amplified damage destroys XM.
Yeah, and with that meta pop right now, he is gonna annihilate this tower. They're thinking about marching on here.
I mean, what's the answer? You don't have much on XG.
I mean, with an amplified damage, who could resist this?
I mean, this is an easy step up. And, you know, you think about other games. Where's the Magnus? Where's the tiny tossback? There's nothing here to defend this high ground right now without fully committing. The Tombstone is down. That's gone in an instant. XXS, no answers, and Satanic is too damn big. A full set of racks done, P-Vision. They are not playing for the late game.
No, and there's no chance of a chase down here either from the side of XG. They're going to be able to back away as P-Vision, reset, and 9 class, he's going to know there's a ward here as well as he steps up there. But it just means that they can back away, reset, go to Roche, set up there. And the side of XG, they're just waiting, right? They're waiting for Amin to get these items to feel like he can maybe do something. And he's going to need the most perfect fight as Troll Warlord here, set up by his supports.
Can they do it? I mean, you're still looking for another couple items on Ame before he finishes off that MKB. He's going to have to go with just the Demon Edge now. And they are heading into an area that could potentially turn into a full fight.
All right, we'll see how does the Depth Shroud play out in this one. Maybe they can get 9 class first. Maybe they get a Blink Hex onto this puck. Maybe that's how they start this fight.
I mean, they walk up there and they take the Watcher, and that immediately alerts P-Vision to the fact that they're in the area. Roche, 28 seconds until it's going to be back up again. And it looks like they're going to have to back away again on XG. Has a single smoke of theirs worked? Like, they haven't been able to get anything.
Well, they only have 3 kills, so it's... Hey, you know what? They got that tier 1 tower mid.
That's true.
Skelly Bros doing work.
It can't run away from you. Hit the towers.
That's right. As we have some Warpine Raiders here scouting out the pit. Friends even on opposite sides of the battlefield. Truly a beautiful sight to see.
Well, Roche is up. And now the question, as XG, are you going to come and contest this? The Warpine Raider scouts them out, sees that they're in there, can start doing it. We're also only a minute away from Roche switching sides.
Lycan Wolf is running through them though right now.
I mean, oh, it's so hard to make this happen. There's a disarm. Ame is on the other side of the freaking world right now. He's not getting involved in any of this. He will TP now.
And they're smoking.
Okay.
All right, what's the start? Who are we going on?
An opportunity here. Shiva's guard to show what's going on. Roast below, half HP. XM jumps in, gank the creeps. Charlie, it will take you to victory.
It is the least maneuverable unit.
It is so hard to get anything done.
All right, hold on.
Wait, he got it.
He's got the MKB in time.
Oh, they bought enough time, and Ame starts hitting, but no, the wolf is in there. They know about this, and now they start throwing the kisses. Ame, are you big enough? Are you bad enough? Can you take it down now? Oh. You disgusting fish! He got it, steals it away, and only they can look on in shame.
Oh, he's still alive.
He's not even dying. Ban this hero. I don't want to see it anymore. Unbelievable!
Oh, it's a wise man once said, that's a hard fish to find, Lyrical.
Oh, he's so good.
Even his teammates know how good. Just tip, tip, tip.
And of course, the damage coming in from the whole rest of the squad. 3-8, 16,000 gold lead.
I can't carry on after this.
Oh no.
After seeing that snatch, like if I'm X, that's me. I'm just XXS. Just take it.
Dead on the screen, and P-Vision ready to not just end this game, but break their spirits. P-Vision come in, completely destroy XG.
You know, there were some questions. Like, who's going to have the edge here this early game? You know, which team could run this game down a little faster than the other? Well, we got our answer.
Oh, yeah.
It was, in fact, P-Vision who very quickly, you know, there were still some chances there. You're like, okay, you know, they're looking for this animization. Get the MKB. Maybe Ame can get that perfect fight. Troll Warlord, a hero that's obviously had some pretty crazy games so far. He's not doing too well today.
No, it has been a bit of a rough one for the troll picks indeed. And I think some of it is just this answer of these like agi carries that are coming in, buying a butterfly, and just walking high ground. And we've not seen answers to it. I mean,
oh yeah, there they are.
Oh, they're ready. They're feeling it. The crowd is into it, feeling the love for the P-Vision squad, and still a lot of games left to be played, but that was a statement.
There's still a loud segment over there. The XG fans, I know they'll be back. You know, game 2. There's of course some chance to regroup here, so we'll see what XG can try and find. I mean, they did change up, I would say, a little bit from their more common game plans. Like, again, they've had some faster games, but this one looked like they were really trying to hit something a little bit quicker, and it did not quite pan out for them.
Man, what a freaking amazingly dominant display from P-Vision as they take game number 1.
This was slaughter, or rather, actually, can you even have a slaughter when the kill count is as low as it was? It was just calculated and cool, Kezu. This was just P-Vision in the driver's seat from the get-go.
Yeah, it was just very slow from like maybe even start to finish, right? But XG didn't really get to do what they wanted, like do well in your lanes. Didn't really happen. I would say P-Vision, they got everything that they wanted. They got the 9-class Slark, he got through the lane, the DM Lycan, he got through the lane, Satanic got to farm all the game 2 on his TV, so I feel like XG, they really fell flat in this game.
Yeah, I think XG's draft were very dependent on these lanes doing well because that was their entry point into the game. That Lycan would have a slower timing, that they'd be able to play without their supports getting completely crushed by the Wolves, but every time they tried to go on this fuck, that Lycan just covered for him so well. He just ate that backline.
I mean, it feels like one of those games where if XG don't have any kills to their name, it never compounds to a little bit of tempo.
underestimated, because I favored XG going into the game. I think I heavily underestimated the ghost push and what is going to happen if you don't do well early on in the game. So that's what I feel like. I don't know, Effie, do you feel like there's something else that we missed that they should change for this upcoming game?
I mean, for XG, I think they just need to draft teamfight as well. There's no way. It was a very one-dimensional draft, which works if your dimension happened, which was you stomp the lanes, you shut down the Lycan. If that doesn't happen, what's your re-entry into the game? They didn't have that plan B. And I think making a plan B is quite simple because they have really wide hero pools on their players. It's not like they're one-tricks on XG. Like, instead of having a Slardar mid, all of a sudden you can have an incredible damage dealer in Leshrac, for example. Instead of having an Undying, what if you have a Centaur who can set up kills for you earlier on? What if you have a Mars who can play with the Leshrac?
Yeah, and
just go down that path.
And even with developing that, when you think about the bans, we spoke about, Slark ban, Monkey ban. Imagine in a lot of those clips that we saw, or if there's a Monkey support there, without the Depth Shroud saving the Terrorblade. Like, the game's so different, because as much as we hype Slark up for the Vision game, the save is insane. Yeah. Like, unless you have AoE damage and a way to burst, again, like a Leshrac or something, that has to be respected.
I also think the Lycan is a big problem. Like, this hero, to me, was the really big problem here because it stopped so much of their potential playmaking. Like, I mentioned it a few times already, so I feel like I'm really being annoying about this point, but when your supports can't comfortably enter a fight and disable heroes for you, unless you have disable coming from anyone else on the team, you can't make plays.
Yeah, it also hurts you twice as much when you actually pick to shut him down, but then in the game he's like, no you, he's like top net worth, you lose the lane even though you're supposed to win it. Because yeah, this is not the type of game we usually see from XG, but at the same time, I have to praise P-Vision, like also for their bans. I believe Mars was taken out early on, like maybe also forcing like something else happening. And I believe the Leshrac was also last phase banned. That is a hero we did want to see. So if you're XG, maybe you need to up your priorities on a couple of these heroes. Maybe you 18 pick those. Try to get it early in the draft before it can get banned out. Because yeah, I'm just looking for a new game to also make sure that, they should feel still very great, like the way they got here. They're an incredible team. So show it to us in the next game.
But they have been in this position before, right? Against Spirit, they had the same style of game where it was kind of low kills, Spirit kind of hit that stride, shut them out, and then they adapted and they won the game free to win the 2-1 in the series, right? So it's not as if this is the first time a dominant team has been winning every game and then, wow, a slap in the face, wake up, right? Like, they've been here before during the tournament, so I am expecting them to have the correct adaptations, and of course we'll have to see it in the draft.
But what adaptations are you creating? Because one of the points that we were making was that P-Vision, they have a lot of different styles. If you're adapting to their Ghost Push style, their Vision style that they played last game, they can bust out easily one of their cheese drafts.
I mean, in the time they have, minus Slark, everything's then playable. That's how I see it, because again, you don't have time to adapt to everything, but with how much you've done, like how regimented they are as a team, if you have Slark on the enemy team, you're asking to lose. Like, XG will never beat this hero. The way that I see them playing and the map state, if XG play into Slark, I just don't see them beating it.
Well, this is where experience might come into play for Xtreme. I'm sure there's been plenty of talks on how to adapt in game number 2. Of course, P-Vision only one win away from being top 3 here at the International. Let's see if they can do it, or let's see if Xtreme has been able to figure out what to do next.
Xtreme Gaming versus P-Vision. Game 2.
This time around, we did change it up a little bit. We got Xtreme still on the Radiant side, P-Vision on Dire, but first pick going the way of P-Vision, and that means Xtreme Gaming gets overall last pick, and we do have some adaptations. Slark left in the pool, by the way, but we do have a change up with the Monkey King making it through. This was one of the bans that Xtreme went for in the previous game. They get their hands on it now, and an answer coming with the Disruptor from Xtreme.
They looked so good on their Monkey King yesterday. They played it 4, and it's very similar to Slark in that it will provide vision. It's going to buy that helm, give you that ability to push lanes, and also just roam the map early on. And if I was going to pick a hero that's more problematic between the two, right now I would say it is Monkey King, because the flex to core that exists on Monkey King is much stronger than the flex to core that exists on Slark.
Based on the draft position as well, opening with Monkey King is stronger in position. Like, you want to react with a Slark, so I can see why, because Xtreme is second pick, they didn't ban out the Slark. I fully respect that. They might, again, down the line, but based on this, it makes full sense that Monkey's available.
I would also say that both teams should be happy, because like you're saying, Monkey King is the same archetype, and I agree with the flex, especially against XM. Sure, he has a couple heroes that would be good against the Monkey King mid later, but you can also band us out with the Leshrac again. We touch on it. This hero is very strong. Would like to see that on on him, but I still like that they do go back for the Disruptor. Like, it is still the idea of what you want to do against P-Vision, it's still there. I feel like there was something in the lane and some of the execution where P-Vision just really had their number, so the fact that they run it back, I'm happy with it.
Will XG respect Lycan with the single ban they have available?
Yes.
I hope so. I mean, they could have this idea to run maybe Disruptor plus Ursa instead of Troll, because Ursa will play on an earlier timing on that Troll, and they won't be locked into farming for 20 minutes of the game.
Yeah. No, I like the point of banning it. I believe it's also somewhat set up. You did take out the Beast and the Enigma in the first phase. From their side, they do only have one ban that they're able to throw in on the stage, so you kind of set it up to be able to only put it on the Lycan to secure your lane.
They also pick out a phase.
Just kidding.
So potentially they want to get their hands up. No, and they don't. They want to get the Storm Spirit. Potentially that can be an answer to a dog that's running wild.
Catch and lockdown is always nice in a draft, and we've seen how a lot of the Spirit heroes, if you have the player that wants to play them, they don't care about picking it blind, right? And here it is. You have the catch to pick off the team fight. Sure, pacing, P-Vision can still run at you whilst your Storm's coming in line, but they have the team fight that we want to see from XG.
So just want to quickly point out the heads-up ban of the Meepo by XG, because there's an ET ban on the side of PV in that first phase. And ET, when you ban it, you're typically saying that, oh, I might consider picking Meepo, or I might be considering picking Chen, because those are the heroes that he typically counters. So instead of banning Lycan, they're just like, you know what, we're not getting cheesed here. We're taking Meepo out completely.
No, I like it a lot. And this hero has looked very scary in the right hands, right, of specific carry players. You have Satanic, obviously he plays it very well. I like the Pugna pick quite a lot here. Like when people get glimpsed in, you want to save them. Also, Net Award super good against these two heroes, so you keep yourself topped off. So for P-Vision here, you kind of want to decide. I would assume you just kind of jam your mid hero here. You see the Storm matchup, I would say you know what's coming. Make it easy and simple.
Let's say this is your 4 and 5, right? The Monkey being 4, the Pugna being 5. You've got Pugna with Decrep and Life Drain. You've got the Monkey with the Boundless Strike Shard to be able to jump out. If Storm gets onto a support, if you don't kill the Monkey, he's jumping out. If you don't get the Pugna, he's going to Life Drain something or Decrep himself like this. These two supports aren't instant food for the Storm Spirit. Like, they're making the game somewhat complicated.
Secondary jump with the Storm would be nice, or just some kind of follow-up range damage to make sure that they're not in that situation where they can re-engage.
Yeah, we've seen how they played both Invoker and Monkey King with first item Dominator. So we are now already expecting 2 Helmet Dominators in this game for P-Vision. That will be lanes getting pushed out, and XG, they need to find ways to shove waves cleanly. Disruptor doesn't do it, Storm does, but you need at least, I think, 2 more heroes so that you're not forcing the obvious that one guy has to go and do it. Like, it needs to be your entire team naturally doing it.
I would say what we're looking for XG with what we've been saying too, in my mind, you want follow-up damage into your Storm jump, like maybe with the Forge, GQ's hero could be what the Snapfire himself, or maybe a Hoodwink. I think there's something else you could look for, which is maybe SD, but I think your support duo isn't the greatest. I like Lycan a lot here. It's good against all these heroes. You rush Nullifier against the Pugna, good answer. You have the Global Howl in the nighttime also to make it easy for your Storm. I like what's happening here.
And then you get the follow-up damage from Hoodwink that just came out for that Storm Spirit. So when he is jumping this backline, they make sure they can kill the targets they go on.
I have seen this before. Yeah. If you're able to shutting down Lycan in the early game, it matters so much. Like, sure, you have 2 Wolves and a Dominator. Do you think Brood is going to care about this? You're all single target. So yeah, this pick is very nasty.
And normally when you have Broodmother, you kind of want to play away from her webs unless you're really strong. But now when you're playing away from her webs, you're going to be running into 2 lanes that are shoved into you. You then eventually push them out, and all that time, Brood will have that additional item, that additional kind of resource. So it is a really toxic lineup from P-Vision where the map play is just exceptional. It's what they're doing so well to make sure that they are, close to being top 3.
Maybe it's a little bit weird, but what would you guys think about actually putting Ame on the Lycan and you pick a new offlaner, like Magnus?
That can deal with the spiders a little better.
Or do you just put the Lycan in the lane, it's like, okay, bro, you do your stuff, you buy your helm, farm your jungle, and you give Ame, like, the absolute win condition?
I wouldn't mind a carry that could also just twin gate. So when Storm gets 6-minute room with a carry twin gating, you just collapse on the tower, take the tower with the Lycan, and then you can play more traditional game. But that is an option for sure.
I would personally prefer Ame just on a
you give him
standard
the
Ame
24.
hero. Yeah, because a game comes to mind from recent times, but I believe it was the EWC and it was a Tundra game, and they were playing offlane Lycan versus a carry Brood, and we were worried about the Brood outpacing the Lycan, but the way that Lycan was able to play the map, it made it so that they were just trading map play, and eventually Tundra did get the win. So it's not like this Broodmother will completely catch the Lycan off guard. Like, both teams do have map play.
But if there ever was a time for it to happen, I think the Lycan flex to carry, Army taking it, like this could be the game. In all the other games, probably not, but they need a Brood answer. A simple one, not one where it's like you need level 12 and 3 items. It needs to be a early game answer to Brood that can then just follow them around the map.
What is an answer to Brood? Is it like, oh, I need cleave in the sense of like a Sven type? Or what kind of answers to Brood?
I would say you want like someone that can lock down the area of where the Brood is in, and killing spiders is kind of what you're looking for. It could be your Magnus. It could be an Alchemist with Acid Spray, Rushing Radiance. You play fast with your other heroes. It could be an offlane Tidehunter for all I care. Like just team fight building block.
It can also just be as simple as a strong laner that isn't dependent on high cooldowns, because Carry Brood takes advantage of high cooldown enemy lineups, because every time they're using these big spells, she's taking the entire map afterwards. She's just running at their team.
So what is the DM hero here? What do we feel like he wants to have? And I would say maybe someone that goes in. Sure, you have like your Brood. Satanic is going to be incredibly big. He has Alacrity. You have the map play. Maybe they could look for like a Centaur or a Tide themselves. What do we feel like he's looking for? I was kind of eyeing Phoenix, but it's banned.
Yeah, it's banned, yeah.
They need more reliable lockdown, I believe, for the Storm Spirit, because we're talking about the Brood and everything, but there is the issue of the Storm Spirit on the enemy team. If the game does go too late, your lockdown isn't there outside of the ban list. They just go for the Centaur, gives you an early stun, gives you save as well.
They're going to be tanky so quickly. Like the first 2 items that every hero buys on PV is we are harder to kill in the fight and we want to fight. There's no hero that is, I need to scale, there's no battle furies, nothing like that. It's just all skirmish in these heroes.
I mean, what I see is you have the Lycan into safe, and if you want, maybe with a Magnus, you could go for the Arme Sven. You want the Brood answer. I don't really care specifically what exact hero is going to come out, but have high damage, maybe be a nice combo for the Wolf Bite, no matter what role the Lycan is in, and be able to also jump. Because right now it is all on your Storm, so Arme, I'm sure he's going to find the one.
Do you guys hate Lifestealer here? I feel like they can map play with Lifestealer in Best Bombs. It's a good lane versus Centaur. The Rage is going to be very useful against the mischance from Brood. Also a free BKB versus Invoker.
Then there's no hero to stand in front of the tower when Brood comes online. When like two Dominators come down the lane plus Brood, Lycan has to kill the hero. He doesn't stand in front of the tower. Storm, Hoodwink, Disruptor. Like, there's no one right now going, don't worry, guys. The aggression's coming. I will weather the storm, and then you follow up after. Yeah, be it from an offlane or a carry pick, but that hero has to be able to take the fight to PV at the towers.
Yeah, I would like someone who can just like eventually take over the area. Like when Lycan says, okay, I'm not touching this offlane, I'm gonna jungle. Someone's like, okay, when there's a lot of spiders, like I can take it over. Radiant Spire, whether it be your Sven, Alchemist, like whatever. Because for now already, I feel like XG are set up nicely to give themselves like more kills on the map. You have more playthrough with your 2 supports, because last game, I think Jinkyu, he ended the game with like 1-1-1. This is not a stat you want to walk out of with on the stage.
You could reference any XG player in this stats, don't you?
Yeah, it's not pretty.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a rough one. We'll see if they have a better shot this game around with the last pick, Bristleback. Now, this is fitting into the category of you want someone to go in and stand there and take everything. Kind of does that job. How are we feeling? I know you're looking a little thoughtful there, Effie.
I think it's good. Like, it's a good pick here. It's something that can play into whatever lane Brood is on. It's a low cooldown hero, which I was mentioning is very important. You can't really be cooldown dependent versus a Broodmother lineup. And with that BKB, it's going to be quite strong. So it definitely fits the bill for XG.
Okay, no, he's just going for the Feeding Frenzy facet. Because against big heroes that have regen, like Alchemist and Bristleback, you sometimes go for Necrotic to go for the minus HP regen. But I do think that Broodmother is just going to go for Feeding Frenzy and play normal, but that could have been an option.
Ame took Snot Rocket.
He might stick with it just because like maybe they're looking to play for, like minus armor is quite good against Centaur, and you have it from the Lycan too. Maybe he wants to play for more minus armor to then get more damage instead of having Seeing Red, which is what we traditionally see from the carry Bristle.
Oh, he switched, thank
yes,
God.
He did, yeah.
I was going to say, if he stayed on Snot Rocket, I was going to bet against him.
He would have been the first one playing
As a carry,
Snot Rocket this entire event, but so far Seeing Red is selected. And the main question I have, we talked a lot about how P-Vision, they look like they have got good tempo setting heroes. Can Xtreme answer this tempo? Do they have what it takes? Is it going to be similar to game number 1, or do we have an entirely different paced game on our hands, T-Gov?
A couple mistakes, and P-Vision just fully run over the map. But at least they have an answer to Brood. Is Bristleback strong enough to be an Invoker as well, plus the, like all the other layers? Like, Bristle is good to be Brood, but everything else, it's scary. This is still very scary for Xtreme.
I like their Game 2 draft here.
Yeah,
I
me
think
too.
they have good map play. I think they have strong timings. They also have a really great pick for XM, very different than last game. He can scale, he can do a lot in that early game. And they're going to have that nullifier on Lycan, which will go a long way this game.
I'm very happy that they just have more tempo that they can play through. Like you said, with the nullifier, with the other stuff, you have the bristleback. I like what XG have.
All right, let's see if we can make that game number 3 happen. It's all in the hands of Xtreme, or potentially P-Vision will be your first top 3 team. Before we head into the game, we're heading to the stage where Slacks is standing by with Zawei.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Shiver. Mr. Director, Badal, don't laugh, all right? I did it right. Okay. During the international, the road to it, we had very long games. It was kind of a drawn-out meta, and you guys excelled extremely well at that. That was a pun. But now, things have kind of changed. Faster games, different kind of heroes. How do you think the meta's changed, and are you guys going to be able to adapt to it for this game?
那八岛就是想问你，因为感觉在国际邀请赛之路上呢，当时很多场比赛时长都非常长，节奏也相对来说慢一点。现在到了这个正赛舞台上呢，就感觉快了很多，英雄池也有点改变。就想问你，你个人感觉是为什么，以及你们战队是否有做出适当的调整呢？
因为打到淘汰赛以后，队伍的实力就越来越强，然后大家的侵略性都越来越强，然后我们需要慢慢的去适应。 然后这一场，所以我们选择一个 M1平时玩的不多的英雄来试一下。
Well, as we progress into the international, the teams are stronger and stronger, and every single team has a strengths, have their secret weapons, have their heroes that they specialize in, and it is something that we absolutely have to adapt to. I mean, this game right here, Bristleback, is not a hero that Alme has been playing a lot recently, but we have to pick it just to react, to respond to what the opponents have.
Thank you. What thing did Dong, by the way? As I was watching your draft there, I did see that you let them get their classic support Monkey King and they had a Brood. You had a lot of issues to solve. Do you feel like you solved both of those issues with this draft?
那目前就是 PV 战队呢，他们也选出他们的玉母蜘蛛以及9 class 的这个大圣。那相对于就在他们的 PV 当中给你们出了这2个难题，你觉得你们的阵容是否就是能够应付这些问题呢？
这些我们之前赛前模拟 BB 都讨论过，然后不管是蜘蛛还是米波这些英雄，包括他玩的听歌，都是我们都有聊过的，所以也在做针对。
Definitely, I mean, we are very prepared for some of Satanic's unique heroes. His Broodmother, Meepo or Tinker, we've all prepared for it. We've considered the possibility, so I think that we're pretty ready for this.
All right, thank you so much, Jit. Thank you so much, Mr. Director. It is an honor as always, and we'll get right in that game.
Thank you so much, Slacks. Indeed, a lot of questions coming out right there as we get into this game number 2, Trent, and it is an unlikely pick that they run at the end, that they had to do at the end, an Ame Bristleback.
Yeah, as you just heard said in the interview there, he's only played it 16 times in his career, which, I mean, for Ame is not a whole lot. The guy's played a lot of games of Pro Dota. And last played it 4 months ago, but yeah, it's a response, right? It's what you have to do. You have to find some sort of an answer to this Broodmother, or you're going to have yourself a very bad game. Back in the day, you used to have to run them in the same lane, was the idea, because the spiders used to come out so much earlier, but these days the spiders don't come out until level 6, so we might see this rotation where XXS starts farming elsewhere, and that's where you'll see the matchup where they'll start just like forcing Ame into the direction of Satanic. But, there's other concerns throughout this game, right? We've seen the Broodmother already. We've seen how it's very effective at shutting down this Helm push. So when you go for this early Lycan, this has been a very solid answer that P-Vision have already used before.
Well, and furthermore, there's this other problem, and we saw this during that road to the international playoffs where P-Vision were kind of backed up against the wall, were trying to find a big win, and they ran this Invoker with the Broodmother in response to the Lycan and just completely ran over the game. It's sort of insane how quickly this zoo formation starts building up and taking down your towers, especially because they even have the Monkey King building a helm in these games.
Yeah, and then they just went on a tear, right? They played like, I don't even know, like, I think it was 5 out of 6 games where just now no one Invoker. Like, he just started playing Invoker every single game after that, win or lose. So he's definitely gotten his practice in so far this event on the hero.
I will say that it is going to be a little bit of a different look this time, as it's XG with the Lycan scouting out everything and making it harder to find an initiation or an opening, as XM also on a hero that he is very comfortable with, the Storm Spirit, playing out of the mid lane, going up against no one.
He's also shifted, at least from some of the games that we're watching, in terms of the facet as well. He's gone for the Galaron using the Exord rather than the Quas build that we had him doing in some of the games previously with the Ice Wall build up eventually.
Early TP. Oh, 9 class trying to make something happen maybe up top here. Is it?
That tree's looking a little suspicious over there, I gotta say.
Yeah, they see him. So that is not going to turn into anything, I don't think.
This is the life of DM, you know? You just, your monkey, he just leaves, but you're a center war runner, right? There's a reason they picked this hero. I think it was a great pick for the game. Don't die immediately as I'm saying that, but it just gives them a little bit more control. It gives DM someone who is sustainable, survivable. You can at least get something at this laning stage, and you're going to open up a lot of opportunities for 9 class to do 9 class things. And in this case, he's going to give a little back to DM. You know, sure, I left for a little bit, but I'm going to make a nice little double wave for you. It's going to come to that tower. I got you covered, big buddy.
Yeah, that actually is pretty nice now. So this at least ensures that the waves are shoved out a little bit more than they would be otherwise. Now, Xnova does have some ways to play against this. With the Glimpse already online, will force back the tree, dodges the damage at the point it landed at. And even if he dies right here, which I don't think 9 class is going to, it still is going to be fine because it will be a double up wave that shoves to the tower.
Yeah,
so
I thought he was going to go for the shove. He just draws the line, says, I'm coming. I'm doing the long walk, buddy. I'll meet you there.
And another thing that is very frustrating to play against as Ame, but as a bristleback, he might try and go and connect this, and this would be a big problem for DM. They're pulling the wave already over, and he's going to draw at least one away. So this is not easy.
Yeah, modern problems require modern solutions here. I'm trying to figure out what to do.
Has the wave pushing underneath the tower, and Ame thinking about, oh, do I go into a pressure? Do I hit all these creeps? Both are kind of nice.
Everyone is like slightly better at dealing with this thanks to all the helm creeps.
What
at the very least,
is happening? They're pulling this one over. They don't draw aggro onto the creeps, it looks like. Oh wait, no, the creeps re-aggroing? Okay.
I think 9, oh my god, he stacked it too. That is just gross. I can't believe he stacked that camp while doing that. 9 class is truly miraculous.
Very fired, but not going to be brought down. No one does not have Sunstrike invoked. Could go for it. Xingqiu trying to play aggressively forward. Does he have enough damage? It doesn't look like it. So with 4 stick charges, no
3
one was
seconds.
safe. Wait, he scanned?
No. It's too late.
Okay.
Yeah, it is way too late.
That doesn't feel great though for XM, having to walk all the way back to base there. 9 class, hurting, dropping low, and with the glimpse back, Xnova gonna draw first blood, taking down 9 class.
That's 2 games straight, I believe he's gotten that first blood.
Yeah.
So another good start for Xnova, but he's not going for the tree play this time. I noticed.
Yeah.
Didn't feel it. Thought it wasn't quite worth it. The branches are a little more valuable in the early game. Doesn't want to give it up quite yet, perhaps. Be an expensive death if you die while also losing one of your branches.
Yeah, true enough.
All right,
So-
well, Helm Watch here. We got, 3 coming out, I believe? Is that right? We're going to have 1 on 9 class. Oh, sorry, it'll be 4, right? Because it'll be 1 on 9 class, 1 on no one, 1 on DM, and then 1 on XSS.
Do you think Ame gets one? I don't think so. Oh my god, Ame's going for a Battle Fury on Bristleback, actually. That is not something you see every day.
Modern problems, modern solutions.
Oh, Satanic in the meantime gets dove.
All right, there. We love to see that. Little squish on the spider.
Able to take out Satanic early is something that you definitely want to see if you are an XG fan.
They're coming alive. I hear them. They're recovering after game 1. They say 2-0. That's like going to be half the kills of this game.
That's true.
We're already crushing.
They're ready. So the Wisdom goes over to Xingqiu, while down bottom it's going to be 9 class picking it up. Ducalis spots Xnova, and that ward is immediately going to get taken out. So XG getting control of the vision here. And this is the benefit. Like, think about how many times we've seen teams just run at Ame and try and knock him out. You're not going to do that against a Bristleback.
No, that's certainly true. That's, I mean, he's he's gonna be looking like a lot of his other games, though. I gotta say, he's gonna be in the same part of the map. He's gonna be farming, like he's going for this Battle Fury. He's gonna use it in combination with Seeing Red. He's gonna have all this big damage. It is an interesting way to do it.
But a little bit of a change-up, deciding to go through the gate now. And with the Disruptor nearby, this could be an easy kill. It looks like they're just gonna make the move to secure the tower for the moment. We'll see if X-Nova is able to find and hunt down Satanic there. It doesn't quite look like it yet. So yeah, Ame just moves on in. Gonna take down this tier 1 tower in the top lane, and this push that they're building, it's gonna be a little bit tough to deal with.
I mean, he's only gonna miss a couple creeps down here anyway. Still gonna get back for this next wave coming in, so not the worst rotation. Even if they did just abandon the tower, he kind of guarantees that's gonna happen. Snags the last set on the way back in with the Quill Spray, and he'll just go chill back in his lane as 9 Class tries to pull it in, but it's just more farm for Ame.
No one. Helm done. Xingqiu nearby. With Ducalis also, and everybody sort of converging to this lane together. It doesn't look like P-Vision are in a great position to fully come back and defend this yet. There's Wolves scouting all of it too.
Do we know who the best RTS player is in Dota 2? Like, are we aware? Should they be getting signed to a team soon? Like,
there's a chance.
That's really the stand-in we need.
Absolutely. All right, XM backs out, tower down to about a 3rd HP. Every push does it a bit more. 9 Class only level 4 on the Monkey right now. And are they going to make a push of their own? The helmet's definitely possible, but it's hard if Bristle decides to TP in.
Yeah, he is the wall, right? He can just like pop on in, make sure stuff slows down. I mean, we're imagining some sort of an issue where perhaps he has to match up with the Broodmother, right? Where maybe Brood starts getting these kills at level 6. She's hunting down some individuals in her lane, but not quite there yet.
No.
As the wolf howls in the arena, XSS will continue his push into some spiders.
A bit of a gank set up here on bottom. Ame gonna stack up. Now, this dive underneath is pretty crazy if they go for it.
I think they need the Sunstrike.
Underneath the tower, Ame, do they decide to jump on him? The channel, there's a lift up Disruptor, the first one that gets gonna get hit, but do they have enough to bring down Ame? I don't really think so. This guy is hard to kill. And at the same time, while this is happening, wait, maybe a minute, fully surrounded by 4 heroes, Ame, they jump onto him now, trying to blow him up. Where's the TPs? Ame living for a while, but not long enough.
Yeah, I thought you might need Sunstrike, like if he got help, but they just decided it's a lost cause. They say, whatever, can't deal with it. Let's just take the mid tower instead. So he does get punished there on Ame, and this is likely going to continue into a push, you would think, on that tier 1 bottom. Can't imagine there's going to be any sort of a defense now. So now we got to think, how do we hunt the spider again? 1 death so far on Satanic. Can they get another with the help of XM Storm Spirit? And of course, the ulti from Xingqiu will be the other part of that.
Does have a regen rune ready to go if XM gets wind of where that spider is at. No Orchid yet done, but is building towards it on Satanic. So something to watch for there, as 1 component is already completed. Still nursing this 2K gold lead. XG feel to be in the driver's seat a little bit in spite of that death on Ame.
Yeah, I think his Battle Fury is coming out right now, so not bad, right? You take that. 12-minute Battle Fury, obviously standard for Bristleback.
I am curious to see what the numbers are. Pretty sure it's the first time that spot, but we'll see. 9 Class tries to get out, and will be able to. If it's an annoying hero to play against, 9 Class is going to be on it. You know that's true. And almost a full Helm of the Overlord as the gank onto the creep will be good enough. They take down the tier 1 tower in the bottom lane. Xingqiu spots Ducalis, can't quite hit with the bushwhack there. A little bit too far away on the low ground, and Ducalis is the one that takes the Arcane Rune. Xingqiu in some trouble. They heal him back alive. It's not going to be enough to keep Xingqiu up, and instead it's going to be the Pugna trying to run away from XXS, but the hits, they're there. And it's enough to bring down the Pugna. Support for support.
Okay, just a fair trade there in the mid lane. They did indeed finish that tower afterwards as Ame backs away with his Battle Fury towards the Ancients. He just looks like he's playing Troll. Bought for the first time on this hero. For this tournament, shocking.
It's such a... I want to see what he gets next. Like, I have no idea what's going to happen, but he is the most net worth in the game right now, despite that earlier death.
I want to see a big Ancient stack with just the Seeing Red. Like, I want to see what it looks like when he just goes at it with his Battle Fury.
I mean, he's going to hit hard. It's a pretty cool hero for him, I feel like, in a way. So, still farming quite well. They are losing a little bit of the pressure that they had earlier on the top side of the map. And now 9class coming in to pick up some Lotuses for himself. It is going to be a Sanjin Yasha, indeed.
Yeah, he's going to go for the Sanjin Yasha, and the Howling Wolf, I imagine it's probably his responsibility on XXS to get the Nullifier this game, right? It feels like you're going to need one, right? Otherwise, you're going to be dealing with decreps, and I'm sure there'll be some additional Ghost Scepters picked up after as well. Unless you're really confident in your ability to just purge people with a creep.
But a smoke up, and there is a creep here scouting for them while Brood tries to back away.
I mean, if XM jumps in here to an Orchid, this could be a disaster.
Thinking about it, goes Satanic, pulls him back in. No, that's the Orchid, but they get the glimpse. They got what they needed. Find the Brood with the Sunstrike, and then they stampede away. That is not the way that was supposed to go at all. They destroy the Storm, and, well, are they going to be able to fight into this? Satanic actually getting hit there by the Tendrils of the Deep.
Jeez. You know, sometimes the best defense is a strong offense.
That's right.
So you get jumped on, you just throw an Orchid and a Sunstrike and say goodbye to your mid laner.
Wow. A quick blow up and XM punished. And without that Storm, the entire rest of this engine does not function.
It's just like, it's a house of cards. It just falls immediately. Like, you all just retreat back to hitting neutral camps. The second Storm isn't able to jump on someone for you right now. You don't have the levels or the items on anyone else to provide that same ability. And XXS, you know, as kind of expected, because that's what he's been doing, he's going Auras. He's not going for that Nullifier, which is why I brought it up, because I didn't think he would. So I wonder just how much value you're going to get out of this Decrep this game when you've got Ame, who's, you know, now moving in towards a BKB next after this Battle Fury. He's actually abandoned the SNY, at least for now.
A lot of strange itemization that makes sense when you think about it a little bit. Storm Spirit now, after getting the Kaya, is trying to build into a Manta to help deal with the Orchid. That might be another first of the tournament for us, depending upon...
I think I did see someone else do it.
Oh, really? Okay.
We've had at least one.
All right, another Manta.
I want to say it was BZM, but I'm not sure.
That would make sense. 4-4, 15 minutes in. And a lot of questions about the direction of this game. I have no idea how these heroes are going to scale against each other as we get to the later stages. Everything is all funky now in Dota.
Yeah, still pretty close here.
Thank you, crowd. I appreciate that.
It is nice. I really like it. Yeah, thank you.
I think they get louder when it's nighttime. That's what it seems like.
And the more levels. Like, right now it's only 1 level on Howl. Just wait till it's 4. Like, it's going to get so loud in here. It's going to be crazy.
Werewolves of London. That's a great song.
Wrong
Glimpse
city.
back.
Maybe next year.
Chance. And a Boundless drop down with the creeps. Is it enough to find the kill onto Ducalis? It will be. But they also bring down X-Nova. And now Ame running in at 9class. The Wukong's command ineffectual and sad as Ame gets the double kill.
Yeah, not exactly the forte of the early game Monkey King support, is it? Not a very terrifying Wukongs to have to deal with there, but geez, no one, he cannot miss right now. 5-0-0.
He's killing it, man.
Nailing these Sunstrikes, and now 1,000 gold away from the Aghanims, which, well, that makes more Sunstrikes, Lyrical.
Oh, that's true. That's a lot of them.
That's a lot. It's a lot of damage, and he's got a little bit of help to set them up, too, with the Centaur.
Is going to depend upon that Centaur to find some good hoof stomps to really make it all work in concert, and I'm not sure if that's going to happen too quickly, because Centaur is going for a Crimson Guard. Finish the pipe first, has the Crimson queued up next. DM just wanting to be a big body.
This is why you have 9class, right? He's going to be giving vision.
Oh, hello?
Yep.
Goodbye? No problem.
Yeah, he'll be the one just like giving some vision, letting them know what's going on, and they're just going to rely on Stampede instead for initiation as XM jumps out of that one.
Good decision. And Ami standing right and running right into them is going to have to deal with an issue there, which is the Quas Invoker A lot of team fight out of him, and Ame pops the BKB, but he's already so low. Ame in trouble, tries to get away. Do they have enough to slow this down and keep Ame alive? XingQ throws it out. Needs a bushwhack to stop, but the hits, they keep on coming. Satanic can't chase anymore, and Ame knows the limits of his hero, apparently. Able to get away from this one. They decide to go back in. X-Nova off the side. Static Storm down. It only really catches onto one, and as the chase continues, trying to find this finish, the Sunstrike hits! Ame in trouble! Ame low! Ame, get out of there! Save Private Ame! He's got to run, but there's nowhere left to run! They get the finish off the back of another beautiful Sunstrike from no one.
It's just the confidence there from P-Vision. They just know they don't have anything to stop us. We can just keep on chasing. So many times that's the moment where it gets turned around on you. Like, they're going upstairs into a Bristleback who's already survived so much, and they just don't care. They recognize there's not enough damage here. They don't have an answer for us. We can just run them over.
Very strong performance. And again, it's still only 1,000 gold separating these two teams, but look at all these summons they have to deal with.
Because XM's getting like 400 gold right now as he kills summons in the mid lane. That's why it's so close.
That was 243 gold for killing 3 of those, so it is a bit of an issue for P-Vision. Keeping it close by virtue of feeding away gold. And the other thing was, that, to me at least, Ame getting a bit too big for his britches there on the Bristleback.
Well,
you know, he plays against it all the time, and he's like, every time they do this to me, I'm fine. They're fine.
Yeah, exactly, right? I mean, now you can see he's the one who has to go for the Nullifier now.
Oh, yeah.
Which, I don't know, doesn't feel that great to me, I'm not going to lie. But someone has to do it, so he's going to be getting it. The problem is that you get bonus damage and movement speed per stack. You don't get attack speed. So, like, he's adding all this flat damage, you know, but it's not that threatening, you know?
Right.
Just as a count on what he's getting with the combination of Warpath.
Eventually, if we end up seeing XXS go towards an Aghanim Scepter, maybe that's something that can help with it. Already has the AC done on the Lycan, so...
I like this idea. If he's forced to go Nullifier, I think that's only fair that XXS buys the eggs.
Yeah.
I agree.
Oh!
See, that's level 2. It's louder.
Oh, that's good. Very nice. No one getting in on the action, too. Smoke up. Many heroes heading up to the north side of the map.
XM's showing mid as well, right? He's trying to sell that they are not coming to contest this.
Tormentor over to the side. They see the creep.
But he's waiting for the rune. All right, can XM get something to give them a good fight here? It's an illusion. That's not it.
A good thing to save the silence. The howl out. That signals their charge forward. DM already a little bit low, backing away in his Centaur form. 9 classes drop the Wukong's command that the wraparound is happening. XM jumps, finds CM. It's not always great to go on the Centaur at the start, but they don't have another great target. There's 9 class, turns now, wants to find something. Satanic hunting now onto the Disruptor. Can they chase down this bug? XXS getting controlled off to the side by DM. He's low, but they're trying to kill Satanic. XXS gets out. Satanic, not so lucky. Can they find more? XM, low on mana. Can't break it. Yes, he does. 3 dead for P-Vision and XG up the hill for the Tormentor.
Oh, finally getting themselves a win here as they head over to this objective. A Sunstrike will come through, but it's not going to catch anybody. So into the Tormentor kill they will go. XM goes right back to mid with 9 class lurking nearby. They might get themselves something here.
Low on mana, low on mana. XM in some trouble. Can he zip away? Get some separation, and with the TPs coming in, that stops the movement. XingQ already has...
Oh, XingQ.
Oh, XingQ, no! He's low. But can they kill off no one? With Ame here, they have enough damage, but do they have the control? The save is coming in, and the Sunstrike! Oh, XM almost dead! XM trying to get away, and XM is gone! It comes at a cost, but they do get the no-one kill.
Okay, they've still got a decent lead here, and now 9 class as well. This is going to work out well for XG if they still get this to the end.
Can he jump away in time? I mean, Ame instead chasing over Ducal is just looking for a 2-hit, but P-Vision are getting away for the moment on the supports, the channel, but it's not going to stop the hits. Ame coming in strong.
All right, showing some signs of life here. They get the Tormentor. They get a little defense before eventually losing XM, but they're able to trade for a couple of kills, so it still comes out net positive for them. And it's Ame who's getting the lion's share of these benefits. Will he commit for the Nullifier? Is that going to be his plan here? And XXS for now going towards that BKB. Wants to have the ability to actually just like play through these engagements. And you imagine Satanic, thinking the same thing. After that fight, getting stuck inside the Static Storm, He was almost able to fight his way out with the incapacitating bite in combination with going for the insatiable hunger, but it wasn't enough.
Well, some of that too shows the value of having these two really quick heroes in the Lycan and the Storm Spirit, and they were kind of able to pull the fight apart for P-Vision and just sort of isolate that Broodmother left alone. We'll see if they can do that again on XG as they are smoked up with 4. Ame showing on the lane as they head into the triangle.
They got lots of sentries, lots of dust to deal with this Glimmer, to deal with this Invoker. And they're just going to start out on Roche. Now, 9 class is nearby. Sunstrike comes in. Crowd howls. That's level 3. Good work. Good job. I'll tell you when it's level 4. Then you got to get really loud.
And an Aegis onto Ame as XG. They will lose the mid tower, but Ducalis is going to pay the price for this one. They even dropped the static storm down as they glimpse pull him back in, but Tornado is there. Sunstrike to follow. Damage out.
He's okay.
Oh, baby.
That Manta coming in clutch there. Ame now dominating as he walks away with a kill, an Aegis, and a Nullifier.
It's got to be frustrating, though, that that's the position 5. You're running him down trying to find that kill, and it's so difficult to make happen. That's true. They did make it happen. You're not wrong. I would just be angry.
Yeah, P-Vision, though, choosing to kind of take this slow, right? Like, I think ever since they decided to go for the double auras on DM is kind of what they've resigned themselves to, is the inability to actually go for any aggressive plays, really.
Right.
It's been pretty slow pace because of that. They don't have that Blink Dagger initiation. He's going back for it now, but it's still going to take a little while. And I think XG have done a good job of taking advantage of that, kind of forcing these objectives. There's not a great way for P-Vision to start these fights. And even though if they have these visions from like the Helm Creeps, the Spiders, they have their own vision with the Wolves, that they're able to just like find these good fights and take them. And also XM playing really defensively, playing around this Orchid really well.
Well, and I do wonder now that DM is, getting his way towards that Blink Dagger, how much that's going to change the complexion of these fights. Are P-Vision going to be able to get that back line jumped upon? Will we see a little bit better engagements for them? Because while XG is winning right now, they're controlling the tempo, they have this Aegis, they don't have a tremendous gold lead. It's not something that's insurmountable right now.
Important. It is level 4 Howl.
Oh, there you go.
So the next Howl needs to be really loud.
You guys ready out there? Proud? Get ready for a big Howl.
When it happens, I want to hear it really loud and proud, okay?
To be honest, they're better at hearing it when I am. They know. On the lookout.
Oh, and it's nighttime. That's a buff as well.
Oh, howl it up!
Oh, that's good.
The crowd is into it. 9 class goes down.
I think it's what's empowering these kills,
Ame jumped upon BKB, held. He has that Aegis still. Are P-Vision going to stick around, or is this going to be a quick snipe? Looks like they're going to call it.
There. Now, of course, there had to be the question, though. At what point do we find a break? Right? Because it is a Bristleback, and it is currently being worked on now by Satanic. Oh, sorry, I take that back. He's going Bloodthorn instead. He was leaning towards the Silver Edge, has decided against it. Because honestly, even without the break, he is falling pretty quickly, right?
Thank you.
Don't lose your voices now.
That's a good point. We got a long time.
Got a long day. It's every 16 seconds.
And to be honest, the way these games are going, this is not going to be the last Lycan match that we see. It's going to be around for a while.
An unfortunate reality.
I do that with my dogs sometimes. They got all they
get pretty amped up.
I know, that's great. Sometimes. That's how you know there's still some of that feral blood in them.
Much like there is in XXS.
Absolutely. Oh! I need to stop. I'm gonna lose my voice.
All right, DM.
Thinks about killing the hero, realizes that's impossible, so instead tries to kill the Croaker. Now they turn on to the real hero, and with Ame here, they actually have enough damage. Forced to go for that Stampede, but the pullback in is there. Cataclysm ain't gonna happen.
I mean, he is just on an island. Absolutely no one nearby right now. As class is being very annoying.
Just trying to be a tree. Don't mind me.
How well do you know your minimap?
You know what that is, too? That's like... It's like he got that huge Aegis steal before, and now he's trying to do it again. He's like, I just got to make it happen. I need one more.
He's going to have to wait a while, though.
Oh, yeah. It's going to be a bit. He's just, scouting it out for next time. That's what's happening here.
No, what if you got a Quelling Blade, cut the tree, and stood in its spot?
Oh, I like that.
You know,
That's
really
good.
just sell it, you know? Some good cosplaying.
I mean, that could win you the game. You never know.
I mean, he's got the inventory for it. The guy, he just buys one item at a time, you know?
That's true.
Speaking of which, I believe his defusal is done. Once he can eventually get back to his side of the map to meet up with his courier, who's just sitting under the tier 2 mid. And that could become an issue for Ame, potentially. Although, you know, his mana pool's all right at this point. It's almost up to 1,000.
Yeah, it's true. It's a strange one in a way, because you also have a lot of, you know, activatables later on. I mean, I guess it's just mainly right now the BKB, but regardless, Blink Dagger is completed now for the Centaur. Oh, always so nice. Love to hear it. Satanic underneath a wolf.
All right, well, we're at 28 minutes.
Yes.
We've got, what, 14 more kills than last game. That's cool. Something like that. No one's really feeling too aggressive right now, Lyrical.
That's true. And we might just be waiting for the next Roche. If something happens, we'll let you guys know. But in the meantime, I want to hear from the crowd. How many out there think that XG is going to take this and we're going to game 3?
XG fans? Ooh.
All right, now out in the crowd, how many think P-Vision is going to close this one out? I think they won 3 games. I feel it.
It's pretty even, I gotta say.
It is, honestly. I think people just like making noise. That's where the howl comes from.
That's fair. Yeah. You're not, yeah. Thank you.
That's good.
Yeah.
That was the loudest cheer of them all. They just love Lycan. You picked the perfect TI.
Yeah, you came to a good one if you're a Lycan fan, that's for sure. Ame's looking to change the game. He's going for the Abyssal Blade. He's almost got the recipe done. That, moving into an engagement, plus the Blink Dagger on DM. We got a couple different ways that these can now start. P-Vision, again, they're starting to play the Vision game, right? You're trying to battle up against this Lycan. You've got the gem.
Oh.
This monkey.
Satanic? Okay, no, they're just ganking spiders.
And remember, that's still his 9-second BKB, so you don't want to waste this on anything too bad.
I think back to, again, that like interview that we had this morning with Tundra going out and talking about like this idea of what these top teams are doing, which is either taking risks or not taking risks.
Yeah.
And it feels like both of these teams are very risk averse right now, not wanting to give anything up for free.
Yeah, you want a lot of knowledge before you go in. Because even though they look kind of crazy game 1 on P-Vision, it wasn't really risky because they knew everything. Yes. They had all the vision, right? And right now, when they can get their vision and feel confident like this, they're very happy to step up. Alacrity Spider, look at this. Oh my gosh.
We're in daytime, tried to Manta dodge, doesn't happen, but does get pulled out. Now Glimpse back, in some trouble, jump forward, XM, trying to make things happen. Ame also hitting now onto that Spider, but all of the heals coming out from Ducalis, it stops the action in its tracks.
XSS is ready to chase though, he wants this.
5 heroes all grouped together for P-Vision. Do you run in with Ame? Is it a bit too scary? They're going to hit creeps, kill creeps, still looking for heroes. DM there, glimpsed about 20 units.
Look at how they're just planting DM up front, right? He's just sitting at the top of these staircases, daring them to engage into them right now, and they just can't. There is almost a BKB done on XM. He's trying to get this done as fast as he can because he wants it in case we start a fight in the Roche pit. We're going to find out in 10 seconds how quick this Roche is. A really fast Roche would be great for P-Vision if it stops the Storm from getting a BKB first. Anything later than that, I'd say probably favors XG.
Let's see what the timing is. 2 minutes. That should be enough time for him to finish off this BKB and group up with his team again. So already out across the mark.
Tormentor. They do scan it. They know this is happening, but I mean, XM standing nearby holding a gem with a BKB on the way. There's no chance you're going to be able to get in there anywhere fast enough to stop it.
So BKB's completed now for all 3 of the cores of XG. And on the other side, we're still waiting for 1 BKB on Centaur. Has it eyed up at the moment. And less than 1,000 gold separating these 2 squads, anybody's game.
Yeah, Satanic trying to get the Silver Edge done as fast as he can as well. Try and give them a good answer versus Ame. See if they can catch him by surprise and just dump everything onto him and kill him.
And you know, if you have not seen Broodmother in a long time, a lot of people remember this hero as just like spider spam, you know, take down towers with it, don't really show up to fights. This is a whole new Spider right now. Incredibly strong right clicks, has a level 25 talent depending upon which way you want to go. That also lowers your BAT. It can be just an incredibly hard-hitting hero, and going now for that break option.
Yeah, and the reason why you see the Bloodthorn before the break is that Bloodthorn is one of like the most broken items on this hero. It just gives you an insane amount of damage in the right situation between yourself and your spiders. Plus, as you just saw, like Tormentors and stuff too, just fall instantly. So you definitely have the ability to just blow up heroes, not simply rat the map like the olden days.
That's going to be something to watch for. Is I think while we saw the early group up potential and taking towers that happen from XG, the later game shenanigans that can come out from P-Vision are going to be really hard to deal with.
I do think they have some of that as well in XG, though. Like, the Aghanims on XM, I think, could be a really big factor in this game. The Aghanims on the Lycan, this is a Sunstand game. You know, I heard talk about his Aghanim being his favorite item. It's true. But
we got some claps out there. The crowd happy to see it so far.
We need Ags all over the place, though, on the side of XG. Except for Bristle. His is usually good, but with this build, you know, Ame's not really thinking Ags.
Smoke up with 5. XG as Roche respawns.
All right, they have the Wolf inside. Spot Satanic beginning it.
They know this is happening. Nobody else showing on the map.
Look at no one, though. He's just up here pushing with his helm, pushing into this tier 2 tower. What are you going to do now as XG?
You have to deal with one or the other.
Another Wolf goes in, sees that they're not there.
While top lane is pushing in, they're getting some damage onto that tower.
That tower is falling. It is done.
It's going to be gone. This is a problem for them because no one also is still sticking around. They can do this to the tier 3 top as well if it keeps them over here.
I feel like there's a world where they get frustrated and just send in Ame.
Yeah, I mean, they've got to do something. The current situation is XG losing the game by split push.
No, you can't, right? Like, there's wisdoms in a minute, right? You cannot just sit here. You have to find something else to do. That is a good reward, at the very least, for controlling mid. They will get an Arcane Rune on XM.
And meanwhile, that's happening. No one still pressuring in along this top side. Look at this damage.
Look at the spiders on the bottom half of the map.
Yeah.
They are just marching.
They're heading down.
The brood laughter.
Keeps that pressure on the bottom side. Ame shows up. Notably does not have his shard yet, which we often see on these bristlebacks.
Yeah, I think, again, it's just kind of the build, you know?
Yeah.
He's less concerned about stacks and quills and everything.
Now P-Vision gonna group together, see where they opt to make a move for. XXS is halfway to an Aghanim Scepter, and as Roche changes sides, now it's XG that might have the better angle towards the pit.
And there might be a different solution here from P-Vision, though. They are just shoving this bottom wave in. I mean, it's a classic answer to a team that when you think they're doing Roche, you simply start shoving their base, right? And they either respond or they get the Aegis, but you cannot just let this go undefended right now. Like, Roche is just getting to the pit now. They have to be so fast here.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to go down. They're going to get the Aegis, but how much do they lose in return? There is no way that you can come and contest that on the side of P-Vision and get there, but they are up on your high ground, starting to take this down. Cataclysm out, shows everybody still there. They're committing for the Aegis, but they've lost an entire set of racks. Ooh. A big trade.
You know, that's not the best trade deal, I would say.
I mean, once you're in that position, if you try and TP and defend, though, you do just die, so...
Oh, yeah, it's true. There wasn't really a great answer at that point, was there?
But regardless...
Wow, 100 FPS.
I wish I could get that.
I was going to say, Jesus.
These
my golf clubs don't fit in the back of my Corvette.
As they will go for a quick disconnect and be reconnected in just a moment. Yeah, I mean, it's a tough situation, right? Because the ideal spot is that you are not having to make that choice between one or the other, but they had to commit, and that meant that, of course, you're going to lose your racks. No other great answer for them right there.
So demotivating when that happens, though.
Oh, yeah.
Like when you're forced to take such a bad trade.
I mean, I don't think it completely matters a ton for them because they still have, like, you know, a great team fight potential. They're going to get the Ags soon on Lycan. There's a lot of answers they still have here. As Brood reconnects. We're 36 minutes into this game. P-Vision takes the first lane of racks. but not pulling meaningfully ahead. What are the item tidings that you feel like either team is really looking to abuse here in this one?
For me, I'm looking towards XM getting some sort of a solution, whether it's the Aghanims or whether it's the Scythe that he's looking at. I think one of those two items is massive for him, but he's a ways away, unfortunately. Oh, actually, no, no, that is his real goal. Never mind. Yeah, he's a ways away, unfortunately. Lycan, also, he is going for the Boots of Travel first, so I mean, it also means the Aghanims is pretty far away, but that's because he has to deal with this bottom lane now. It's likely the reason he has to go for this. Right now, XG look like they've just fallen a little bit. You know, they've tripped.
Okay.
It's going to be a while, I think, before they're back up to itemization. It's going to make these fights feel really good, unless the fight somehow begins where Ame is like in the thick of it and wailing on somebody. Because if they actually secure their target, they don't have, you know, there's no depth shroud this game, and they've got the nullifiers on 2 heroes now to deal with this Pugna.
That's true. And a decent way for them. Oh, thank you so much. Love to hear that. It's just like, it's revitalizing, you know?
A little bit of a post-pause moment here where everyone kind of forgets where people are on the map, so kind of move their way back a little bit here as we start crafting into the next round of neutral items. Ooh, got the Pyrrhic Cloak here on DM.
Okay. Seems like a pretty good answer. Obviously still has to run into issues at the BKB, but once those are down, can do some good work.
Ame seems to love Satanic.
They miss
go-to items.
Multiple abilities onto Ame. And he is just going to walk this one off, obviously still hanging on to the Aegis. Perfectly comfortable with the current state of thing. And actually just Satanic's back up. I guess it's on a low enough cooldown. But I guess with this Aegis, there is this other thing that you could do on XG, which is just walk at buildings. We'll see if they decide to do that or if they're going to play it a little bit safer.
I'm curious what 9class does. He has 5,000 gold. He has a BKB queued up, but I don't know. I feel like he's going to go spicier. I feel like he's going to like buy a Scythe or something and try and break one of these fights if he can get away with it. For now, he's just jumping ahead, bringing creep. Look at this. They have 9classes creep and DM's creep in the top lane, just grabbing these creep waves up here. Meanwhile, XM is at the base catching the farm there. They're pushing in through the mid. So they are successfully dealing with this a little bit. They also just don't have XXS. So I don't know how far this push can really go. Wow. They planted the banner. I mean, he's got his Boots of Travel, so it's a good thing he's not found by the Monkey King. He can get here.
Drops everything down. Ame low, not dead yet. He dodges away, but is eventually gonna die. Wait, he didn't get a BKB! Didn't pop anything. The storm is gone, and now Ame, he's in the ice wall. What has happened? This was not the way this was supposed to go for XG, and Ame just stuck here to the side, forced back away a second time.
I believe he was not supposed to get hexed. That's probably the issue there.
Oh, jeez.
As no one just catches him out, and that's the end of his life.
You remember what I said about taking chances, trying out new things? The BKB reaction from Satanic. And in the meantime, 9class jumped in, but immediately had to stop. Ducalis is already gone, though. Ame, can he survive through this? Oh, the hit Satanic, he takes him down. Does so much damage. And while 9class might be chasing, he's got the creep right on Xinq's back. And the squirrel is going to be brought down. The Hex reaction is there. XG, they don't know what hit him.
Yeah, the fight ends just the way it started. Just a little sight there from no one. And kind of turning this idea of XG, thinking they can force something into a whole lot of problems.
And they just got Aegis, and now they're walking up to high ground, and they don't have Ame. He's supposed to be the person standing out front, stopping this push from happening. 60 seconds before he's back up again. I mean, they might need to buy back on the Hoodwink. Actually, I don't even know if that stops it.
I certainly don't think it would.
Oh, no. P-Vision open up a tremendous hole here in the defenses. Ame 1,800 gold away from buyback. I don't know if you would have wanted to anyways, but it shows what happens when this P-Vision lineup gets a victory. They immediately can start running down lanes.
I think the good news for XG is that there's so much gold on P-Vision, I don't think they want to push this right now.
Static Storm, Aghanim Scepter is done for the Disruptor. Can they find the target though? They need to get something. Static Storm down, they got him. But do they have the damage to kill? All the heals are there. It's not going to be enough. They take down Satanic. What a masterclass there from X-Nova, who will be punished now. XM in the meantime gets hit with wide. They do have buyback on the Storm. Ame TP's right in the middle of all of them. Forces back P-Vision. What a hold.
Yeah, can't get the grab either there on 9glass. He just leaps out of the way there. So things looking okay for a little bit, but then they immediately killed XM and kind of taking the wind out of their sails on any hopes of that being a valuable defense. But the game goes on. That is the good news for them. But as mentioned, there is a ton of gold right now on P-Vision. Like a crazy amount of gold. Everybody's going to get an item.
So we see this replay. This was assembled at the last second right before this fight. Ag's Static Storm.
A massive way to actually finally deal with Satanic here and get a bit of a streak down XM, which was great until unfortunately 9glass puts down this Wukong, zones them to the side, and with the whack there, just double Sunstrike into the kill for DM, getting a double.
Too much and too quick. And 16 to 15.
Can the Wolf Bite solve it though? Could that be it? The Were Bristleback.
I mean, it's been such a weird little initiation because it feels like XG have just been making these little flubs where they get out too far ahead of themselves, they don't anticipate the Hex, and then somebody just gets blown up in the fight. And I think that if they can get an actual fight going their way, it still should be okay, but now they're 12K behind. Every fight gets harder. Tough situation. P-Vision standing tall in this, up one game, looking for a top 3 finish if they can manage to take out one last set of racks. And a couple of those towers will have access to the Ancient. And they've just got to hide now. Wait for that timing. I mean, the plus side at the very least for XG is that you can all in on this Aghanims if you want to for XXS.
That is true. It will be really nice for them too, especially if they're going to decide to fight at the Roche Pit. Okay, Sunstrikes come out there. They're able to dodge away from that. And, I mean, yeah, I think you're going to, right? Come on. Surely we're buying it on this as the Tormentor goes down. Right now, as P-Vision, they're just waiting for Roche. They're going to chill this out, get themselves the Aegis, collect all of the Infinity Stones here, and then go high ground. That's going to be the plan.
No one now having access to those Forge Spirits when he hits the Sunstrike, and he does decide to buy out on XXS.
All right, let's go. The Wolf Bite. Now that's a howl. That's when we're really going to get it, you know? That's
I mean, we've seen things like this before with Ame. Remember, time and again, getting the Wolf Bite and starting to run at people constantly. The problem is these lanes are just shoving out so much that it's hard for them to find a way to get a good fight in their direction. Of course, the big thing will be Roche, which is a relatively long spawn, which means it's going to be heading back up to the north side of the map again.
There's also a bit of a question of just like how long do these fights last? You know, like what if the Wolf Bite, what if they can't catch you? You know, then it's gonna look really bad.
Oh wow. And after finishing, instead of going for the AC, Invoker decides to go Refresher.
All right, so currently there's only buyback on Xingqiu. Everyone else has bought out on XG. Where we are all in, fully committed here into this next engagement for them.
Will be
as they slowly start to farm them back up. I guess X-Nova's got it, Ame's now got it, so we're not too bad actually. I love Ame's idea of the butterfly as well. I think that's a great solution on this bristleback.
Yeah, and if you can sort of surprise the Brood with it, could be really nice there too. I mean, obviously you do still have the Bloodthorn, which provides that pierce, but...
And he just got the 25, he got the bat reduction.
Yeah, this thing right here is nuts. If you have not seen the bat reduction during Insatiable, it is insane how hard this Brood hits. Something to watch for when they get into the straight up battle against the Bristleback. Crowd trying to cheer on the Lycan here. He's gonna need it, that's for sure.
And the patience here from P-Vision, again, just not taking the risks, because why bother? There's not a whole lot to gain at this point.
You know what actually could make a pretty big difference in this too, is if Lycan gets to 25, because he has that Howl reduces total attack damage.
That would not hurt.
The Howl might actually win them the game if he can get to that.
It would be very fitting, wouldn't it?
Oh yeah. because a ton of Brood's damage is plus damage.
Yes, yeah, 100%. Not literally, but you know.
But still a ways away from that 25 for the Lycan. Needs to find a kill or two. Ame, he does have 25.
Is he gonna send some wolves here as the Roche spawns, or oh, the scan's out now? They're probably gonna miss it. Oh, this ward sees XM.
They know the timing that it's capable of respond right now.
Abyssal on Satanic.
And P-Vision looking for a big wraparound. They scan and immediately TP out. All right, if they do this again, if this happens again, you need to respond if they go for your Ancient.
Like, they're sending the wolves. They're like, where are they?
Cataclysm down. Dude, are they just going to run for high ground?
That was only a Sunstrike, too.
Oh, yeah, it was just a Sunstrike. You're right.
They're going all the way back.
They're backing out. Or they're going to get this really quickly if they fully commit to it, but XG, I think, a little bit afraid based upon what happened last time.
They get roared, right? Because they took it last.
And they go for it. Start to take it down. They did go for the wolf bite. Roche roars and they back away. Tornado out. Meanwhile, they're dealing with creeps in their base. That was very bizarre.
You know, it's the pressure. They kind of just were YOLOing. They're just hoping that P-Vision are up here and they kind of catch them a little off guard.
Runs in, trying to find somebody, a target to stick onto.
The wolf bite's running out.
It's running out very soon. But that at least stops for a moment P-Vision. How much longer do we have on another wolf bite? It's going to be 40 more seconds. And while this is happening again down bottom, you look and you see, and all of these waves are getting shoved in.
I'm surprised that P-Vision aren't putting more focus on just simply taking the Roche as well, you know?
I mean, they are being a little bit safe for my taste, but maybe that's why they're going to be able to come away with the victory here. Because it feels like you outmaneuvered them, right? You outplayed them around the map. You pulled them down to have to defend their base. Now go and claim the objective, but they're showing so much. A chance of Force Staff away, though, and he's fine.
All right, back he goes.
Ame dodges out of that, does have Satanic to heal back up if he wants.
Fine, loses 2,000 HP. 2,000 HP from just spells hitting him in the back.
He's fine, he's fine. Don't worry about Ame.
He does have 70 HP regen, he'll be all right.
So Lycan gonna have to send himself and some summons back down to deal with the tier 4 tower. Hoof Stomp duration is out.
He's got bots level 2 as well. He can immediately just
call
himself on top of Ame for the wolf bite.
So XXS does have the ability to get back into this fight. And also, while this is happening, he's gaining levels towards 25. P-Vision not opting to make that move into the pit. I don't know how much this is going to change things.
What are they waiting for? What are they hoping is going to change? 25 on Evoker is pretty nice. That'll give him a lot to do.
I mean, I think it's just, again, one of those, like, they never want to take a risk.
Yeah.
The BKBs are down now, so that kind of makes sense. But XXS is going to deal with the push coming their direction. Xingqiu, can he find that Monkey King? Doesn't look like it. Already away. 10 minutes away from 60-minute items. It's been a little bit. A lot of the games today have been going relatively fast.
We'll see if we can get there in this one as the goal just continues to pile up here on P-Vision. 5,400 available on DM.
I mean, this is always the thing that I think about. This reminds me of, you know, some of the BB team games back in the day too, where it's like they're so concerned about throwing away an advantage and they're defending this lead that they have that eventually are they going to become, I mean, this is 25 Monkey King down.
Right.
Very strong.
Ame has sold the treads and has got a blink.
Looking. We already have a jump, and he breaks down the tree. Ame right on top of Invoker with the Static Storm down, but he gets pulled in the cart. DM saving his buddy's life, but they do have enough to find that Monkey King kill.
They got 9 class.
Can they get any more? Ame hides away for a moment, disarmed. He's still in the wolf board. Look at the damage out from Satanic. The Sunstrike connection down low, but one hit from that Satanic, a little bit bigger. 9 class now hits. That is a buyback from him. And as they get back into the fray, XXS running away, trying to escape. There's the hoof stomp, finds him from DM, and long range jumps. They get that wolf dead.
Well, they got a few things in that fight, but it's just not enough. No one tipping over to Ame. Buyback needed here on XM. He's going to have to retreat back to the base, and that's going to be the prize of Roshan here. Refresher and Cheese going to P-Vision.
Oh, the real curse, though, at the end is that Lycan went for the extra Wolves summon. It's so sad. But take a look at this again. It could have been so great, but DM, look at this.
Yeah, I mean, the eggs, that was one thing I really liked about the Centaur pick, is I was thinking, if this game goes late, they don't have that same save, right? They're missing it from 9 class this game, so they get it out of the Centaur Warrunner this time, and it absolutely came in the clutch in that one. 9 class, maybe very nicely played there from XM to chop his tree down. Takes him, that was a ridiculous heal from that Satanic.
Oh, yeah.
But just whacked there on the XM, no chance to escape. And now, perhaps the final push beginning to get sorted out here in the top lane.
We'll see at least if they can do it. The Refresher BKB ready to go. And at 51 minutes in, XG gonna need to really figure out some sick plays now to deal with the fact that they have the cart. 9 class drops down the big Wukongs. XM backs away. There's the break onto the Spider. Glyph already used with no more Wolf for 10 seconds. It's a hard fight to make happen. BKB is out. Ame starts to hit on the Satanic, backs away. XM pulls in, but the cart is there. The save is there. Backing away, there's a Spider in a cart, but still a lot of damage done out there. Static Storm is down, but he got eviscerated. Ame no longer alive, and you do not have the damage that you need on XXS. XM backs out of there too, still 1,000 gold away from buyback. P-Vision, they have done everything in this series. They're gonna take another lane of Racked. This is gonna be Megas. Too much to handle as they run through XG. Eyes on the throne, a few more hits is all they need. GG is called.
As this game went later and later.
Oh, look at Ducalis.
Stone cold there. XG struggling to find their way into these fights. It felt like whenever they needed this fight, this engagement, they just couldn't quite get there. The vision was okay sometimes, but the actual heroes, the tools need to get in these fights, it just couldn't compare to what they had on the side of P-Vision.
Oh, and XG going to be denied that berth up to the upper bracket finals. P-Vision are going to be representing it on one side of the bracket.
Yep.
The crowd loving what they are seeing here.
No one, he was the only player this morning. He came out, he's clapping to the crowd. He comes to the booth, his hands in the air, he's clapping to the crowd. He loves to be here. He loves to play in front of all you fine folks. It's powering him up, it's powering up his team, and it gives them a 2-0 here.
Not what I think people were expecting. XG coming in looking, again, so good. Not dropping series, not dropping anything. And get taken out like that, and you can see the team very happy with their results in the crowd. Giving them some love here as they are going to make it and be secured towards top 3 at the very least. But still looking for a lot more.
That's apparently running out of smokes of deceit here as 9 class is snagged by Nomad, trying to escape with his team, but pulled in like a pudge hook to talk to you fine people.
Absolutely. Well, you'll love to see it as a solid performance. P-Vision able to take the victory 2-0. And I do have to say, a lot of it, a ton of it, so much of it was down to these early picks that they were able to get with one player, a disgusting little fish. We got Nomad down with 9 class on the stage.
Thank you, Lyrical. Your very first international, and you secure yourself top 3. How does that feel?
It's very cool. I'm glad to be here. Yeah.
You've improved so much over the years we've seen you play, but how much did you learn, do you feel, coming from the road to the international to the actual international itself? How much differently do you think you're playing now you're on the main stage?
On main stage? I can feel additional power. It's fun. It's always fun to play in front of crowd, yeah.
Absolutely. I do want to talk about game number 1. We had that Aegis steal from you. What was the communications in your team like at that moment?
Like DM said, I have no doubt about that you steal, and I said, I'm just collapse. That was our communication.
Just collapse. Awesome stuff. You're a very creative player, of course. What did you think about Arme's Bristleback, building the Battle Fury on the Bristleback carry? What did you think about that?
We knew that we would split with Domis and get our timing, but so we was just kind of delaying game and we scaling like 5 cores, so we was kind of prepared.
You really were prepared for Xtreme here. And how much is that down to Astini? How much does he give you for this team?
I think Astini giving a lot, like ideas, draft, he showing us a lot of clips, and also he cheering us, so yeah. By the way, it's Astini's first time he said me, oh, maybe you try Slark, and I can try. Like the first time.
Long ago, and look at you now. You've made top 3, but 9 class, can P-Vision take it all the way? Do you think you can win this thing?
Yeah, I think, yeah, we are ready.
Awesome stuff. Hamburg, make some noise for one of the best position 4 players in the world, 9 class and P-Vision.
Congratulations on top 3 secured for P-Vision. We mentioned it earlier, this team, it does level up in front of a crowd. It's the team with the most LAN wins this season, and they do not show any signs.